all else fails, I can just rant at you about ice.
Yeah, we'll
Mr.
just have a
Foolery.
circle jerk about ice.
Yeah. $2 from Zephyr Hash. What is going? What is going on? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, thank you.
Marte, can you mute your side until you're ready to
Why
test it
don't you
again?
just mute it? Oh, there
There
it
you
goes.
go.
Okay, great, wonderful. Um,
What's up, chat? We are we're going through some tech difficulties for a moment, so we should be ready momentarily. Well,
at this point, he might want to just use his phone.
yeah, it's been about 20 minutes now, so when I say shortly, it's relative. Tom is bald but fair.
Just in case.
I'm not
Like,
bald.
this guy can't do it. I'll take whoever. I was so excited too. I hardly ever get to debate. And this guy Marte, he challenged me specifically, and he's like, "I want to debate Wick." And I was like, "Oh wow, okay, sure, I'll absolutely do it." And now I feel like I've been tricked. Right?
He's running. He's running.
Well, hopefully, running to fix his issues. Well, he's back. But will he be better? We'll see.
Marte, remember to unmute yourself whenever you're ready.
$2 from Zephyr Hash. Debating on mute is a goated meta. Yeah, he could be giving the best counter arguments that you've ever heard. Setting up an entire through line that will devastate anything that I can come up with. But he's muted, so we'll never know.
Well, what debates you got going on this week?
Well, after this, only the Friday one, and probably tomorrow or the next day, I'm gonna do some just call-ins, something like that. Nothing too crazy. Did you see the?
This is just real quick. This is a thing that I started doing a while ago, and I've seen tons of other people start doing it since.
What's that?
Do you know how to do vertical streams?
That's IRL streaming, right?
No, you can do vertical streaming from your computer. And
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so vertical streams on YouTube, it plugs you into the shorts feed. And it literally, while people are scrolling through shorts, it'll start popping up with live streams, and you can set it up in a vertical format. And when you do, it will it feeds all sorts of new people in. Now, not great for like long-term viewers who will come over to your landscape stream or your Twitch stream or anything like that. For some reason, people who watch vertical streams, they only watch vertical streams. That's like, it's a whole other genre apparently. But weird. I got what's called Google Voice, where it literally gives you a free phone number that you can use almost as like a radio line and have people call in through that. And you put the phone number up on the screen and have people call in through that, and you can get endless amounts of call-ins. It is MAGA heavy. It is very MAGA heavy. Like vertical feeds
absolutely give it a try one of these nights.
Yeah, I've helped tons of people set up like that, and it's very similar to, like, you know how on TikTok they have their own interface for where people can just request up?
No, I don't use TikTok.
Oh, really? Okay, so on TikTok, when you stream on there, it literally has an interface to where people who are watching on their screen, it'll have a button on the video screen that says request up. You can click on it and it'll put you like the streamer can choose who they want to pull up, and they just pull people up.
Yeah, Zephyr Hash for $5 is saying you can do both together, regular and vertical, but it's 2 separate streams.
That's what I do.
Noted. Gang, I apologize for the tech issues here. Hopefully my debate opponent will arrive and be ready. Otherwise, if we have anyone in chat who wants to replace him, I don't mind. Just let me know. Someone who wants to argue that ICE is a net under Trump is a net good for America. So if you believe that and you want to throw down tonight, by all means. But otherwise, I don't know.
I'm
I
gonna
don't know
see if
what's
he'll
going on.
just try his phone
Yeah,
instead.
please.
Because I feel like at this point that would probably be the best bet. Manar might be down. Do you know who Manar is?
I don't care who it is. It could be literally anyone.
That he is a crackpot right wing streamer who is horrible at debate, but is like a degenerate debater who just is so bad and will disagree with you on everything and will end up agreeing with you and then turn around and disagree again 2 minutes later when he runs out of arguments. Like, it is.
Like, look, at this point, I just want to debate. I prep for this. I have arguments. I have an opening statement. I have all sorts of things to say. I don't know.
Yeah, last time I think it was Pisco who showed up an hour late, so we
Hour late? What are these
well,
people doing?
to be fair, we did. He already said that he was probably going to be 30 minutes late, so we pushed it back 30 minutes, and then he showed up 30 minutes later than that.
That's
So
still okay. Whatever. Tell Marte to just join in on his phone. Just get on his phone, get on
I
Discord,
was
jump in.
I was if somebody just said Marte will because they know that he's a fucking crazy person. Oh, sorry. I did. I did. I told. My bad. I was thinking
Sure.
of somebody else. I did. I told Marte to join on his phone. I was thinking of Manar.
Been reading any good books lately?
No, no, actually, I haven't. I used to read fairly regularly. Like I always used audiobooks because I drove a lot, and now that I don't drive a lot, I don't really listen to anything. I have been playing a lot of Arc Raiders though. That is an excellent game. That is an insanely great game.
I've heard. Everyone likes it. I don't know. Looter shooters, they're fine. Not my great thing. $5 from Audacity to say if Tom got up to a full sprint and dove on a slip and slide, I bet we could get him at least down to Nasal Bridge up my canoe chute. Dude, head is smooth. Thank you for that. Grid, maybe you want to replace Mr. Marte tonight. It seems like he is not showing. He's having tech difficulties. So I need a debate opponent. We're talking about ICE. We're debating on whether or not ICE is a net good or a net negative under Trump. His second term, to be clear. Will no one step up to the plate? Where are those who would challenge me? I don't know. Yeah, under Trump specifically, Trump too. I'm arguing it's a net negative for America. If you want to debate me on it, jump into Tom's server. It's like a race at this point. I don't know, man. Like, is there any word from Marte? Is he saying anything to you?
Nope. I messaged him 5 minutes ago asking him if he wanted to switch to his phone. He didn't answer. I said, "Are you there?" He didn't answer. We got somebody in the waiting room. I'll pull him in the meantime.
Who we got? Who's this?
Duck McDuck stuff.
Hello.
Are you there?
Oh, this is gonna be great. More tech issues. Did they just not? Okay.
I
No, I
moved
will
him
be
out.
joined
I Duck
in a minute.
McDuck stuff. Are you there? Can you hear us? You just muted yourself.
Yeah, I can hear
Can you
you
hear us?
guys. I'm camera one more time. It was what happened was very tragic. My camera wouldn't turn on.
Okay.
You hear me?
There you go.
Cool.
Hello.
What's up, guys? Good to see you.
What's up?
Hi.
So, did you have a disagreement?
Yes. So I was gonna step in for Marte. Yeah, I typically do vote Democrat. But everything ICE is doing is within the bounds of their authority, and Tom Homan is on paper and in practice a
So,
competent leader.
so real quick, were you somebody who was in a chat and just wanted to hop on, or did Marte ask you to hop on, or?
No, no, I wouldn't talk to Marte to be completely honest, but I was in Wick's audience, so
Okay,
I've
yeah.
talked I've been in both your guys' chats before, but yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so go ahead. So what do you like about ICE? What ICE is doing right now?
Yeah, well, I would start with Tom Homan, right? He's an experienced law enforcement leader. He does have a law degree, so you might say that ICE is shuffling problems around the legal system. But that's still like okay, if you guys are Democrats and you guys are always Kamala people, that's cool, right? I might be on most days, but you still have to go further. You still have to get a little further because when you actually look what ICE set out to do in the first place, and then you specify how they're going about doing it, which is basically you cannot like law enforcement hiring, but that's what they're doing. Um, there's nothing wrong with how ICE is being administered under Tom Homan.
Okay.
All right. What?
So yeah. Few ways to go with this. It's a little different than the prompt, but that's okay. We'll just have a conversation. I understand you didn't prepare for anything, so we're just gonna talk about it for a little bit.
Yep.
Um, when you say there's nothing wrong with how ICE is going about enforcing the law, I'll just start with this premise, if you will, that I am not against deportations of illegal immigrants. I think it's very perfectly fine to deport people who have broken the law, especially violent criminals, right? And illegal immigrants who have overstayed their visas. If you want to deport them, I don't have anything against that necessarily in practice, like in theory. My problem currently with ICE is how they are doing this. And I think that ICE is not enforcing the law, but instead breaking the law. Its policies in place are violating not only immigrants, but US citizens' due process, their First Amendment rights, their Fourth Amendment rights, and in some cases, their Eighth Amendment rights. And this is a continual habit that ICE under Trump 2 has, and I would put it on to their policies that Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, and others have given to ICE. Um, I think that we can see the effects of it in how they have conducted themselves, not only in Minneapolis, but in Chicago, how they're conducting themselves in Louisiana, in Florida, in Texas, with over 1,000, right? Over 1,000 civil rights complaints in the detention centers alone for last year. This was from a report from
Can I jump
Josh.
in?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Can I j- Sorry, that was my old person voice, but okay. So, immediate pushback from me. Okay, defending ICE here. So, if your problem is with Kristi Noem, what if we actually track what Trump said? He campaigned on this, and then the second thing that happened was Tom Homan attempted to implement a broader immigration enforcement program. And as states and governors complain, now Kristi Noem is saying, well, we'll open our own detention facilities. And so the fact that you're receiving complaints and, if substantiate what those are, but isn't this the logical continuation if the federal government has Like, what's wrong with that? It's just saying, yeah, no, Christy Nome can spend $70 million, and then you won't have 1,000 complaints because these will
Hold on.
be federal facilities.
Just to be clear, these complaints include sexual abuse, right? Human rights violations, not denial of adequate food and water, medical neglect, abuse of pregnant
Mm.
women, abuse of children. Like, the amount of money or the amount of detention centers doesn't really affect this. This is simply a lack of accountability for ICE officers who this administration has signaled will not be held accountable for their actions. And there's plenty of examples we can give you of this. Look at the Good shooting, right? They didn't even investigate that. They shut down a potential investigation into that. Look at the Alex Preddy shooting. They're not letting the FBI or independent investigators really look into it, but instead are
When there's
conducting it
50
in-house,
states,
which
so
is
when there's 50 states, okay, and so taking everything that you say seriously, but when there's 50 states, you ultimately dwell down on these two incidents, which probably should be investigated, probably should have some public process behind them.
Well, to
But
be
in
fair,
what way does
he
that
did give
validate what 50
like
states
a
are allowed to do?
to be fair, he did give numerous like examples of human rights violations, sexual abuse, things like that. Do you agree that there are reports that claim that these things happened?
Yeah, and they're important enough to me as well that I would want to see the specific reports. Um,
sure.
and so I'm not denying, I'm not trying to
But
minimize,
if that
like
was
make
the
them bigger,
case, would you
maximize
want
them.
to see like some sort of accountability for that, some sort of answers to it from the federal government, some sort of response from it, something like that?
Yeah, yeah, but you guys are still, to be completely fair, you guys are just playing your role in a democratic process. That says nothing about ICE's, authority. That just says nothing about whether or not Donald Trump is allowed to actually do what he's doing right now.
Okay, I don't look. Here's the issue. Um, there are things that you can do, right, that are legal but are still bad overall for the country. But my charge here is that I specifically is breaking laws, breaking the constitutional laws. And a good example of this is with the Fourth Amendment. One of the whistleblowers came out recently, right? With I think last month, and showed a secret memo that was being circulated amongst ICE agents from, again, officials, right? Leadership of ICE, basically telling them that they could break into homes without a judicial warrant, that they didn't need a judicial warrant. This is a flagrant violation of people's Fourth Amendment rights. And I think that the reason they kept it secret is because they knew it was a flagrant violation. They didn't want the public to find out. So, in the process of conducting their legal duties, if they are doing so in an illegal manner, that is, to me, a gross violation, and it is a threat not only to immigrants' civil liberties, but everyone's civil liberties. And no amount of deportations justify the erosion of our civil liberties, which ICE is currently conducting. I'll give you another example,
So
right?
that's your line in the sand. I'm not trying to stop you, but that's so your line in the sand is when civil liberties are violated. This means that maybe every layer of the Trump administration and ICE organization, DHS, needs to be called to question.
That is, yes, one of the lines, but they've crossed many. Not only are they doing that, but there was a gentleman who a gentleman who wrote a judge to show mercy to an asylum seeker who was before an immigration court looking to get asylum in the United States. This gentleman wrote a letter to the judge asking him to show mercy. Within 5 hours of writing that letter, DHS had subpoenaed his Gmail account, was going through his emails, and they sent federal agents, FBI agents, to his house. And we have reports from tech companies and other organizations showing that this is a pattern of behavior where if you criticize the government or even just express sympathy towards immigrants, they will subpoena you for your personal information, for your internet records, your search histories, and things like that. And they will
Right.
send federal agents to your door. And this is a gross chilling effect on people's First Amendment rights. If you criticize this administration, they're going to send in the thugs after you. What is this, Britain? We don't live in England. This is America. It should
And
chill
so
every
what would remedy that? What
red-blooded
would
American.
remedy
Let me
that?
finish.
Let's say there is
Let me finish
context.
just real
Let's say
quick.
there actually is
Let me
context
finish just real
for.
quick, right? It should
Okay.
chill every red-blooded American to the bone that the federal government is sending goon squads to people's houses for emails. That's insane. Oh, Marte is trying to come back in, apparently.
Well, the emails would be a different part as
No,
well.
DHS is doing this, right? DHS is
Sure,
let
that
Marte
would
get
be
here.
separate from
Is me-
ICE, but Marte is not in the waiting room, and he still has not replied to my
Okay, Marte can
DMs.
come. He can just have him join the rating room of Tom. Like they're
Yeah, I told
spamming me
him
in my chat.
I've sent him like 3 DMs,
tell
telling him to
we've
let
got
me
some
know when
baby
he's
oil up
ready.
here. Maybe we have baby
Um,
oil and we can rub Marte up and down a little bit.
and yeah, he's still
Yeah.
not in the waiting room. So whenever he comes back, yeah, we'll try to
whenever he
pull him
comes
back
back,
in.
tell him to get in the waiting room.
But yeah, the freedom of speech things are like a separate issue. It's more so like earlier it seemed as though when you were bringing up rights violations, Wick, and he was saying yes, like I agree that those may exist, but that Trump has like the right to do these things. He has the right to enforce the law.
No, he does not.
It seems as though
does not have a
you're
right to
claiming that yes,
violate
it
the
seems as though you're claiming that he doesn't have a right to do these things. Isn't that correct?
Yes, the president of the United States cannot violate the Constitution. That's true. They can't just by fiat through executive order or through a policy remove your First or Fourth Amendment rights.
I'll just tell you what's wrong with that. What's the only thing that's wrong with that is if you're using this as a justification to say that, well, we get to have like an unreasonable or unrealistic conversation. Then to me, if I was defending ICE, I would say there's a justification there that would be difficult to pass in Washington, right? Because you can imagine that these conversations keep coming up when you're in Washington, or you're on Main Street. These conversations come up and come up again, and I'll obviously leave you guys to it. Thanks so much for letting me fill some space for you guys.
No, I
and I'll
appreciate
talk
it.
to you guys
Appreciate
later.
you hopping
See
in.
Marte.
Goodbye.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so do me a favor real quick.
I have no
So there's a
headphones.
slight-
I can't hear myself, but I can hear you
Okay.
guys a little bit.
Okay. So there's a slight echo on your Discord where it says video connected right under like all the channels and everything. Do you see it on the bottom left?
Yeah, I see that video.
Okay, to the right of that, it has like a couple of lines. Does it have a line through it, or do you see the lines like straight up and down
It's
like
a
that?
line through it.
Okay, so click on that,
Okay.
and then turn on noise suppression.
It's grayed out, so it's not.
Tom,
You
was
deafened
working.
yourself.
and now you're making
Well,
it
no.
not work.
There's still an echo, so that you deafened yourself. Okay, there you go.
Huh?
There you go. You deafened yourself. That I was just trying to get the echo off, but yeah, if it's not grayed out, then that's fine. Or if it's grayed out, then I guess there's nothing we can do about it. Okay, so we're gonna go to opening statements then. Before that, if you guys can do me a favor, just give a quick introduction of who you are, where people can find you, and what you do on your channel. Marte, first, please, sir.
My name is Marte Reyes, and I am the host, one and only host and producer of On the Edge, and also the host of Oak Autopsy with me and co-host Cool Vic. Also, you can find me as Mighty Marte on Twitter, and also the Real Mighty Mouse on Instagram. Stay tuned. I got more debates. Usually I don't have these tech problems. It's only in Discord. Just going to say that real quick. But thank you for having me on the panel. And thanks, Wick, for meeting me for this competent conflict. So that's all.
Awesome, man. Appreciate it. And then Wick, go ahead. Let people know where to find
Sure.
you and what you talk about.
Wick, you can find me on YouTube and Twitch, Wick TV. Not Twitch tonight because Tom Foolery is banned, unfortunately. But yeah, find me on YouTube. I do debates, I do conversations, I do all sorts of things. That's me.
All right. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to do opening statements. The question is Trump's ICE a net benefit for America or a net negative for America? So we're going to let Wick go first with why ICE under Trump is a net negative. Wick, up to 4 minutes, please, sir.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for being here, Marte. Thank you for hosting Tom Foolery. One of the bedrock principles of America is a belief in due process. When we rebelled against England, one of the driving factors behind that was the Crown's abuse of Americans through the courts and denying us proper due process. In order to ensure this would never happen again, we built protections into the Constitution to protect everyone in America from similar abuses. Today, under Trump, ICE is violating people's constitutionally protected rights, not only those of immigrants, but also those of citizens. People are being detained wrongfully, released after being apprehended for exercising their First Amendment protected rights to record ICE agents and report on their whereabouts and activities. They also are violating the Fourth Amendment, with whistleblower reports indicating that ICE leadership officials are instructing their officers to break into homes without a judicial warrant. These protections are fundamental to America. Without them, we are all worse off. When ICE violates them and nothing is done, we are all at risk. My rights are more important than people's fears of immigrants, and no amount of deportations are worth the erosion of our American liberties or civil values. The liberties and values that we have made us the greatest nation on earth today. I do not wish to live in a world where the DHS can subpoena my Google email records and send FBI agents to my house when I criticize Trump and his policies. Unless you think I am being hyperbolic or fear-mongering, this has happened and continues to happen as a matter of policy under the Trump administration. A gentleman wrote an email to a judge asking for mercy for an asylum seeker, and not 5 hours later, the feds were combing his emails and sending agents to his door. This is to say nothing of the economic issues being caused, nor the continuing decline of trust in our institutions, made significantly worse because DHS is lying to the public and to the courts constantly. DHS and ICE under Trump has made us all worse off. Our civil liberties are under threat in a way that I have not seen before in my lifetime. They are not enforcing the law, they are breaking it. So I say, on behalf of America, its values, and its people, fuck ICE.
All right. Thank you, Wick. And then Marte. Opening statement, please, sir. Why Trump is a net positive for America. You have 4 minutes.
I thought the prompt was ICE under Trump was a net negative. That's what the prompt was, right?
Yes, correct. Or why
You
it
had
is
said
not a
Trump-
net negative, I guess.
You said Trump was a net positive for America.
Sorry,
Just clearing
ICE
that
under
up.
Trump.
Okay, I didn't hear that part. Okay, I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure that there's clarity here before we proceed. So, ladies and gentlemen, wake up and smash the outright lie that ICE under Trump is a net negative. It's the iron-fisted savior of America crafted after the gutless, border-bleeding disasters of Obama and Biden. Trump didn't babysit invaders. He obliterated threats, exploding arrests to a blistering 393,000 to 595,000 in his second term's first year alone, pulverizing Biden's laughable dribble by quadrupling daily takedowns. That's brutal. What my opponent here is talking about is painting us like the Escapo, saying that emails are going to be looked at. There's going to be no ultimate transparency to the point to where it's overcorrection. That's not what even the debate is about. Literally talking about immigration, customs enforcement. He's going to some overarching principle that there's some secret state, whatever he's alluding to. That's not what the debate's about. Back to this. Well, Biden straight up betrayed us, gutting criminal deportations by 74% and arrests by 66%, as his open border nightmare unleashed 8 million illegal floods. Yes, floods. Trump hammered home 675,000 deportations plus 2.2 million cowardly self-exiles in year one, crushing border apprehensions to rock bottom lows, proving raw power saves American lives, lock down streets, and crushes the anarchy spineless cowards like they begged for. The net positive, you'd say, Wick. A fortified, unbreakable America. In America, Wick, here we'll tell you to go defend while he sits comfortably on his lazy boy. Wick will also tell you, fuck ICE in his opening statement. But hold on, are we defending these PDF aisles that ICE had came over to take out of the country? Apparently, that's what he's doing. He would rather have these people and criminals in the country than ICE deport them and get them out because police don't have the jurisdiction and they can't do it themselves. Anyways, I'm anxious to get forward into this argument and see what his his arguments are, because I'm anxious to get into this whole debate. Let's continue to proceed. I end there.
All right, appreciate it. All right, so Wick, why do you disagree with what it is that he just said?
So I guess you can cite all the deportation numbers you'd like, and Trump could deport millions of people. That does not matter if, in the process of doing it, he makes everything worse. If our First Amendment rights and our Fourth Amendment rights and our Eighth Amendment rights are eroded in the process of getting rid of illegal immigrants, then I think that we are worse off because we can deport whoever we like, but those erosions will always remain. We live in a system where precedent governs how we do things. And when you set precedent that the executive by fiat can simply ignore the courts and also override the Constitution that we have in place, the Bill of Rights to protect us from the government, it puts us all in danger. I don't, I'm not here saying don't deport anyone. I'm not here defending illegal immigrants. I'm defending your rights, my rights, everyone's rights. Deport all the illegals that you want, and you can. You just have to do it properly. And Trump is not.
Yeah, you made a lot of assertions, empty assertions. You're saying, just trust me, bro, is not a source.
I
I'm
have
not going to
plenty
buy
of
that.
examples for each.
Yeah, we can go into that. And I'm anxious to actually dive into these examples
Okay.
that you have. I'm just going to say this. Isn't it embarrassing that you call real enforcement negative while ignoring that Trump's ICE quadrupled daily arrests? These are criminals that we're talking about, which go in conjunction with the deportations that we have. Hunted criminals in communities, which this is more targeted than the last two administrations that we've had, and made America safer, while your side let predators walk free? That's crazy. How do you reconcile this?
So one of the things that Trump's ICE is doing is that it's allowing people, pedophiles, thieves, and things, instead of going to jail, or if they are in jail, they will release them from jail early and they'll deport them. Okay. Do you support pedophiles being released from jail before they have served their sentence?
I support anybody being deported if that's the ultimate action that's
So
going to
you would
happen.
let a pedophile
If they
out of
weren't
jail
documented, I support
early
the
after they
deportation
served,
of these people.
say a year in jail. ICE comes, says, hey, this guy's here in the country illegally. We need to deport him. So they take him out of jail. They put him on a plane. They send him to his home country and they just let
Yeah,
him free. You'd support
their
that?
problem, not ours.
That is wild to me. I want pedophiles to serve their time in
No,
jail, all of it. I
no,
don't want
because
them released early.
you want them to siphon our tax dollars in jail and us to house and shelter them and control and custody when they could do that in their own damn country. No, we're actually getting rid of the problem and not babysitting it. I think that's a more viable solution and better for the country. These are your tax dollars, right? The longer they stay, the more we have to pay for. Do you understand how long and how much it takes to house a inmate in a prison?
I think that the costs are worth it to keep pedophiles off the streets.
$32,000 a year is worth it when we can get rid of the problem altogether, thus saving taxpayers thousands of dollars and also reducing
I'm not a
increasing officer safety, because that's one less person that's going to grape somebody on the yard. That's also
okay,
this too.
but
Yes.
it's one more person who will be on the streets of their home country preying on children there. I
You
don't
mean,
want to release pedophiles anywhere. I would like them to
hold
be
on.
in jail
Wick,
for as long as we can keep them there. And it's
this
weird
logic
to me
makes
that
no
you're
sense.
arguing to release
This
pedophiles early.
well,
That's a weird argument.
does every PDF aisle have a release date?
Some are in there for life, I'm assuming.
Most of them aren't in there for life unless they murdered somebody. So
Sure.
that's the case in point. Matter of fact, every PDF aisle that you have has a release date. And matter of fact, in America, it's like 7 years is the average, which means they're going to be released in 7 years after using all of our tax money and everything else, only to be deported. The end result that I alluded to, only we're going to save money and do the same thing we would have did in the interim in the end anyways. Your
When
example doesn't
we
make any
charge
sense.
someone with a crime and we serve them a sentence, and it behooves us to force them to serve their entire sentence. I don't want them released early. Even if it's not into American streets, I want to protect the kids in
It's not
Guatemala. I
release.
want to protect the
It's
kids in Venezuela. I want to
it's
protect the kids in
extraditing
Uganda.
criminal.
I don't
It's
want
a
pedophiles
extraditing a
on their
criminal.
streets, and I
So
don't
here's
want
the
to
thing.
release them early. But
We've
this is
done this.
almost beside the point. And I just
No, it's
it
not.
boggled my mind. If I may finish just real quick, it boggled my mind that you're arguing for releasing pedophiles before they've served their time. That's an argument you can make. But I, are you okay with ICE agents breaking into homes without judicial warrants?
Yeah, that's another empty assumption you're making right now. While there may be stark coincidences and stark cases that this happened, it's not the overwhelming case. Matter of fact, in Obama's administration, we have 56 deaths, more than Trump's ever had at ICE's hand. Now, let's get back to the
Well, no, that's not
extradite
true.
of criminals. It is
The
true.
2025, there were, I believe, 73 deaths in ICE custody. That is the most that they've ever had. And that's 2025 under
So,
Trump.
okay, we can cite this, but 37 of them were justified automatically, and the others were questionable. We can say that. But if you're citing justified deaths, that doesn't move the needle in this argument. Let's get back to extraditing
Hold on,
criminals.
no. I'm
Now,
correcting something that you said, where you said that
okay,
56 people
I can
died
accept
under
that.
ICE under Obama.
There are
I'm just showing you how you're wrong.
There are
That's
lawful
incorrect.
deaths that happen when we're chasing criminals. Now, if Trump is doing a really good job and we're apprehending criminals, don't you think in the arrest there's going to be a rise of prominent deaths that happen that are justified? Right. You omit the chat. Matter of fact, if you pay attention to this, notice how he omits the fact that 37 of these deaths were definitely justified. The other parts of the deaths, we can say are questionable, but definitely justified. And all these officers were cleared after these investigations. So now that that's debunked and we can move on for that,
No,
we can talk about
can't move
extraditing
on
criminals
because
from the
this is
nation.
important. When you say that these ICE agents aren't being held accountable, that they're being let off, that's part
They
of
are
the
being
problem.
held accountable.
One of the issues that we're having and that I have with ICE, and that goes to my argument of why everything's worse right now because of ICE, is that these officers are not being held accountable for their bad actions. I'll give you one example, right?
Yeah, I'd
In
love to
the
hear it. You've said all this and no
well, let me
example
give you the
yet.
example, and I can give it
Go
to you.
ahead. Go ahead.
Under
I'd love to hear
Chicago,
it.
when during the Midway Blitz, when Trump sent all those ICE officers to Chicago, much like they have in Minneapolis, they shot a woman 5 times. Okay, uh, the guy who did it, right? They said that she ran into them, rammed their car into them, and so they charged her. She survived, thankfully, and they charged her, right, with endangering the lives of ICE agents and things like that. Turns out, though, when the body cam footage was released, that ICE had lied, that DHS had lied. So they had to drop the case. And then the officer who did it, the officer who lied, the officer who rammed her and then shot her 5 times and then texted it after that, 5 bullets, 7 holes. Put that one in your books, boys. He is still serving on the force. Nothing happened to him. So
Wick,
how
I'll ask
can
you a
we trust
question.
an organization that doesn't
Okay.
hold its agents who violate the law accountable?
Wick, can I ask you a question? What does the prompt say? What's the prompt for this debate? Just want
The
to
prompt
ask.
is Trump under ICE under Trump. Sorry, ICE under Trump is a net negative for America. Net positive. I'm taking the net negative.
Oh, okay.
position
Hold
for
on real
America.
quick. So if we're talking about a net negative, it's okay to point out one case example, maybe even a few anecdotes or things like this, but we're talking about totality. In totality, no. Even if you point out one
This
case
is a pattern of
where somebody
behavior.
hold on real quick. Just pointing out one doesn't exhibit a whole totality of ICE bad or negative. Matter of fact, this would even be a worse debate if I even said this for Biden or Obama. We wouldn't say it's a net negative. That's an asinine statement to make because ICE is just a tool at the behest of somebody who's head part of the administration. I don't even think that I can even argue it's a net negative under Obama or Biden. Matter of fact, I think they've done more positive than not positive. Even under both administrations, I'll even concede that. So I don't
think that the
I
do you
don't see
think
how
that
you
the
could say
Well,
policy-
let me ask you a
even under
question
Trump.
real quick. Let me ask you a question real quick, Marte.
Okay.
If he was to make the case that it was a net negative, how would he do that then?
He would have to say that not only this, but there's some collusion, meaning like some overarching premise, and then show me numbers. Like there's 2 ways we can go about this. He can show me numbers saying that there are probably there's more damage happening as a result of ICE and deportations, then arrests, and maybe the lawful pursuit of their duties ending in succession of maybe some success that they've had. He'd have to demonstrate that somehow. But you see how
So if there is
improbable
a
this
pattern of
prompt is for him to
behavior,
win?
just real quick, there's a pattern. My argument, and I think that there's plenty of data for this. We can go through it. Is that ICE as policy has a exhibited a pattern of behavior where they violate people's constitutional rights. They lose their court cases. Remember, in the Midway Blitz, the conviction rate they have. Well, let me just ask you, what do you think the amount of people who in Chicago were arrested for like obstructing ICE or something like that? They made about 32. They made a bunch of arrests, but they made 32 cases went to court. How many of those do you think resulted in a conviction? Just give me a guess.
So you're talking about the arrests that have
Yeah, they
happened
arrested a
underneath.
guy who they accused of there's various crimes right here, but most of them were like obstructing ICE. Like they were getting in the way of the ICE, they were threatening ICE officers, they were resisting arrest, things like that. There's 32 cases that went to court. How many resulted in conviction? What would you guess? Just to let you know, the federal
Well,
overall rate
I
for
can
these
answer
things is
that.
about 90% conviction rates.
I can answer that. So if we have an active investigation such as like Operation Metro Surge, where a woman drove all the way from Missouri down to here for some reason, which is odd enough to park her car in the middle of a
I'm
street and
asking
do
you
all
for
this.
what your guess is on a conviction rate. They've taken 32 cases to court in Operation Midway Blitz. How many of them
So
resulted in a conviction so far?
I would say a high number of conviction because when HSI does
Okay.
anything as
Would it
far as like a
surprise you to
conviction,
know
we have
that
to have a
the
solid
current
case to even
conviction rate in those
it has to be
cases
open and shut.
is 0%? Would it surprise you to know that DHS and the cases that they have brought in Midway Blitz that have finished, about 16 out of the 32 have finished? Would it surprise you to know that 0%, none of them, not a single one, has resulted in a conviction because ICE and DHS are so incompetent at their jobs that they can't even arrest a single obstructor and get
So
their conviction?
hold on.
Do you
That's a
think that that is
fallacy, actually.
good overall for the justice
That's a
system in
fallacy.
America?
Do you understand that? Do you understand that sometimes it's really not worth the paperwork? And I can break this down to you. So if I've ever busted somebody on the street when I was in law enforcement and the crime was like less than $100, we just let them go because it's not even worth the paperwork. It's not worth the time.
I'm
It's
not
not worth the
talking about
court
them
fees or any of this
being
other
let
stuff.
go. I'm not talking
But
about the ones that they let go. I'm talking the ones that they bring up to the court
that's
in
not.
charges and
Hold on,
press
hold on,
charges
hold on,
that the
hold on.
prosecutors bring to trial.
Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Even if we do
Why is
stop
this
somebody and
irrelevant?
we apprehend them,
Because my
it has
argument
to be a
here,
deterrent to some degree by stopping them and showing the public as a show of force to say, hey, we can't allow that here. Even if we demonstrate that, even if there's no conviction, it's good to stop somebody, move them out of the way so we can proceed with an investigation. In fact, if we're there during Operation Metro Surge and getting somebody who violated a 14-year-old, why would anybody impede that and stop that? Oh, yeah, that's right, because you guys are obstructionists,
well, the
not
problem is
protesters. Let's get
DHS
the facts
is
straight on that.
lying about all of these things. DHS has a pattern of lying not only to the American public, but to
You
the
haven't
court.
shown a
And the
pattern. You
evidence,
showed one
one
case
of the
study,
evidence
one case
is I have
result.
of this, and I have many, is that they have a 0% conviction rate in Midway Blitz. Do you know why? It's because the cases
If
either get thrown out or they are
if we
found to have lied during their
if we have a
prosecution.
0% conviction rate for people who are legal citizens, that doesn't move the
I'm not
argument in
talking
your
about just
favor because
citizens
we're
here.
talking about ICE's purpose is to get illegal citizens off the streets and have conviction rates for illegal citizens. I don't care about legal stuff. What we're doing is a stopgap. If we take them off the street temporarily and don't convict them, I don't even care because that doesn't even make your case. We're talking about their purpose is for getting illegal citizens and even criminals off the street. Are they not doing that?
They're not doing it properly.
They are
They are
doing
violating
it.
people's
They're doing it.
constitutional
Yes.
rights when they do that.
So your argument is I'm going to bring up legal citizens, which has nothing to do with ICE's purpose at all, to
If
say that, hey, they're not doing
That's
their
a
job.
great
That's not their
point.
job.
That's a great point.
That's
I
not their
shouldn't
job,
be
Wick.
detaining these legal citizens, should they? And yet they are. And yet in Trump's
Yeah.
second
If
term
you
in 2025, they have wrongfully arrested, and these are just the ones deemed wrongful. Wrongfully arrested or detained over 170 American citizens. That is far too much.
Yeah, sure. You'll see even one is far too many, but I think it's good if you can remove the temporary obstruction off the street so we can continue our investigation after the real criminals and real illegal immigrants. I think it's a stopgap
What
solution and I
criminals?
support it
The only
100%.
look under Trump, the amount of ICE arrests involving violent criminals is only 14%. The rest that
You
they're
mean
arresting,
Trump's
86% of
administration
them,
that barely
have
just got off
no
the ground with
accused or
ICE?
convicted of a violent crime.
How long has Trump
86%.
been in office in this administration as opposed to Biden's last in totality?
What does that have to
Right.
do
So we're
with
just
my
starting
point?
again. So we haven't seen the end result of his deportations and criminal arrest, right?
We don't need to
Correct.
see the end result to know that what they are
Oh, so you're
currently
only
doing and
going to
what they have
get
done
4
so
months
far
worth of
is
data and say that's a
bad.
totality? So 4 months worth of data is just the whole totality of
It's
everything
not
he's
just
ever
4 months of
done.
worth of data. We've had a year's worth of data at this point.
Oh, hold on. I'm just saying this right now. So you're only going to get this amount of data and compare it to the whole administration term of the president before us.
I'm comparing ICE's
Well,
actions with
that's
what they are
crazy.
legally allowed to do, and they are breaking the law, sir. My, again, argument is that they are eroding our civil liberties by
You're saying,
violating our
hold on.
First Amendment rights and Fourth Amendment rights, and that is making America a worse place overall, not just
So,
for immigrants, but for
all right.
everyone. That is the thrust of my argument, sir.
Let's kind of slow this down a bit real quick because you
I'll go
cite
as
one
slow as you need.
case where you cite one case where a person says he shot somebody, body cam proved this wrong, and then you're citing that there's a pattern when you cite one incident where we can go down the other incidents, but in totality as a net negative. Right now, you have yet to move the needle on net negative. If overwhelmingly the deportations are up, the criminal arrests are up, even if it's a significant, a less than significant amount, 40%, they're still doing a grandiose job right now, and the year's not even up yet. We're just beginning started with ICE and their amazing job that they're doing right now. Because right now, when you say net negative, we're talking about totality. I'm not seeing that right now when you're citing cases. The fact that, and here's, I'm going to tie this up real quick. If you can cite 7 cases, the reason why these 7 cases stand out is because of the rarity and circumference to the totality of the good that ICE is doing in general. Right.
Okay. So the problem with your line of thinking is that I am not willing, just because they can get high numbers, to erode our civil liberties. Yes, it turns out when you don't need a warrant to break into people's homes, you can get a little bit more arrests. But there is a very good reason why we have rules and regulations in place and laws and constitutional rights to protect us against the government for doing these things. It is meant to be hard for the government to break into your home. They are meant to go through hoops in order to do that. And when we remove these protections, it allows the government to abuse us. And I think that that is a worse America to live. Here, I'll just I'll do this.
I'd love to see
I don't
this
know how
breaking
long
into
it's. Let me
homes
finish just real
without a
quick.
warrant.
I hold on. Let me finish, please.
Can you demonstrate that? Because that's an assertion you just made. We're breaking into homes
Yes.
without warrants.
Again, there was a whistleblower report just a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, where ICE, and I mentioned this earlier, ICE circulated amongst its members a memo. Okay. It was a secret memo. They hid it from the public, they hid it from
Can I see that? Can I? I'd love to see
investigators and
that.
things like that. I can
Do you
bring you
have it?
the whistleblower report if you'd like. But
Yeah, I'd
Real
love to
quick,
basically, what
see
they
that
were
right now
saying,
because these are
what
just
they were
empty
circulating,
assertions
let me
you're
finish.
making right now.
go
Hold
ahead,
on.
Wick, finish real quick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
What they were circulating, because I'm answering your question, right? What they were circulating was a report and a memo basically that said you don't need a judicial warrant to break into people's homes. You can just do it. They were using administrative warrants to do it, which what an administrative warrant is it's a warrant, quote unquote, that another ICE agent signs. It bypasses the judicial process altogether. It is illegal, right, to break into people's homes using just an administrative warrant. It is against the Fourth Amendment. And they were telling their agents that they had this ability to do it, but they did not have the ability to do it. And so this has been a common practice that the ICE agents have been engaged in, not just in Minnesota, but across the country, where they've been breaking into private residences, businesses, apartment buildings without a warrant. And when the people asked to see a judicial warrant, they are said, we don't have to show you this. There are plenty of examples of this. Again, it's a pattern of
So
behavior.
hold on.
It's a policy that they are engaged in that is,
Let's
again,
get straight to the
just
point.
violating people's Fourth Amendment rights.
Let's cut through the bullshit. I'll ask you a question real quick. Can you have civil liberties if you don't enforce them?
No, that's why it's
You
when
can't have civil
hold on,
liberties
when our
unless you
civil
enforce them.
that's a great
Oftentimes, is it
question.
not the case?
Hold on,
Is-
let's dwell on that question for a moment, right? Yes, you have to enforce civil
Right.
liberties,
There
otherwise they
has
go
to be
away.
enforcement.
So when
Otherwise, civil
when
liberties
this
do not
administration
exist.
does not enforce our civil liberties, it's like we don't have them. When the government is able to just violate our civil liberties with no repercussions, which is what ICE is doing,
Hold on,
it
Vic.
is
Hold
like we
on,
don't
Vic.
have them. Do you want to live in
So,
America without
the
civil
civil
liberties, sir?
liberties of PDF files are illegal.
Everyone
Do they
gets
have the
civil
same civil liberties as somebody
Civil
legal
liberties are
living
for
here?
everyone.
Hold on, real
Oh yeah,
quick. So illegal liberties
wait, hold on, wait, Marte, because like we are everybody that we're talking about are going to be criminals in some way, even if they're here illegally. They're going to be criminals in some way. But the Constitution and the way that the law is set up in our country does set it up
understand
to
that,
where we
but there's a
would want
point
civil
I'm getting
liberties
to.
for people, or like even due process for people who commit the most heinous crimes, right? You agree with that? Yes.
So I agree with that to some extent. However, there has to be a caveat and some gray area for immediacy when it comes to certain circumstances. When we have PDFs that are violating 13 and 14-year-olds and actually murdering. Matter of fact, one of them during Operation Metro Surge was an active. I would say this guy had murdered somebody. And for us to apprehend him, guess what's going to happen? Sometimes in law enforcement, blind eyes have been turned. But if we're going to fight these people and take them off the streets and they do not legally belong here, I would say that sometimes these things are going to happen. I'm not justifying this as a whole. I'm just saying.
Well, to be clear, hold on. What Marte, you were giving examples earlier of people who were in prison and they're like getting them out of prison, and in those cases, that would make sense. But when we're talking about people who are not already locked up, where do you think where is it that we would degrade one's civil liberties for somebody who is not currently incarcerated?
So would you believe that in lieu of carceration, like let's say in approaching somebody, are we en route to take away a lot of their rights in apprehending the person? That's the purpose of us apprehending them, so that way they can have a reduction of rights in our control and care and custody of this person, so that we can do whatever we need to. There's going to be a little bit of gray area, but however, the law is very black and white on this. There are going to be civil liberties, like you can't, hold on, you can't shoot somebody in the back for no reason. You can't shoot somebody in the face for no reason. You can't take somebody's life away for no reason. There has to be justification. That's why there's use of force boards, Wick. By the way, back to this. There are investigations where these officers have been cleared. Now, although you can say things like, DHS, we had a director. Her name was Linda, matter of fact, and she came from DEA. She was outsourced from HSI. And matter of fact, to get in here, we have third-party people representation that come in and do these internal use of force boards when they come in. And it's like the seven-headed dragons looking at you, so it gets clear. So when you say things like they're not investigated, they always are. Use of force allegations are always investigated.
I think that the DHS is lying to you.
No, they're not lying. I've literally been
They
in
are
these,
lying.
but we don't even
Well,
have
let
to
me
go
just
by
ask you.
what I'm
Do you
saying.
think that DHS was being honest when they said that Alex Preddy was intending to massacre cops?
You mean a guy that carried 2 magazines?
So this is what I'm just going to read you the post that they made when
the guy
Alex
who kicked
Preddy
out
was
taillights?
shot, and I'm just going to read this portion.
Well, I don't know if we need to read the
was
post. I think
unstable.
we all know the what it is that they said. But Marte, when you say the guy who carried 2 magazines, do you believe that that was why he carried 2 magazines? Is he wanted to?
But hold on, Tom. We have to be able to build a case here. Now, the guy's mom
hold on,
said
stop.
that he was unstable.
You haven't answered my question.
He quit his job.
His job
wouldn't even let him go.
No question.
He was so
Wait,
mentally
yeah,
unstable.
Marte, hold on. Marte, hold on. It is that we would want you to answer the question before you build a case. You would want to make the statement first.
Hold on, just let me ask the question again so people can remember. When DHS said that Alex Preddy was intended to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement, were they being honest?
I can't confirm or deny that. We'll never know because he got shot.
What evidence would suggest that he was intending to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement?
Okay, We can build a case on this by saying that the guy was terminated from his job because of mental instability. His mom even told him, I wouldn't do this if I were you. That's a bad decision. And then not to mention this, he showed erratic behavior before this, kicking the tail light of a car out. Erratic behavior, mind you. And this guy didn't even carry a license when he brought his gun. Whenever you have your gun with you, you're supposed to have a license or some identifier. Didn't even have, like, the guy was just all over the place. So the erratic behavior leading up to this showed that there's some instability that no normal citizen would ever exhibit leading up to this. But you not
Okay,
agree
I don't normally do this, but just to be clear, there was an article that came out that said that he was fired from his job, he was mentally unstable, that he had been inappropriate with patients. His parents said that he was acting erratically. That was a fake article. It was
No,
like a fabricated article. He was currently employed.
I mean, yes.
No.
This is
He
from
was
his
currently
mom.
employed. He was currently employed with the nursing home still, with the VA nursing home still when he died.
The VA had came out and said this, and also his mom had collaborated stories on this as well too. Why would his
also
like,
a lie? By the way.
I'm
so
telling
his
you,
mom
the
had-
article
hold
that they
on, hold
put
on,
this
Wick,
out
hold on.
was.
Let's
Both
get this
of
straight.
DHS's statement here and
Wick,
that
Wick,
article
Wick,
that you
Wick,
just
hold
cited were
on.
lies.
No, hold on, Wick.
You're basing
His-
your arguments on things that are not true.
Oh no, hold on. Why would his job and his mom lie? You're saying his mom and his job
Okay.
lie?
His mom and his job didn't say that. Someone claimed that his mom and his job said that, but
There's
they
a
were
statement
lying.
from his mom. We can bring it up if you want.
Bring it up.
It would probably be best to pull it up.
Yeah.
Because yeah, if we're going to use
Share your
this as a
screen.
claim for him being unstable and possibly going to do maximum damage,
But
that
as
would
he's
be,
bringing
if
it
that's
up,
part of your
we
case
can
that you're
even
building.
look at the thing that actually happened where he did kick out a taillight. It's interesting, during that altercation, he had a gun on him, right? If he was intending to massacre law enforcement, he would have done it there, but he didn't.
Hold on though. Well, if you are
He also
going
had
to
his
commit
gun
a
on. Let me
crime-
finish. He also had
Well,
his gun
I
on
don't
him
want to
during
make
the
another
physical-
argument while he's looking this up. I do want to allow him to find it before we
If you are going to commit a
go
crime,
down another line.
I think even the most loony bin people wouldn't tell you what they're going to do before they do it.
Sure, go ahead and find that. For anybody who wants to ask questions, you guys can send donations in my chat through the tips link, or if you guys send them to either Wick or Marte as well through their channels, send them super chats and support their channels as well. They can send them over to me, and we'll get those questions asked later
here's the deal.
towards the end as well.
And you can ask me questions as you want, right? As you get them in, but DHS has a pattern of lying, and they lie constantly, and they lie in ways that the public can see that they're lying. This is why public perception and
haven't
public support for
demonstrated
ICE
that
has,
yet.
has gone off a
One
cliff.
case does not demonstrate a pattern.
I think he's
Well,
just
I mean-
restating his position while we're waiting for you to
Okay.
find the
Yes.
source.
And it's not just one case. I can only give you one example at a time, but I can give you consistent examples over large periods of time where they do this. For example,
what does
another
net
shooting that
negatives-
happened in Minnesota was
What's the
a bunch
definition of
of
net
they
negative?
they claimed that officer shot a man who was busy beating him with a shovel. But it turns out when the FBI affidavit came out, it turns out that they shot him when he was running away. DHS lied again. DHS constantly lies. They lied about the Renee Good shooting. They said in their initial statement that a violent rioter weaponized her vehicle attempting to run over law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them. But when we reviewed the video, it's clear that she wasn't intending to kill him at all and instead was turning away from him. The evidence in every single case, again, contradicts what DHS says. And this isn't just in the courts of public opinion, it's in actual courts. Their cases get thrown out by judges because DHS is lying, right?
No,
and this happens
cases don't
all
get thrown
the
out because
time.
people are lying. Cases get thrown out because of time and money. That's the main reason why cases get thrown out.
Not
because
in
of
this
lying.
case.
No,
not
no,
in the
you
case
haven't
of
even
DHS
demonstrated that
under Trump.
You haven't even demonstrated that. Matter of fact,
Okay,
that's the reason
he
why a lot of people get
that is
Judges
part
have
of the
said
debate. But
this.
again, hold on. We need Marte. If you are you looking for the source currently? Because
yes, actively.
I
doing that.
I do
That's
have a
awesome.
couple of fact checks here who do say that it's incorrect and that the family did come out making statements otherwise, but
I did have something bookmarked. Looking for that right now. It's a specific bookmark.
Okay. DHS, right, goes before the court, and they have habeas petitions levied against them by people who've been detained, who think that they don't deserve to be detained, that they're being detained improperly, and so they bring these habeas petitions before the court. The court awards, right? They grant the habeas petition. They say this person has been detained illegally or improperly and needs to be released. DHS delays their release by weeks in certain cases, and in other cases, they'll simply ignore the court. And this
okay,
is a
real
problem
quick.
that
I'll just read this so that he can hear it. I have fact checks from numerous sources. This is from a Google overview. It says reports suggesting that the family of Alex Preddy stated that he was unstable or that he was fired from the VA are false and fabricated, originating from spam or fringe websites. Family denounces the lies. Alex Preddy's family has publicly denounced statements from the administration and others as sickening lies and reprehensible and disgusting, emphasizing that he was a good man. The employment status was that Preddy was employed as an intensive care registered nurse at the Minneapolis Veterans Affairs Medical Center at the time of his death. He was not fired for misconduct.
Hold on real quick. So I have the exact statement. I'm just looking for the source on this.
well, do you deny that
Because I
fact
know
check's true, man?
No, I did. I just don't know where the bookmark went because my computer's on the fritz. My audio had went out, and I had deleted a bunch of stuff trying to get on the stream with you today on this debate. So give me 1 second. I know that. So the statement was like this, and it came from his mom. She had said, "We had this discussion with him 2 weeks ago or so. You can go ahead and protest, but don't do anything stupid." Like already, her
Sure.
mom's telling her, instructing.
Did you not hear what Tom just read?
The
Yeah, I heard
the
what Tom
statement
just
that
said.
he just made is a different statement, saying that she just told him not to do anything stupid at the protest. Very different from whether or not he was unstable, which I believe was the claim.
Oh, so hold on. If we're going to piece together a case of a guy kicking out taillights, spitting on cops, and jumping in front of people in the middle of an investigation, so even if we omit that, like let's say we omit that because I don't know where the bookmark went, but let's get back to this. I'm anxious to get back to this. Even if we omit this, Tom, and none of that happened, do you think that him spitting on cops or agents and then kicking out taillights, and then his mom basically saying, well, don't do anything stupid in the lead up to this, and then bringing an active firearm to a really heated scenario, do you think that's pretty stable, normative?
Well, that's
People
why
who protest?
I think Wick brought up the same argument earlier, saying that he had been in a scenario 11 days before this, and that he was also attacked by cops in that scenario, also had the firearm on
And he
him,
didn't shoot
and in that
anyone.
scenario didn't shoot anybody, didn't hurt anybody, and they ended up getting up and leaving him and walking away. And so he's saying that in this scenario, yes, he may act erratically, he may hit cars and things like that, but there wasn't any evidence to say that he would have done maximal damage,
Yeah,
as DHS had
in
said.
fact, there's evidence that he did not intend to do that. For if he had the means, but he forbore from doing so. And so again, Homeland Security in this instance and in many others lied to the American public. Do you at least concede that?
Say that again because my audio had kind of went out.
Sure. In this instance, when DHS said that he tended to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement, they lied to the American public. You can see that that's a lie.
I mean, I can't even engage with that and say that it's a lie because
If you
he
can't
did do.
engage to say that that's a lie,
Hold
can
on,
you
hold on.
admit that the sky is blue?
We lost your audio.
We lost your audio, buddy.
We lost Marte. Marte, we lost your audio. Your mic's out.
Wonderful. This is the competency of ICE, gang.
All right.
Oh, well, say again?
We heard you for a
Can you
second.
now?
You're cutting in and
Okay.
out a little bit. Try one more time.
Can you now? A little bit.
Give me a full
Testing
sentence.
1 2 1 2.
It seems better. Okay, go ahead and try.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, go ahead and make your argument or give your response again.
Yeah, go ahead, Wick. You were saying something.
I'm
No.
asking.
Marte, you were the one who
Yeah,
was
you were trying to
saying
respond to me,
something.
but I didn't hear you.
I really hate these technical difficulties that I'm having. Literally, it just erased a bunch of shit from my computer. My audio's fucking up. So I apologize for the tech issues on my end. This normally doesn't happen.
If you want Wick to repeat his
So-
argument, he can.
Yeah, go ahead, Wick.
Sure. My argument overall is that DHS has a pattern of lying. I gave you one example. We can go through more where they lie to the public, they lie to the courts, they disobey the courts, they're found in contempt of court. This is not an organization that has the best will of the people in mind, and you can't trust anything that they say or do because they have continuously shown that they are willing to ignore the courts and that they're willing to lie to the American public. And this erodes,
I mean-
to tie it into my
Oh.
overall argument, is this erodes trust in institutions, making America a worse place overall.
This is a case of like one bad apple spoiling everything, and that you're trying to make, which is a
You
faulty
keep saying one
argument.
bad apple, but I
Like-
keep giving you multiple examples.
No, you gave one example, and the Alex Preddy example is not even a good example because we can get into another
I gave you
debate.
Alex
That would
Preddy.
be a
I
whole
gave
different
you
debate.
Renee Good.
That would be a
I
whole
gave
different
you
debate, the
the
Alex Preddy
evidence, the
justification.
example of them shooting that guy that was beating him with a shovel and where they lied about that. I gave you 3.
No, you're just okay. Trust me, bro, is not a source. Once again, I haven't seen one source. I try to actually look for mine. I have plausible.
I can I can pull up these tweets. I can send them to Tom Foolery to pull
No,
out.
I don't want
if you'd
tweets.
like.
Hold on, wait,
I don't
hold
want
on.
tweets, I want
Marte,
facts.
hold on, wait, Marte. What of what he stated when you're asking for sources? What is it of what he said? What is it that you would like him to source?
Okay, I don't want like tweet because anybody can just put up a tweet. I want like fact-finding outcomes. Like, let's say that there was an investigation, and I want from like the Department of Justice Bureau, basically stating that, hey, you know what, it went through these proper channels, and yeah, in fact, ICE was lying about this.
So
Not
you
a
want
tweet from a random 16-year-old or anything like that.
Okay, I'm talking about would a tweet from DHS Gov be okay?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Department of Homeland
DHS.gov.
Security.
He said sure.
Oh, okay. Here's the one where they lie about Alex Preddy, and I'll just DM it to you. Give it a second. Hold on, let me bring up my Discord.
So, Wick, I'll even ask you a question. If ICE didn't exist,
There.
who would apprehend the PDF files
INS.
and extradite them out of the country?
The ICE is a relatively new organization. It was founded in 2003. The people
That
who did
doesn't
it
answer
before
the
were the
question.
INS.
If ICE didn't
That's who would
exist,
do it
who
again.
would do this duty?
Hold on. Clinton deported 12.5 million people. They were pretty fucking effective.
He said INS.
INS.
Okay, so you think that we should replace ICE with INS?
At this point, yeah.
Okay, so
Okay,
let's say we eliminate ICE.
Do you want me to read
Let's say we
the
eliminate
tweet
ICE.
from DHS?
That's up to him. He wanted a source on what the DHS was saying. I gave him one.
Yeah, let's go. Go ahead.
Okay.
Give me the source.
All right. So the tweet
You just
says.
share your screen so we can all read it, right? If you want.
Okay. Go ahead and make your argument, Marte. It'll take me a second to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
pull that
so when you're talking about like net negative, I'm still looking for a totality here, not some sparse cases that you're bringing up. Because the whole reason why I asked if ICE was off the board, you said NIS would be doing this, right? Now,
Yeah.
if ICE is now that ICE is doing this, they're ramping up. these deportations and quite successful at this, and we're doing targeted investigations. That's being done, and I think that that's a great thing. You haven't disproved that. Actually, you conceded that point to me when you're saying, okay, because of maybe what 7 cases where it's fraught with rife with abuse, maybe in 7 cases, this isn't one state. This is 7 in totality that you brought up, maybe. And I'm being generous and charitable by saying 7 cases in the whole totality of the United States where ICE operates, because they operate in just jurisdiction Florida to California and everywhere in the northern hemisphere. That in the totality, they're a net negative. I haven't seen a strong case where I'm seeing where ICE should be taken off the map because they're net negative yet.
Okay, I just sent Tom Foolery a report from who is it, Senator Ossoff, of over 1,000 cases, and this is just in Trump's first term, like first year, 2025, right? This is just 2025, 2026, because January, right? And this is
Touch on this
thousands.
one
Is that enough?
first. You guys have the share screen up.
Anything to your point.
You
What
guys
do you
have
mean it
the
doesn't
share
know-
screen up. Hold on, wait. Let's do one thing at a time. Do you guys have the share screen up?
I do. Go ahead.
Marte?
Share screen. Yeah, I mean, I see the Homeland Security thing, but this post doesn't
Okay.
say that they lied.
Okay, so hold on.
This is the
so it
lie.
says so it says this is from Homeland Security. This is their account. It has 2.9 million followers.
Okay.
It says at 9:05 a.m. CT, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, seen here. The officers attempted to
first of all,
disarm the
Okay,
suspect.
can we pause on that one?
Mhm.
That is deceptive, right? In the video, he had
I'm
his
still
gun
waiting for
holstered the
where
entire time.
where does it say that they confess that they themselves lied?
Yeah,
Okay.
what real quick, what is the claim of the lie in this?
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting to see the
Okay,
claim
there's
of the lie.
several. That is the first dishonest thing.
Okay,
Did
can you
hold on.
demonstrate how that's dishonest?
Yes, we can bring up the Preddy video, and we can look if he ever brandished his weapon.
Marte,
doesn't
do
say
you
anything
agree
about
that
people
when
lying.
they say that it doesn't say, he's saying the post is the lie. So here
Yes,
it says
that's
an
the lie.
individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. So do you agree that when they say he approached with a gun, that this seems as though this is something that they were taking into account at the time when he approached, or does it sound like he just had one somewhere on his body?
You do understand the context of what they're saying right here, and that we can delineate.
Well, I'm asking you a
between
question
the
about
nuance here.
that part real quick, because that's part of his claim.
If I'm a two-way carrying citizen and I'm holstered, I'm still approaching you with a gun, am I not?
Sure, but is that the
Right,
implication
right.
is
Yes, but
that
when
it's
I
holstered?
approach, hold on,
Right.
this
Oh,
may help.
shit. Now
When I
you're stretching
approach
limits of
someone,
credulity
I'm
here.
technically
This is
approaching
crazy,
them with
Wick.
my dick. But if I told them I'm approaching this person with my dick, it puts a whole different spin
How
on
would
it.
they
While
still be
technically
lying?
true,
Is your dick
is
not attached
dishonest
to your
and
body?
deceptive in what actually happened.
How would they still be lying if you approached with it on your person? Would they still be lying? No,
I
they wouldn't
just
be.
explained it. If I say that I approached that, if I say that Tom approached that woman with his dick, and we
Hold
look
on.
at the video,
So
and his dick was in
if
his
I
pants,
approach somebody
I'm
with a knife
technically
holstered,
correct, but it is a
would that still
deceptive
be approaching
way
somebody
of
with a knife
speaking.
holstered?
If
I
they
have a
said
weapon
holstered,
on
I
my
think that is the
person-
disagreement, Marte, is that they didn't say holstered, and you're including the term
They don't
holstered
have
in
to
your
say it's
statement.
holstered to say that there was a weapon present on the person. It was on his person as he approached the volatile
Okay, Wick,
situation
was there
that he
a
inserted himself in.
Wick? Was there
Yes.
a second
next
part, or is
Yeah,
line
this
is
that
another
doesn't
lie.
allude to
Okay,
any
so-
lies that
so
they're making.
the very next line says the officer attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details
Yeah.
on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Wick,
He
Yes,
couldn't get
what
his
is
nowhere
hands
in that
under
the-
video did
control.
he violently
It's
resist.
resisting
He
arrest,
never
yes.
struck violently at any of the officers in any of that footage.
So if I spit
I
on
need
an officer,
anything
is that
else in
still
this, Wick?
assault?
yes, almost every single line is a lie. They're all
No,
lies.
it's not a.
right?
You haven't demonstrated where the lie is. I'm still waiting for that.
Yes,
Wait,
that
if I
is a
spit
lie.
on an
Can you
officer,
show me where he violently resisted the officer
if I
during that
spit on it,
altercation?
hold on. Do you understand that these circumstances could be written in paperwork like this? And I'll give you an example. If I spit on an officer, would I get charged with assault?
Did Alex Preddy spit on the officer?
Hold on. Can you answer the question? I'm just asking a simple question.
It's non-responsive, and it doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
It does have a lot to, and I'll show
Again,
you why it
did
has a
Alex
lot to do
Preddy
with this.
spit on those officers? Did he
No,
violently
hold on. Can you answer
resist?
Can you answer the question straight up? If
Yeah,
I
Wick,
spit on an
he's
officer,
trying
will
to
I get
build a
charged with
case.
assault?
If you'll answer.
Yeah,
one more
he doesn't
time.
want to entertain with this. Please be good faith here.
His question is, if Alex Preddy had spit on an officer, would that be would that
violent resistance?
call
No.
for? No, would that
No,
call
you're
for
framing
charges
this
of assault?
differently. Can you be straight up and answer the question?
Sure, it
Would
could
that
be.
still be assault?
You could say it's assault, but you'd never say it's violent resistance.
Right. Okay. Now follow this logic real quick. So if I had told somebody that I got assaulted on duty, how would that sound to somebody if I don't add the context? I was still assaulted and I charged somebody with assault. Granted, and I got spat on, but I charged somebody with assault.
So
I just
if you
didn't tell
told
him I
me
got
that you got
spat on.
assaulted on
Is that
duty and
still
I found out you
accurate?
just got spit on, I would think that
Hold
you were
on.
being a little
That
dishonest with me. yes.
Wick. On paperwork, is that still
on, I'm
accurate that
answering
an
you.
officer got assaulted?
Okay, but again, let's go back to
Oh
the
wait,
point
hold
at
on.
hand.
No,
Did
hold on.
Alex Preddy violently resist?
No, hold on. So it would follow the logic. If he's resisting and not, we can't get control over his hands, and he has a weapon. Is that not a volatile, violent situation?
It's not him violently resisting. No,
It is so if I have
the
a weapon
violent.
and I'm
It's a violent
resisting,
situation because the
hold on.
cops are being
No, hold
violent
on.
to
We're
him.
getting into semantics here, and I love this.
I'm not
But
getting
if
into
you-
semantics. This is a
if you
direct
have a
claim. You're trying to
weapon-
play these
hold on,
fucky
Wick.
wucky word
If
games,
you have a
but it's not
weapon-
working. Hold
No,
on.
it is
Everyone
working.
can see. Hold it. Do you
If
understand
I have
how
a
every
knife
single
and I'm
person in my
resisting,
chat,
that's violent.
in
If I have
Tom's
a
chat,
gun
in
and
your
I'm
chat,
resisting,
can
that's
see that
violent.
you are lying right now. You are being
No,
dishonest.
I'm not lying. I'm
Okay,
going
hold
through
on, hold on.
absolute
Absolutely
trail
being
logic.
dishonest.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Engage.
Wick,
What you just said doesn't make any
he is
fucking
making a
sense.
semantic point over like what these terms mean. So he is talking about semantics. Marte, so what is your point here as far as the violence goes?
My
Violent
point-
resisting.
So if you spit on an officer, that would still be assault, even though if we look on its face, it would be appropriate to say that I was assaulted. Now, it may sound like I would say hyperbolic to tell somebody that, but I don't give them the context of this. I still charge somebody with assault, and it sounds very violent. Now, if I say that the person was violently resisting and it's violent, anybody that has a weapon, whether it be a knife, a gun, a bat, or anything else, and they're resisting, it amps up the propensity for danger. That's violent. It wouldn't be as violent, right? Would you say that it's way
Hold
more
on.
violent if somebody has a weapon in resisting than non-armed in resisting?
No, it would not.
Wait,
be
hold
more
on.
Violent.
So it's not more dangerous
If you
to
don't
arrest
use
somebody
the
with a weapon.
it is not more violent.
It is more violent if they have a
No, it is
weapon
not.
that can kill you and you're
If
arresting
you
them.
are
That's the
using a
dumbest shit.
weapon,
Wick,
it is more violent.
Wick,
but if
I
you
know
don't
you're not
use
this
a weapon,
stupid.
It is not.
If you have a life-ending weapon nomenclature, a gun on you, and you're resisting, you just made the situation more violent. The fact that you're not admitting this is crazy and asinine.
Of course you haven't. Why would you?
This blows my mind, Wick, that you're not even admitting this. This is complete denial.
So
on
you
your
think
part.
that simply having a gun on someone's person necessarily means whatever you were doing
While
is more
resisting is
violent
violent,
because you have
yes.
that gun on them. So if
Yes,
I walk
that's
into
violent.
a
Yes, it
restroom,
is.
have I done that violently because I had a gun on me?
If anywhere
Is it
where
more
you have
violent?
a weapon, do you have
If
a
I
CCW?
go into a
Wick?
grocery store or a 7-Eleven
Wick.
or up to a person, am I now more violent simply because I have a gun on my person, whether or not they know I do?
Yes, you are. If there's a physical
That is
altercation,
insane. That is an
that
insane
situation is
thing
more
to say.
violent because of that. Yes, it is.
That is an insane thing to say.
So,
And
hold
it's
on. If you-
crazy
Wick,
how
I'll
you're
ask you a
simply
question.
trying to spin this
Wick, no,
into
I'm not
anything
spinning
other
this.
than
This
what
is
it
what
was.
this is
We can
claim.
see the
That is
video.
what happened.
Alex
Wick,
Preddy never
do
violently
you have a
resisted.
CCW? Do
I
you have a
what?
CCW?
A concealed carry weapon?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, when you get a CCW, they tell you that whenever you insert yourself into a situation, you need to act differently because it's perceived more violent. That's anybody that's a weapons holder, that's a concealed weapons holder. They'll tell you, matter of fact, the 2 weapons that Alex Preddy didn't utilize were his 2 feet, and he could have walked away. He didn't do that, thus making the situation more volatile and violent. The fact that you're disagreeing
Well, I
with
just
this
want
is
to clarify, Marte.
is insane.
I do want to clarify, Marte. I've heard 2 separate arguments real quick, and I want to know which one it is that we're making. One of them was that this is more violent. The other one is that there would be the perception of violence. Obviously, the term violence means that you're using use of force to harm somebody, whereas like a gun could be like a perception of violence, whereas just having a gun wouldn't actually be use of force to harm somebody. Well, if you want to give a different definition, I would like to hear it, but I would assume that that's the definition that most people are using.
So what's your so Wick, I'll ask you, what's your definition of violence? Because we can look up that definition if you want to get into semantics.
Violence, the use of physical force to hurt, harm, or attempt to hurt or harm someone or something.
Oh, okay. So if he has if he's resisting arrest with the intent to evade arrest or to evade apprehension, that's pretty violent. If you're resisting, is it not? That's an act of violence, right?
No, not unless you use physical force in an attempt to harm or hurt someone or something.
No, the intent. So hold on, that doesn't.
You asked for my definition of violence. That's my definition of violence, and that did not play out
violence be used
on Alex Preddy's part during this altercation.
If you look at the secondary definition, it says strength of emotion or an unpleasant, destructive natural force. This could be a behavior.
So hold on, let me get it straight. If I yell at you, do you consider that me being violent with you? So if I'm being arrested by cops
physicality here,
and I yell at those cops, am I violently?
Well, no. Wait, just to be clear, wait, Marte. The definition that you just gave was not about physicality. It was about emotions. You were talking about violent emotions. That was the second definition that you just read. That was about emotions. If you want to read it again, you can. Your mic is out again.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so back to this. Was he physically resisting arrest because we couldn't get a hold of his hands?
Or are we talking about resisting arrest or violence?
Resisting arrest.
That is an act of violence. Now that if you have a gun, there's more potential there. So that's pretty violent now.
Okay. That's Marte. That's what I brought up just a little bit ago. Is that the definitions that you gave or the arguments that you gave? One was about whether or not it is violent. The other one was about whether or not there is a potential for violence. That's what I was asking you to clarify, is because
if I
okay, so real quick, hold on, Marte.
And I yanked their hand.
Hold on, Marte. Hold on. The reason that we're getting stuck here is because the definition that Wick, you asked him for a definition earlier. You didn't seem to disagree with his definition. He gave a definition that included like a use of force to harm somebody. Now, the definition that you gave was about emotions. You didn't go back to that. So either we would have to have some use of. Okay, so we would have to have like a use of. That's fine. So I'm saying that in this scenario, in order for us to say that there's not just a potential of violence, but that there is violence, we would have to know where the use of force was to harm someone.
Let's clear this up. So I'll even ask you a question, Wick. Can I violently yank my hand away from you if you're trying to drag me somewhere? Is that a violent act of violently yanking my hand away? Can I say that, and would that be inaccurate for me to say?
To violently yank your hand away if I'm trying to drag you somewhere.
Would that be inaccurate?
But that implies when you do that,
so an act of non-compliance and refusing directives, that would be, you can use an act of violence without intentionally wanting to harm somebody.
He did not do that during this altercation.
He did do that. So you just
where
proved to me.
Can you show me on the video where you consider? Hold on. Where you consider
you just demonstrated that you don't have to have intention to hurt somebody to be violent.
Just show me on the video. Bring it up. There's plenty there, right? Maybe Tom can bring it up. But show me in the video where you think he violently resisted arrest.
Do you want me to pull up the video?
There's no time.
Please do.
Okay, if I tell somebody, hey, I need you to lay down and comply with orders, and you're doing everything but doing that, and in the process, we're trying to actually create more officer safety by involving more bodies and resources on the scene, and you're still not actively complying and laying down, putting your hands behind your head or anything like that on the video, guess what? And you have a gun, that creates a more volatile, violent situation. I would
Okay,
call
but
that a
the
violent
cops never
arrest.
did that. The
I
ICE
would-
agents,
oh,
the border
did you
patrol
have the
agents, they
audio?
never
Do you have
did
the
that during
audio
this
on this?
altercation.
So if you're saying this, you must have heard the audio.
Did you?
No, you're the one making the assumption that you may have heard the audio on this.
You were saying that
You're saying he
under
didn't
the
do this. Can you
impression
prove that
that
he didn't do
he
that?
hold on. I never hear a single time them ordering him down. In fact, they drag him back after they pepper spray him. When he gets pepper sprayed, he tries to help the lady up. They drag him
No,
back.
he didn't try to help the
They
lady up.
throw he absolutely bring up the video. We're gonna
No,
have to bring
she
up the video. Can
stood
you bring up
up.
the video, Tom?
What happened was she
Yeah, I got it
stood
right
up.
here.
She was already up already. He put his
The
arm
woman was
around
on the
her.
ground when he. That was a different woman. He's talking about
Yeah, just
the
show the
other
video.
woman
We
that they
don't have
pepper
to. We
sprayed.
don't have to guess here. We can just watch.
So they're talking about this woman that he shoved to the ground. He's saying
Yes.
right here,
He gets pepper
this is
sprayed
where
here.
he goes to help her up.
He grabs her. Then they grab him off and drag him off,
Yeah.
and then throw him to the ground, and then beat
No,
him.
he wasn't thrown to the ground. He was placed on the ground.
Okay, replay it. Replay it. Show it.
Where's the throw? I'm waiting for the
Right
throw. Where's the
there.
throw? Oh, he wasn't thrown on the ground.
He was thrown to the ground.
No, he was
Forced
gently
down,
escorted to the ground. And you
beaten,
can see it
and
right
then
now.
shot.
Stop the cap. I don't see any hip tosses. I don't see any tossing. Nobody
Sorry,
was
I'm trying
thrown.
to-
Stop. You're lying to us in front of everybody, Wick.
You were saying that he wasn't thrown to the ground.
Wait,
there.
where's the throw then? I'm waiting for the throw. Where's it at? He got pulled. Where's the throw? Okay, lying in 4K now. Now we can continue.
Am I
Wick,
lying?
This is
here?
ridiculous.
Is this a lie when I say he was thrown on the ground?
He wasn't
was
thrown.
Forced down. He was beaten.
Oh, he was.
and then
Oh,
he
hold
was
on.
shot.
So now it's forced. It's not thrown
He was
anymore.
thrown to the ground, forced down. This all
He
happened.
wasn't thrown
to the ground,
We
forced
can-
down,
Wick,
beaten.
you have
and then
two eyeballs.
shot.
I know your glasses are prescription. They must work, right? Hopefully, he wasn't thrown.
Okay, so real quick,
was
I'm not sure
absolute.
what the disagreement on whether or not he was thrown is for. I don't know if this
I don't
matters
understand
to the.
either.
And if
to
it
the
takes
argument
3
much, but-
officers to detain this guy and get his hands under control, guess what? If he has a gun, that makes it a more volatile, violent situation.
But he is not doing the violence. They are doing the violence to him.
No. We're trying to get him under
And
control.
just show the whole thing until the shooting part.
No.
Don't show the shooting part.
So
but
you're making this sound like as if
tell me
Freddy was
where
the
he's
authority here.
violent
He
here.
wasn't. Freddy is not the authority here. There's a hierarchy. There's an active investigation. We're not going to kowtow and bow down to Freddy when he's the person that's in the way obstructing justice. That's crazy and asinine.
the whole point of why we're doing this is because my claim is that the DHS lied when they said that he violently resisted.
Oh,
And
hold
I
on.
want you to show me in the video
You
where
can't
it
even
is
show me
that
he was
you think
thrown.
he was violent.
He wasn't even thrown, so you lied about that, and you're accusing
Okay.
DHS.
I'm going to ask you again.
about lying.
Show me in the video where you think Alex Preddy was violently resisting arrest.
If we're pulling him and he's resisting and not complying with officer, he knew. Did he not know that these were agents
Wait,
he was dealing with?
Marte, hold on, Marte. The claim is that he is resisting. He's asking where he is resisting, and then you said if he is resisting, then XYZ. He wants to know where in the video that he's resisting. So
Not just resisting.
I'll rewind a little
violently
bit.
Okay, we can get-
resisting, just to be
Okay,
clear.
so violent real. So I'll play again, and then Marte, tell me when to pause. Okay.
Yeah, right there, automatically. The guy put himself in a situation, and we had to pull him back. The guy obviously
Where is he
tried to-
resisting? Where is he
Wait, if
resisting
he's
arrest?
holding
Is the
onto her
question.
jacket and we had to pull her off, there's resistance there. Matter of fact, the meaning of resistance is refusal to accept or comply with something, the attempt to prevent something by action or argument. Was that not what he was doing? I see that right there
No,
before my very
he
eyes.
was not.
He was. Hold on. If you rewind the tape, he's pulling on her jacket
Rewind the
as they're
tape, let
pulling
him
him. Does that not create resistance? Oh, still holding on her. Oh, we have to separate his arm from her jacket. That's resistance.
That is
Oh,
not
shit.
violently resisting arrest.
That is
Hold
violently
on, just to be clear,
resisting
your claim
arrest.
here. Your claim here is that because he still had a hand on her jacket, that you consider that violently a resisting arrest.
Yeah, I think I would actually agree with you if he didn't holster a weapon during the time or have any weapons on him, for sure. But it definitely changes the case.
Hold on. What
if we're
about
looking at
him
this.
having a weapon makes his hand on her coat a violent resisting arrest, whereas if he didn't have a weapon, it would not
had a
be a
weapon.
violently resisting arrest.
He had a weapon during this resistance. Did he have it holstered on him?
Yes, it's a holstered weapon at this
Or
time.
was his
it's
other
still
hand? Was it
holstered.
free to grab it at any time while he was resisting physically with the other hand?
What do you
Oh
mean?
shit, Wick.
Hold on.
bad.
What do you think you just did there?
So when he was resisting being pulled by the ICE agents because he wouldn't comply, holding onto the jacket, his other hand was free while he had an active weapon. Do you think officers would approach you differently if you had a holstered weapon as opposed to if you were unarmed?
Okay.
Do you
We
think
aren't
that the two
talking
officers
about how the officers will react. We're
Hold
talking
on.
about whether or not that constitutes violent resist of arrest.
That's a violent resistance of arrest if you have a gun
Okay.
on you. We are going to perceive that as violent.
I'll just let the audience
as
just
violence.
watch it, and they can decide for themselves whether or
Yeah,
not
they can definitely decide
think
on
that's
this,
a
but I'm telling
violent
you
and
right
resisting
now,
arrest. He is not harming anyone. He is not attempting to harm anyone.
you've
He
already
at no point reaches
conceded
for
that you
his
don't have to
weapon.
harm somebody
At
to
no
be violent.
point does he harm any of these officers. All he is doing is trying to
No.
help a lady up. He gets dragged again.
So hold on. When I give you a
dragged to the
hypothetical,
ground, thrown to the ground.
Hold on.
They sit
Marte,
on him,
let him finish
they
real quick.
beat him, and they shoot him in the head.
Okay, so Marte, I'm
shot
gonna
for the back.
let you give
Okay.
a final statement on this part of it, and then we'll go back to
me?
the tweet real quick. We do want to try to get through this
Sure.
tweet as quick as possible. So Marte, go ahead.
yeah, so here's the thing though, is like if you have two suspects and an officer approaches, one's holstered, the other isn't, the report's going to look dramatically different during the arrest if somebody resists. We can definitely be justified to say that was a violent arrest because of the optics, perception, and because of the fact that there's increased danger in this volatility of this arrest, as opposed to like the other person was being arrested, and maybe if they were resisting, we could still put violent arrest because the fact that they were resisting, that's an act of violence. Matter of fact, if you're resisting and you're holding on a jacket, I violently pulled you away while you were violently opposing this. That's an act of violence in itself, definitionally. You don't, and matter of fact, you've already conceded the fact that you don't need to outwardly state that you're intentionally wanting to hurt somebody for anything to be violent. You've already conceded that already. Now, moving back to this, I'd love to see where DHS is lying about this on the tweet.
Okay, so so that was the one where it says the officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the
Go ahead.
defensive shots, there was nothing defensive about those shots. He was not threatening them in any way. That was
No, that's
also
false.
a lie.
That's false. So if you have a first weapon, you would say a primary. Would it not be the case that there's probably a probability of a secondary?
There might be.
Right. Do you think officers have a safe assumption to make in a volatile arrest within seconds notice or even having the perception of the officer, not the video, not 20/20 evidence, but in the heat of the moment to assume if he's then reaching back, which he did on the video, he reached back that he probably could have had a secondary. This couldn't even been a gun. This could have been a knife or anything else that we would have been perceiving that because you have 2 magazines, there might have been a secondary.
So do you think that if an officer thinks that a suspect might have a weapon on him, that makes a shooting defensive in nature if they shoot? That all I have to do is I see a guy on a street, I think, oh, he probably has a gun, and I shoot him. Is that justified as a shooting?
So there's 2 statements you made right now. When you say probably, no, not probably. We already removed a gun off of him already, so that implies that there's probably possibility of a second.
Why would that?
demonstration
Hold
I'll
on.
give
Why
you-
would that necessarily imply that?
Hold on. Okay, then we can address this real quick. The reason why is because you've already conceded right now that if somebody has a primary, they probably have a secondary. Now,
No,
moving
I
on
did
to my
not
second
concede that.
example.
You asked if it
Wait,
was
you
possible.
already said
I
that. You said
conceded that
most
it is
likely.
possible.
Yes.
Not that it is probable.
He said
It's
that it was possible
but
if that was
you're
the case.
reaching, hold on. So I'm going to give you an example. If I'm at a convenience store and I have somebody detained and they're under arrest and I'm trying to apprehend them, which you don't need to be able to tell somebody, hey, you're under arrest. If there's a violent altercation, I can then grab them and try to cuff them up, especially if I have resources, which other officers at my disposal, and we're trying to take them and somebody reaches into their pocket. Am I going to wait for them to say, okay, let's see what it is before they pull it out?
If you have no
Do you
reason
think that that's
to believe
reasonable
that they
for
have a
police to
gun,
do?
you should not shoot them.
No, that's not my question. If somebody is under arrest, let's make it general. I'll make it dumbed down for you. If somebody's under arrest and we say, hey, freeze, don't do anything, and you reach for your pocket, do you think we should wait to see what you produce to make sure it's a gun before we shoot?
I don't think that you should shoot until you see a weapon. No.
No, that's not how it works. What the hell?
You asked me
This
what
is
I think we
ridiculous.
should do.
You would
I told
have
you
so
what I
many
think we
dead
should do.
officers in this
But
nation
here,
if
in
you're
this
like, no, we
case,
have to see if it's a
Freddie
gun
never
before we
reached
shoot.
for her gun. He never reached for a weapon.
He reached down across his back.
Can you show me that?
It's
in the
on
video?
the video.
Yeah, show it. Show it to me. Show me the frame.
He does, but it's after he's already been shot.
Yes, people do this all the
Okay.
time in like a last-ditch effort. This
Hold on,
happens
hold
all
on,
the
hold on,
time.
hold on. So you're telling me that because after he was shot in the back, he reached towards his back, that justified him getting shot in the back
Yeah.
before he reached
you
there?
Do you know what panic fire is? Do you know what that is? If I get shot,
Explain.
I'm probably going to have pattern recognition and reach for the secondary sometimes if that's the case. This is a pattern
Okay.
behavior, especially with
So real
CCW
quick, let me
holders.
you gotta
just play
justify
this.
that first shot.
Let me just play this real quick so I can
Go ahead.
show the audience what it is we're talking about.
See, that's where they're beating him, by the way. Yeah, and then they shoot and they kill him.
So that's
Yeah, do you think-
that's where they start shooting the part where
There's another
he
angle, though,
reaches
to this, where
behind
he
him.
reaches-
Yeah,
yeah,
the
he
part where
reaches.
he
There's
reaches
another angle.
behind him is
So,
here.
Wick, you don't think that it's a good idea to approach law enforcement with a weapon, right? Do you think that was a good
Hold on.
idea?
What do you mean? I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that.
There's a
So-
lot.
so
If
yeah,
you're
so
going
it's-
to have a
you
weapon
already
in
hear
a
the
certain
first
If
shot.
I have a
heated
weapon
situation,
holstered on
that's
me,
bad.
and I don't.
Just real quick,
again, I don't
he,
draw it,
this
I don't
is him
reach for it,
reaching behind
nothing wrong.
himself, but this is after the first shot, as I said. So
Yes, I don't care what he did after he shot.
Yeah. Right. So you don't care that if somebody's still alive and in last-ditch effort, they're gonna think life preservation at the time and try to take one last shot.
Because he
This is-
got
this is something that can
shot,
happen
and that
oftentimes.
shot before he reached anywhere was unjustified.
So if somebody got shot and they're still reaching, are you going to, so like I said, the same thing that you went ahead and conceded, are you still going to wait for them to pull it out to see what it is?
there's a
I
wait,
wouldn't have
there's
shot
a
the guy
Marte,
in the
there's a
first
hold on,
place.
wait. There's a we have like some wires crossed here. The thing that Wick is contesting is the very first shot. You're saying yes, after the first shot he reaches behind him, so now they have justification to continue shooting. But he's contesting the very first shot that's before he reached behind him.
So when they yell gun, the weapon that he did have has been known to have misfires all the time. We can agree on this, right?
Not all the time, no.
No, it was so much that they discontinued this from the Air Force and other organizations as well too.
But his gun did not misfire.
No, wait, hold on. Can you agree to that? The weapon
It
misfired
has,
so many times
it
and
has
had so
some
many
reports
weapons
of misfire,
malfunctions that
sure,
they took it off
but
the market.
you have to show me where his gun misfired.
There's still footage of this where the guy didn't have his finger on the trigger and it still went off.
Show me where that gun went off.
Yeah, I'm not
Are
sure
we just
where
gonna
it
review
goes
footage?
off either.
Okay, we can do this.
Well, I
don't
mean,
care.
from my understanding,
Okay.
the DHS hasn't even
That
claimed
didn't
that the SIG went off.
What I'm hold on. Let me not hide the ball. Let me be
Yeah,
very
the
clear.
SIG
Marte,
did
you're
go
fucking
off.
lying. That never
Yeah,
happened.
anyways,
You cannot
Wick, you've
produce
been
evidence
lying.
of it
You
happening.
lied to me twice already.
I've never
You
lied to you
literally
once during
lied to
this
me on camera
conversation.
right now, Wick. You've said
All
the guy
my
was
all my
thrown
statements
down
have been
and he
backed up
wasn't
by
thrown
either
at
video
all.
evidence or textual evidence. Every single one.
So we,
Okay.
Wick,
telling
we
you
just
right
saw
now
video evidence
that
of the guy
you
not being
have
thrown, and you're going
no
to assert that he
proof
was thrown, which is
that
false. You
the
lied to me
SIG
in my
that he
face.
used discharged accidentally. You have no proof of
Wick,
that.
Wick, I had
Okay, real
proof of
quick.
you lying to me in my face saying he was thrown and he wasn't thrown. But anyways,
He
let's
was absolutely
continue.
thrown to the ground.
Okay,
and we
real
can all
quick.
see
No,
it.
he wasn't thrown. That's bullshit. We saw this right now.
So
You're
that
gonna
I
lie to
can,
your
so that
audience
I
and mine.
hold on, so that I can X out of this. Wick, you had a second link as well. What was this one?
Oh,
I
he
don't
asked
see
me
any
for
lies in this link,
this was
by the
a
way.
while ago. He asked me for proof. I said that there's
This
over
isn't
1,000
proof,
reports
Wick.
of
Hold on,
Proof.
Marte. Hold on,
credible
Marte.
reports
Hold
of
on.
human rights abuses in immigration detention facilities during the years since January 20th, 2025 to current day, right? There's over 1,000 reports. That's the report. It's a Senate report from a Senate hearing. Is that official enough for you? It represents a
Okay,
pattern of abusive behavior.
Wait, what?
I'm gonna X out of the. Hold on,
Hold
wait.
real quick.
Hold on. I'm gonna X out of the screen share. I sent the same thing to Marte. So Marte, if you want to look at that, you can. If you don't want to contend with this, that's fine. I did want to get to some different aspects of this, but yeah, Marte, do you
Sure.
want
But
to
just to
contest
kind
with
of
the John
put a
Ossoff
bow,
part?
if I may.
It's hold
Just
on
to
real
put a
quick.
bow
It's
in all
weird
this,
Well, hold on,
because
hold on.
on my
Wait,
screen-
let me hear. Hold on. I want to, Marte. Do you are you wanting to contest with this?
Well, hold on. I will say this, and my chat can't even admit to this. On the chat, if you can see on the right side of my screen, does it say messages failed to load? I can't even bring up the information. Do you not see that right there? So on my screen, I can't bring up the information that he presented. It's refusing to bring it up. I hit try again, and it's failing to load that information.
Okay.
Not
I mean, you
lying.
can
I'm
try
showing
on your
objective
phone.
evidence on my
don't.
side.
I don't think you're
we've
lying
seen
on
your
this.
issues.
Your tech
Yeah,
issues
if you have your
been
if you have your
evidence.
phone, you can. Do you have Discord on your phone?
No, I don't. I'd have to download it on
Okay.
my phone.
Okay.
You know
All
what?
right.
Look.
Well, then hold on. We'll
Well, the first point is
well, hold on.
the first
Wait. Hold on.
point that we
Wait.
had
Hold
on
on.
X
Wait.
because I didn't see any lies.
Hold on.
That
Okay.
he can
So
demonstrate.
Wick, you said that you wanted to put a bow on this, and then we'll let Marte respond, and then we'll move on.
Sure, I think
ahead.
it's pretty apparent from the video we saw and from the text of the DHS tweet that I provided that the DHS lied throughout that encounter and lied about what happened. All the statements I've made on this have been backed up by video footage, which we have reviewed, or by the text, which we have also reviewed. I've been able to show you. I've been able to provide this evidence. And when I ask for evidence in return, you fail to provide it. I asked for proof of the SIG going off and discharging accidentally. And what I would accept as proof is video evidence of it happening or a DHS report saying it happened. But you have failed to provide either of those things. You just consistently lie. And this is a problem. And it's why it's hard to engage with you in good faith on these things because you'll just lie.
Okay, are you
All
done?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Marte, go ahead and wrap this part up.
I'm going to respond real quick to these claims. So I've shown proof in the initial setup that we've had for this debate
No, you
that I've had audio. Hold on. I never interrupted you. That I've had audio issues, video issues, and on my side it shows messages failing to load. And not to mention this, my bookmarks that I've had for this debate have been eliminated and deleted off my computer. I don't know why I'm having it. So I can show proof that I've had technical difficulties on this issue. But here's the thing, though. You're at the behest of the things that you can't prove to me when you show an email or actually a message from DHS on X saying, well, they're asserting this, that it's violent. It's just the semantical issues in your feelings. When you say this, well, it's not violent if they had a gun and they're wrestling it away from you. Well, that's also a matter of perception. If they say it's violent, do you not know that even if I can see this to you, that it wasn't violent and they said it's violent, that it doesn't move the needle on ICE being a net negative to the nation? Even if I can see this, and you've admitted in the opening onset of this debate saying, yes, they're doing more arrests. Yes, they're doing more deportations. That's literally their job, which is demonstrably a net positive more than a negative. You have to prove.
Hold on, let me
the
ask
onus
you
is on you
this.
to prove that they're a net negative in this
Sure,
debate.
let me ask you this. If
Real quick, just for
every-
housekeeping, Wick, do you hear Discord sounds? Is it me
Yeah,
or
his-
is it
his
him?
notifications
Okay,
are
I
on.
just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
it wasn't me. Okay,
Um,
okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, okay? Say that we could double the deportations under Trump today, right? But in order to do that, we'd have to rape children. So for every time we double the amount of deportations, we have to rape 1,000 kids. Would you be okay with that?
That's a disingenuous question to even ask. Nobody would be okay with
Can
that.
you engage with the hypothetical, please?
I just did. I said nobody would be okay with that. That's an
Okay.
engagement.
So there are certain things that can happen that even if we increase our deportation numbers, even if things line go up, we would still not be okay with it and say it's a net negative because a certain thing is happening that we view as so harmful that it overrides the whatever possible benefit we could gain from more deportations. My argument is that the consistent lying, the consistent breaking of the law by DHS and ICE officers are so egregious, so apparent, and happen so often that it overrides any benefit that we get from increased deportation numbers.
Well, hold on.
Do you
So we did
understand?
get into this earlier. Hold on. Wait. We did get into this earlier, and like Marte was saying that he was looking for some sort of like systemic problem that
There
is
hasn't
that
been
would
any
exist,
demonstration
and
of
so
this.
so hold on. So when we're talking about like illegal things, Wick, do you have like examples of court cases or things of this nature that would show that there is something more systemic happening, or even where they're being charged with something illegal?
Well, Tom, can I interject for just a second?
Well, hold
I'm
on.
not going to derail.
No. I wanna. I'm asking Wick if he does or not. He can.
I can show you reports where they violated court orders. I can show you information where they passed around the whistleblower report of them passing around the secret memo that shows the violation of the Fourth Amendment. Right. That's what I can give you. Give me a second. I have so many links.
Again, guys, if you guys want to send super chats with any questions, we're going to try to get to questions in about 30 minutes. So if you guys have any questions, you can send them through a link that's put in my chat for tips, or if you guys even send them to Marte or Wick, we can I'll get them to send those over to me as well, and we'll read them.
So
But
Tom,
yeah,
while he's looking up
go
this
ahead.
information,
well, I gave you one. Hold on,
So-
let me get the whistleblower.
hold on,
report.
Tom. Can I say something while he's looking up the information, because he was allowed to do that while I was trying to find mine, which
Yeah, go ahead.
computer issues, whatever, right? So he's asserted that I've lied while not demonstrating how I've lied. Or in order for him to make an accusation, he needs to be able to logically demonstrate this, which he hasn't on his end. And I've literally asked. I said, okay, they're breaking into houses. Remember, I said before, Tom. I said, okay, can you show me where they're breaking into houses without warrant? These cases. He still hasn't proved any of this or demonstrated this. Yeah, he's accused me of doing the same thing that he himself is doing, which is crazy.
I'm literally hold on. Tom has tried to show you some of these things, but your tech isn't working, so you can't see. And that's the frustrating part of all this.
Would I still be correct in my analysis? Still, even if I could, am I still right to say I can't see it?
Well, he's
or haven't
well,
seen
no,
it?
no, no. Hold on.
No,
He's not.
hold on,
Wait,
stop.
no,
It's
no,
your
hold on,
argument.
wait. Hold
Because
on. He was asking me a question, so the problem is that when you say he hasn't demonstrated it, Wick is your claim isn't just that you haven't seen it, but that he hasn't demonstrated it. So Wick is claiming he has demonstrated it. Your tech problems are keeping you from knowing that he's demonstrated it.
Okay, then we can say that. Then I can say my technical difficulties are preventing me from knowing he's demonstrated this, but I can't agree with something that I can't prove as well too. That I can't see.
Okay, and that's why we're gonna move on. So the article that he just sent me is from Politico. It says how ICE defies judges' orders to release detainees step by step. Courts across the country have overwhelmingly rejected the Trump administration's effort to round up thousands of immigrants and lock them up without a chance for bond, even if they have no criminal records and have lived in the United States for years. But the Trump administration has slow-walked or outright defied judges' orders demanding the release of people scooped up by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement at increasingly rapid clips. So,
Tom, can you send that to me on X, because I have my X up right now. I'm pretty sure that we're I don't know if we're friends on X or not. That way, because I'm trying to be.
While
as
you
good
look,
faith
I gotta
as
use the
possible.
restroom real quick, so I'll be right back.
Unlike what Wick is saying, he's saying I'm bad faith. That's why I'm opening up new avenues of connection, so we have this fluid communication, and I'm offering X so that way we can at least see that. If my Discord is
Also,
down
do me
or
a favor.
malfunctioning.
If you guys have to walk away, don't. I meant to say this earlier, but don't turn off your cameras because it does. I have like all of the cams set up separately over here, so that's why like screen sharing and stuff like that does mess up everything on my side. But okay, so I'm gonna send this to you on
Oh, it's a news
Twitter.
source.
Yeah, so it's from Politico, but it does have the it does have sources linked.
And that's the thing, though. I just want to, like, I'm not trying to do a gotcha or anything like that in his lack of presence here, because I think that would be bad faith if I just try to slam his whole argument when he wasn't present. But I do want to say, though, that when he did show I would say the statement from DHS on X, this is just like a perception issue. This isn't like, okay, it doesn't mean he was resisting or anything like that. Even if we took out the violent out of this doesn't change the fact that he was resisting and that they wouldn't be justified to not say this. And we kind of lose the premise when we're saying he still was resisting regardless, and it doesn't move the national needle on net negative on this whole argument. That's all I was saying, just to clear things up on my end.
According to my side, Twitter's down.
So it's like a lot of malfunctions happening on our end.
I'm back.
This is just a crazy, weird tech day for.
Okay, now it's up. All right. What is your name on Twitter again?
It's Mighty Marte.
Okay.
Wick, how come, you know what? This is aside from the whole point, Wick. How come you always wear a hoodie? Like,
Branding.
you remind me of Ewok every time I see you. This isn't
Okay, I sent it to you.
Okay. Let me refresh this so I can see this real quick.
All right, so Wick, real quick, summarize for us once again what it is that we're supposed to get from the article.
Are we looking at the political one right here?
Yes.
So earlier in the debate, I mentioned and I asserted that ICE is regularly defying the courts, slow walking release orders, or in some cases outright ignoring release orders or ignoring judges' orders. And this is reporting showcasing that is correct, that my assertion is correct. And the reason why this is important is because it demonstrates a pattern of behavior. Because my argument is that ICE, DHS, the Trump administration, because of their policies, are engaged in a pattern of behavior that is eroding our civil liberties. And here is one bit of evidence that showcases that. There's a lot to go through, but that is one.
Oh, hold on real quick. You're talking about this article where the judges are basically going against the Trump administration or refusing to cooperate with him. Yeah, of course. We've had judges fighting him from even lawful arrest. This happens all the time by refusing to let DHS agents arrest on site with the court when they're justified doing this. We actually had a case.
These are habeas petitions. Do you know
hold
what a
on real
habeas
quick.
petition is?
Hold on. I'll even state a case, and I can bring this up as well too, where a judge had
I
Well,
just
wait,
need
hold
to
on.
get some
This
out of
is
the back.
wait. Marte, let him respond because yeah, I don't want to
Yeah, go
move to
ahead.
an example before he gets clarification in.
Okay, I'm just asking you if you, and I'm not asking this as a gotcha. I just want to know if you know what this is, so I can explain if you don't. Do you know what a habeas petition is? Habeas. Sorry.
Wait, say it again. My audio's
A
messing up.
habeas petition. Do you know what that is?
A habeas petition? Did you
Yes.
wait? Hold on. Say it again.
Yes, that is what
Habeas
he's asking. Do you know
petition.
what habeas is? Like habeas corpus.
You're talking about the process of allowing the lawfulness of positions to justify holding somebody, things like that.
Yeah, when someone puts through
It's someone's ability to
forward
challenge
a
whether or not they're
habeas
being held.
petition, they're challenging challenging the government's ability to hold them in prison or detainment, right? Oh, his audio went out.
Your audio's out again. Your mic is out again. Your mic's out again.
Here, I'll give my audience the article too so they can read it. I can't hear a word you're saying.
You guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Go
A
ahead.
safeguard against government detention. I'm familiar with that.
Yes. So when a detainee feels that they have been wrongly detained, they are putting forth a habeas, I'm sorry, I pronounced it wrong, a habeas petition to the courts. And when they win their petition, when they win their case, ICE is delaying or in some cases outright ignoring the court. And that is illegal. They do not have the
Oh,
ability
hold on.
to do that.
You're talking about where in Minnesota where judges are refusing to work with the Trump administration. You know that this knife cuts both ways, right?
How does it cut both ways?
It cuts both ways when you have people like Brandon Johnson refuse to basically saying that we have ICE-free zones. So naturally, if you look at Chicago even as an example, judges aren't going to work with the Trump administration also. Does that
Judges
not
have no
stand to be correct?
obligation to
Hold
work
on.
with the administration. They have an obligation to uphold the law.
So you mean to
If the
tell
law
me
requires
that with law
them
they're
to
hold on. Is it refusing to work with the law if you're telling people we have ICE-free zones?
hold on.
No, answer the question. Is that a
If you,
refusal to
yeah,
work with federal law if you're telling
you
ICE who are
can.
federal agents and have jurisdiction to work
You know that
anywhere
that
except for
sanctuary
national
cities
parks?
are legal, right?
Hold on. Can you answer the question, Wick?
Yes, it's legal to
So
do that. It's
no,
legal to do
no.
that. Judges are
Federal
legally allowed,
agents,
right? Or
federal agents
cities,
can operate
politicians
anywhere.
are legally allowed to say, "Hey, we're not going to cooperate with the federal government here. We're not going to work with them."
Oh, you're admitting that they are actively
It's the 10th
obstructing
Amendment,
ICE
man.
from detaining criminals and taking them. That's what you
No,
just
I'm not.
admitted right now.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
What
hold
you
on.
are
You said
asserting,
they can lawfully
yes, I'm
resist
not
and not work with the
asserting that
government.
they're doing it.
You just
I'm
said this,
asserting
Wick.
that they
Well, hold
can.
on. All right, we're getting a little off
Yes, and
topic for a
you're
second
not again
because
engaging
hold
with
on,
my
wait,
question.
hold
You're
on,
not
hold on,
engaging
hold
with
on,
any
hold
of
on,
my questions.
Because
hold on, wait,
logically it has
hold
to
on,
make
hold on,
sense.
Please.
hold on,
Let me get through this.
hold
This
on.
Let
is
me get through this,
crazy.
please.
So,
You got to.
well, this is the problem
Hold
is
on.
that
Can I just get through this?
his claim was about a judge not cooperating and that the courts were not cooperating. Sure. But the example that he gave was, I believe, a mayor, Brennan Johnson. Whereas I was going to ask for an example of courts not cooperating, if that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, this is also the police department and courts, and his whole city is basically saying we're having ICE-free zones, which means
What
that ICE
judge
can't
has
operate.
refused to
Hold on,
cooperate with the
hold on.
administration?
ICE can't operate within court systems, the streets, or any jurisdiction in their city because apparently the whole of Chicago is ICE-free, which means they're refusing to cooperate with them. So when you say this null and voids your point when you say that, no, it's just
No, it doesn't.
the government that's at fault when the courts aren't operating with ICE or even wanting to cooperate with ICE.
Can you give me a
That's
case, a
crazy.
single instance? Can I ask my question first? Can you give me a case or a single instance anywhere in the United States of America where the government has brought suit and the courts, even though the petitioner has a legal right to bring a suit, because it's ICE, the government has refused to hear it?
Say that again. My audio was kind of
The
acting up.
judges have refused to hear it, I should say. Okay, let me repeat it again. Can you give me a single instance in the continental United, or even, I won't say the continental, you can do Hawaii too if you like, right? In the United States of America, right? Can you give me a single instance where ICE has had a legal ability to bring something to court, right? And that the justices or a justice, a judge has said, I'm not going to follow the law and I'm going to deny your petition.
Yeah, I can bring it up. Matter of fact, Tom, I'll send it to you right now. Give me 1 second.
Okay, please. I'd love to hear it.
This is crazy. This is actually a pretty popular and actually famous example. I'll send it to you through X since X is working because I don't know why I can't really.
X? Okay,
Yeah, I know. I have to.
You
do
send
through
it
X
to me. I'll
because-
send it to you on Discord. Wait.
please do.
Matter of fact, the judge was found guilty of this. Too. It's crazy.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. That's not them. Again, that's not them refusing to cooperate.
What they
right,
were
with
refusing, yes. So if you let a criminal out of the back door in not letting an arrest happen. That's a refusal, is that not?
You
What
sent
happened
the
to that
YouTube
person?
video.
Oh
Sure, what happened
shit!
to that person?
You said a single case. I
Sure,
sent
what
it
happened
to
to
you,
them?
Tom.
What
Hold
happened to
hold
them?
on. I sent it to Tom. He could check this out.
Okay.
Well,
What
you
happened to
sent me a
the
YouTube
person?
video,
I
but
see it. He sent it to
he's
me.
aware of the
Well, I
case.
know the case he's talking about.
So
to be
real
clear.
quick, just for everybody, that the cases where a judge had an immigrant inside the court, 2 ICE officers showed up. The judge had somebody go and escort the ICE officers to another judge, and then she helped the immigrant sneak out the back of the courthouse. So, Wick, what was your response to this?
So, here's the
How's
thing.
that not
I'll
refusal?
concede that that's the case, but she got arrested for that. She was
Oh
held accountable
shit!
for that, and thus,
Fuck, Wick.
hold on.
Yeah,
You're
go ahead,
laughing,
Wick. Go ahead.
but can you understand the difference between a justice who broke the law, getting arrested, going through the process, being found guilty, but when then
Refusing?
ICE breaks the law by defying the courts, they are not held to any account at all.
Can you
You
show me an
understand the
example?
difference here?
You show me an example where ICE broke the law, because that article doesn't say that ICE is breaking the law, and it's
Okay,
not
do you
giving
think
a
it's
single
legal
case
to
or any
defy
of
the
that
court?
stuff.
Do you think it's legal to ignore a court order? If ICE decides, I don't want to abide by this court order, do you think that they have the legal ability to do so?
If ICE says I don't want to abide by that court
Yes,
order,
the judge orders, hey, this habeas petition has come through. I find that the petitioner
cool.
is correct. You should
Can
release
engage.
them now. In your view, does
Can
ICE have
engage
the
with
legal
this.
ability to ignore that order and keep the person detained anyway?
I can engage with this. So here's the thing, though. I can actually agree and concede that, yeah, ICE would be in the wrong doing this, but I've yet to see one good example. But when you ask for an example, you've actually known about this, and Tom actually elaborated how a judge was refusing, and you said, no, that's not refusal. Letting somebody out of the
Do you
back
understand
door
that I
of a
gave
courthouse.
you an article
Hold on.
showcasing many
You show me an
examples,
article that gives a broad
hundreds
analysis of something
of
and doesn't cite a single
examples.
case. It's crazy. When I
In
cite a
fact,
single case, an
one
example,
judge
Wait,
cites
Marte,
in the
let
month
him
of January
respond.
alone 96 examples of them defying court orders.
haven't seen one. You're just making assertions without a demonstration.
I'm not
of
making
any.
assertions. I am providing evidence of what the federal justices are saying. I gave you an article through Tom that sent it to you. If
So
at this
looking up
point
the
you are
article-
refusing to acknowledge that, then I don't know what to tell you. You're just fucking lying.
Hold on. If we look at this, they say that these practices are concerning, to suggest that ICE is attempting to hide the location of detainees and all this other stuff. In the midst of judges that were refusing to work with them, who has the jurisdiction here? Judges or ICE that have to detain these people and take them out of the country? Who has jurisdiction here?
Hold on. Can I ask
ICE does.
Can I ask you what that has to do with the question?
ICE does. So if the judge had jurisdiction here, she
What
wouldn't
does
have
that
got
have to do-
arrested
Hold
for
on, answer
refusing. It
my
would have been the
question.
other way. Hold on.
What does that have to
Wick.
do with the
If-
assertion I have made?
If
or
the
question
judges
I've
had
asked?
jurisdiction
Wait,
here, the
hold on,
ICE would
Marte,
have been
hold on.
arrested.
You did make your argument. I wanted to let Wick respond.
Sure. That is non-responsive to the assertion I've made, the evidence I've provided, or the questions I've asked. I've asserted and provided evidence that in the month of January alone,
Not proof.
again, the article I sent provides that proof, where a federal
Doesn't have
judge
proof in there.
has said that the ICE has defied the court 96 times in the month of January alone, which is more than some institutions have done in their entire existence. Do you deny that that happened?
But when you say this, when you make
Do you
claims like
deny that that happened?
deny that what happens? Repeat it again.
That a federal
That
judge
they defied
made the
the court
assertion
91 times.
96.
96. Do you deny that the judge is correct, or
No, that
do
the
you agree
judge
that
Can I
that's
see this case? Because I'm hearing it.
it's not an 8 case, it's 96 cases. It's a judge
Okay, where is he
claiming
getting
that
this
they
data from? Where is he getting this information from? Once again, I just want to see it, not
It was
hear
the
it. He's giving
article
you
that
it
we
on
sent.
these-
Source. I
Is
keep
the
giving you the
source
evidence,
that
and
he
you say,
sent.
"Where are you getting it from?"
Okay, hold on. Let me give me a second. I'm gonna scour through this information real quick. Okay. On to the third paragraph right now, going through still. Saying what they should,
So the
what I
second
should
second
do.
paragraph says this.
I'm on
The
the
second
should
paragraph.
claim
Wait
that the
a second one.
article's
Let me just
making
read
right
it out.
now. I'm
I'll just
still
read it out to
waiting
you.
for this. Hold on.
I'll just read it out to you. Okay. The second administration says, but the Trump administration has slow walked or outright defied judges' orders demanding the release of people scooped up by immigration and customs enforcement at an increasingly rapid clip. So when the, again, second paragraph says judges the administration has outright defied judges' orders demanding the release of people, are you countering the article's assertion here? Do you think that that's not true?
So the reason why it's very fallacious for you to bring this up when I point out
I'm
that judges are.
asking a simple question. I
No,
want a simple answer, but you run. You
don't
run
think
from
it's
every
no.
single point
It's
I
not
make.
that
You
simple,
are
Wick,
the
because
fastest
you just
motherfucker
don't want
who is
your
running a
argument
marathon
destroyed.
from
Well,
every
wait,
You
single
don't want
hold
your
point
on,
I
argument
make.
destroyed.
Marte.
It's
You
not a
engage.
Marte,
simple
we would
answer.
have to have an answer. Marte, we would again, like it's fine for you to give like an explanation,
Tom,
but or to say that you disagree with
I
his
disagree.
argument, but you would have to say no. Yes, I contend with this
I disagree, and I
because
can
X,
explain
Y,
why.
and Z. Okay, go ahead.
I disagree, and I can
So
explain why.
to be clear, just so I'm clear, you're saying that didn't happen.
Didn't happen, and I can explain why.
Okay, explain.
Okay.
Okay, great. Now that we've established this, I can move on to explaining why this whole premise is stupid. So if
Oh,
I've
no.
actively
You have to explain why that didn't happen.
Oh,
You've
you're not
claimed it
letting
didn't
me explain it.
happen.
I'm
Explain.
explaining why it didn't happen. The
Provide
reason why it didn't
evidence.
Okay, go ahead.
happen. Okay, can I
Okay,
even finish
give your
my
argument first. Go ahead.
So the reason why it didn't happen, and I can say more often than not it didn't happen, and I'll say this right now, is because if there's a whole city that's denying ICE operations from working in that whole city, we can assume that a lot of these judges are refusing to work with law enforcement and federal authorities. So by proxy, if they're refusing to work with federal authorities, they're going to say that no, they're not working with us. No, it's the other way around. That's crazy.
Or we
Okay,
can't
that
we
is
can't
not
assume.
responsive to any of this.
Well, we
We had a whole
can't
mayor of a whole
assume.
city to say not working with ICE. We have an ICE-free zone. That means federal operations can't work within our city. That's the other way around. How is that not, Wick?
It does not follow that
Right.
your assertion that this did not happen just because a mayor made a statement about ice-free zones that is not evidence that when the justices,
It is
multiple
evidence.
justices, have claimed, and this is in multiple locations, have claimed that, hey, the courts are ICE is defying the court. ICE is ignoring our orders. ICE is in contempt of court, right?
Oh, hold
Them
on.
saying that there are ICE-free zones has nothing to do with
Would a
that
court be an
claim. It
ICE-free
does not
zone?
wipe away
Would a
that
court
claim. It is not evidence
Wick,
that claim is fallacious. It is not evidence that claim is
it
not
is
happening.
fallacious.
It is non-responsive.
So hold on, Wick. If Mayor Brandon Johnson said the whole city is an ICE-free zone, would that not apply to the courts?
Is
It
that
technically
court
doesn't. It
in
said the
Minneapolis?
ice-free
Technically, it
zone
does.
from.
If the mayor's
So
saying that
real
law
quick, hold on.
enforcement has
Wait,
a
wait,
stand-down
hold on.
order,
Hold on, Marte, hold on. The two things. One, the ice-free zones means that they're saying that they're not allowed to just go do raids and like random pullovers. That they have to
Not
have
true.
judicial warrants. Well, that is what it is that they actually put into place. The statement that they put out is that they have to
Oh.
have warrants. But before you go, that is still a different issue from whether or not you disagree that ICE has broken the court orders. That would be a separate issue from that.
To be clear, these are not
So-
state courts. They are
I
federal
don't believe
courts.
it's a separate issue. The reason why
Hold
I
on.
don't believe
These
it's
are
a
federal
separate
courts.
issue.
Hold on. Do you know the difference between a federal court and a state
Okay, so
court?
both of you guys can go, and we're just gonna. It's like
I
mean,
just
we
want
can-
you to answer one question or engage with one point in good faith. Just one. If we could do that, that'll be a victory for you, a moral
You
victory.
literally
for you.
lied to me twice, but go ahead, Wick.
I've never lied once. Again, do you understand the difference
The
between
person
a
was
state
thrown
court and
down,
a
but
federal
go ahead.
court? Can a state mayor or governor influence, not influence is probably the wrong word. Can they control a federal court?
Even if they
No.
couldn't?
The answer is no.
Even if
So
they
when
couldn't?
a
Hold
mayor
on,
or
that
a
makes
governor
no fucking
declares an
sense what you
ice-free
just
zone,
said.
it does
Wick,
makes
that
no
makes no
difference
sense.
to what a
Wick,
federal court
I'll show you why your
does or
logic's
does not
faulty and
do.
stupid.
So when
Let me show you why this logic is dumb.
a federal court says that ICE is
Wick,
disobeying our orders,
let me show you why this
citing
logic
a
is
governor
faulty.
or citing a mayor or citing any of that has no bearing on what they're saying. Again,
Let me show
what
you
you're
why
saying
this
is
logic
just
is
not
faulty.
responsive.
Wick, are
to
you just
any of
gonna?
my
Are you
points.
almost done, Wick? Because you're still talking.
Yes.
Yeah,
This is why
Marte,
the
I'm
logic's
still. I would
faulty.
still. We're still waiting for why, like the why this is relevant
This is
to the.
Because I couldn't even get to it. I just want to get to it real quick. I'll be really quick. I promise. Maybe a minute and a half. The reason why is because they've not.
Your mic went out again. Your mic went out again. That was some fucking timing right there, dude. That was some wild timing right there. The reason is because.
So the reason why, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
This only happens on Discord, I swear. The reason why I'm saying that this is an overarching premise by having ice-free zones is because the police have been told to stand down and not work within behest of what the mayor's saying too. So when you say things like the federal court is saying that they can't, whatever, this is beside the point, because if police aren't supporting this and the judges follow suit, guess what's going to happen? You're going to have ice-free zones in courts and on the street and everywhere else. So when you say it's only on the streets and police aren't cooperating, would it not make sense that the judges and the legal system, which is a part of the police as well too, would not follow suit with this? The ice-free zones are an extension of just the streets. I'm just letting you know right now.
Wait, Marte, I'm still not understanding how this connects to whether or not ICE officers are breaking court orders, because this isn't just like in one city that a judge is making this claim. These are judges like across the country, according to the article, that have made this claim. And so we're trying to get to a point where, like, even if one city has said that they are an ICE-free zone, and even if there is a rogue judge somewhere in that city, that this wouldn't like apply to whether or not 96 different times ICE has broken court orders. Like, I'm just trying to get to a point where we can actually engage with this
if
point.
we can overwhelmingly see that Wisconsin's courts and even their judges are kind of opposing this, and even if we look at Michigan, how the police are basically backing down and not supporting them at all. I mean, mind you, Chicago's mayor is supported by not only the extension of law enforcement.
I'm sorry, Marte. I'm really trying to understand, but it's like we're getting really entangled. Is your claim that because there are places that say this, you believe that judges are lying in saying that? Hold on, is it your claim? Hold on. Is it your claim that judges are lying in saying that ICE is breaking court orders, or what is the? I still don't get the claim on the breaking of court orders.
Judges are willfully not cooperating with Trump at all. Not only that, but the city and law enforcement, and also the mayor as well too.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what that has to do with whether or not ICE is breaking court orders. We're trying to get.
So if you have, I'll even tie this in real quick. So if you have people that are not cooperating with ICE and saying they're not going to do what we're going to do, but we need them to follow our orders, and even though ICE has prime jurisdiction over apprehending these criminals, guess what's going to happen? They're going to paint a picture and say they're not working with us, even though they refuse to work with ICE. You see how?
So that's what I was. That's what I was asking. That's what I'm asking. So that you're saying that they are lying about ICE breaking court orders. That's what you're saying.
I believe they're not. I believe they're not forthcoming. I agree with that. They're not forthcoming about this because they refuse to work with ICE.
No, not forthcoming. They are. Hold on, wait. I'm sorry. Wait, yes, they are. They would be lying. They are making a claim. They are forthcoming with this information that ICE is breaking court orders.
Wait, hold on. Can you be forthcoming with
this?
an omission? Okay, if I don't tell you that I'm working with somebody, but then I tell you that I'm refusing to work with somebody. What's a lie of
Sure,
omission?
they give me an
That
example
has
of
nothing to
in
do
this
with
case
oh,
where
no,
they
I'm
say,
gonna go crazy.
hold
That
on,
has everything to do with what we're talking about, Wick.
hold on. I'm really trying
You
to
have a
get to
whole
this. Like,
city that's
wait,
not
hold
working
on,
with Trump.
hold on. Wait, Marte, in this case, give me an example with this court case where we would say that the judge is saying that 90 or judges are saying that ICE is breaking court orders, and there's 96 of them. Give me an example of them lying by omission in this case.
Hold on. I don't even have to give an example of one judge. I can tell you a mayor who's given a direct order to all the officials and everybody else in the city that the city in itself is an ICE-free zone. Would it not logically make sense that if the courts are saying that we're not working with police officers and supporting their back, that judges would follow suit and everybody else in the legal system would not follow suit if police are attached
No,
to this
these are
legal system
separate
refusing?
things. Why
they're
would
not
it ever follow that
Do
that's
judges
the
not
case?
work hand in hand
And
with
it doesn't
police,
matter. These
law
are federal
enforcement?
judges across the country saying this.
Hold on. We're talking about courts, period, in the city. The whole city is an ICE-free zone. He's actually told the National Guard, you can't even come in here. The whole city's an ICE-free zone.
Okay, you
You
understand
can't even bring
how
anything federal
federalism
in
works.
there.
The federal judges are not, again,
You're talking
beholden
about the city.
to a governor or a mayor.
Hold on. That may be true, but we're talking about in the city that's refusing National Guard or anything federal to operate in that city.
Nothing about a city refusing National Guard or whatever has anything to do with federal judges across the country claiming
Even if that was the
that
case.
ICE has violated court orders 96 times in the month of January.
Even if this was the case that a federal judge said, hey, you guys
Multiple
are to
federal
follow our
judges.
orders, and this whole city as a whole is refusing to work with the Trump administration, even on a federal level, to me, that's refusing directives to work with us, and that's a refusal on their end, not our end. You understand that?
This has nothing to do
It
with
has
the
everything to
claim.
do.
It does
If
not. Your
Wisconsin,
logic
and
does
if
not
Michigan is
follow.
following suit, and Chicago is doing the same thing, and nobody, even Newsom, isn't working with Trump as an administration because he even said National Guard or anything federal can't operate in my city for the most part. They're literally creating a civil war legally and even politically against Trump to even cooperate with Trump as an administration. The refusal is massively on their end. They don't want to work with us.
I'm going to try one more time.
This is crazy.
Don't know what else to do, but I don't know if you understand that federal
you
judges
don't understand my.
are
Go
not
ahead, Wick.
beholden to Newsom. They're not beholden to some random mayor somewhere. They're beholden to Congress. Okay? They're beholden to the executive branch. They're one of the co-equal branches of government. Mayors cannot tell federal judges what to do, right? So they cannot instruct a federal judge to disobey the federal government because it's a federal judge. They have no power over them, right? They don't appoint them, none of that. So when federal judges across the country are reporting that
Wick,
ICE agents and DHS...
you're a lying piece of shit, and I can point this out. They're
Hold
lower
on, let me
courts,
finish.
not federal judges. All we need is lower courts to refuse to work with them. The federal judges can say, you know what? We're going to work and we're going to be
They're
benevolent. You're
breaking
assuming this.
federal
It's the
court
lower courts
orders.
that are
You
refusing
understand
to
this,
work
right?
with ICE.
They're breaking federal court orders.
Yes,
federal
they're
court is saying,
breaking
"Release
federal
these
court
people,"
orders.
and they are
Yes, I'm
refusing
glad
to
you got the
release
whole
them.
premise. Yes, they're doing this. This is
So
crazy.
you agree then that the federal courts are ordering ICE agents or ICE and DHS to release prisoners from custody or detainees from custody, and that ICE is refusing to do so. Do you concede that point?
What the fuck are? Look, listen. You know what? I'm gonna be really nice and benevolent and charitable here, and just assume you're being good faith right now because I just told you that the lower courts aren't cooperating with ICE at all. It doesn't matter what the federal courts say if the lower courts
That
aren't
doesn't have anything to
cooperating
do with what I
ICE.
said. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up.
Wait,
It
you're
has nothing to
starting
do-
again.
I'm not talking about the lower courts.
The lower
I'm talking about
courts
federal
aren't
courts.
cooperating with ICE. It doesn't fucking matter, Wick. The lower courts aren't working with ICE. The whole city isn't working with ICE. I can give you states, whole states, matter of fact, Wick. California, Wisconsin, the whole city of Chicago. Matter of fact, we're going with New York next. I predict isn't going to work with Trump either. The whole
Okay, Wick,
jurisdiction of New York.
Can you get a specific example of one of these judges claiming that they didn't, so that we can look at this specific example and see.
A specific example of them define. I'll give you one off the dome. Okay. Do you remember CCOT? Do you remember what happened there? Okay. CCOT was a prison in El Salvador, I believe, that Trump used the Alien Enemies Act to send about 280 guys there. Okay. There's all sorts of abuses and things that went on there in that whole process. But one of them was when they went and the lawyers for these people who were being shipped to CCOT, to a foreign prison, they went before a judge, and the judge said, "Okay, no, we gotta hear these guys out. They need their due process." So they ordered um, them not to, the Trump administration not to fly the planes out. Okay, the Trump administration said, "Oh, we already sent the planes." The judge told them, "Hey, they're in the air, but turn them around and bring them back home." The Trump administration ignored them and did not do that. That is one example off the dome back from last year.
El Salvador told the United Nations that it was merely providing infrastructure, and basically Trump was arguing, saying that they're under the exclusive control of El Salvador. Like, the Trump administration repeatedly told the U.S. courts that it lacked the authority to return the Venezuelans sent to CCOT.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
what they were saying,
before they got to CCOT, before they even got there, the judge ordered the planes to not go there, to turn around, and the Trump administration ignored that order.
So, okay. Even if, well, hold on. For the grandiose perspective, if we take a bird's eye view with the argument, let's say that we even concede this point. This is a granule of sand in the whole scheme of when you say net negative for the United States in the whole operation that ICE is working in. When I point out whole cities that are refusing to cooperate with Trump, and then not to mention this, but the fact that we have ICE-free zones, we have California as a whole is working with him. New York is next with Mamdani is going to refuse to work with him, and that also applies to the lower courts. They're going to refuse to work with him. This is a civil, basically creating a civil political war in refusing to work
I'm sorry,
with Trump.
I don't mean to interject so much, but I'm having a problem because I'm trying to make sure that the conversation is capable of moving forward, and when we're trying to set a standard of like how he's capable of proving this. Wick has brought up data, whether that's true or not.
Okay,
like he's
great.
brought up data, but when he brings up the data, you do say that you don't believe the data. And so I asked him to give it a specific example, and he gave the specific example. And so it is on me because I am asking him to bring up specific examples here.
Do the courts have authority over international affairs when it comes to international air and space?
Can I just make this clear? What's happening?
Can you answer the question? Do judges have control over international space and authority over international affairs?
No, the executive has control of international affairs, but that is not responsive.
I just wanted to make sure. That's all.
Again, that's not responsive to the point I'm being made. You keep doing this.
No, you said that they refuse judges' orders when the judges don't have authority.
But then you say, "Let me finish." You asked for examples, like you got to show me. So I give you an example to show you. And you said, "Oh, look, you're just giving me one example, and that doesn't showcase that they keep doing it." And you keep doing this dodge. You're running. You're the marathon man.
Not running.
We're going to call you Marte Marathon because you're running a marathon because you run from every single point I make. Okay?
Nope,
Marte Marathon over here. That's your name now. That's what you live with. That's what you're going to be. But here's the problem that you're having is I can provide evidence and examples of what I'm saying. And I can show you again and again and again a pattern of behavior from DHS and ICE where, again, this is just breaking court orders.
I gave you a direct response to your example.
But we'll give you, I'm going to even say, even in the case, right, that there's multiple cities, multiple municipalities, multiple states even that are refusing to work with the government. And I believe you use the term civil war or a civil war against the government.
It's a political.
Do you think that America is worse off under a civil war?
That's not even analogous to the point.
Okay,
you're
no,
making
can I
right now.
just answer yes or no? Is America worse off under a state of civil Cold War than
I'll be good
if
faith
that
and
didn't
engage with it,
exist?
unlike you.
So
No,
again,
America's not worse.
ICE's behavior is
Oh,
leading to
you
this
won't even let me
state,
answer the question.
and
You're gonna ask
therefore,
me a question I can't
and
even answer it.
therefore, I'm just
Oh,
talking you
see
through
what
it,
I'm saying?
and
Bad faith. Go
therefore,
ahead.
and therefore,
Bad faith. Go
Trump
ahead.
under ICE or ICE under Trump is a net negative for America because it's led to this state of multiple municipalities, cities, governorships, states, etc., refusing to work with the federal government. You
You know why
just
that's a
ceded
lie?
the argument
You know why
by
that's a
your
lie?
argument.
Obama had more deportations, and guess what happened? The right didn't fight him on deporting people or
A
even the
marathon man
57
again.
murders.
You're
Hold
running
on,
from
hold
every
on.
single thing I'm saying. You're
Hold
not.
on, hold
You're
on.
not engaging with a
The
single
reason,
goddamn
nope,
point. You're a
I'm
marathon
engaging
man.
directly with something that's antithetical to your point right now. So when we could do this by comparison and contrast the Obama administration with higher
We're
deportations,
not comparing. Nothing within
yes, it
this.
is.
Nothing within.
It is.
Nothing within the prompt
You
brings
understand
up
that when
Obama.
you understand that when Democrats are in power,
Hold
the
on.
right doesn't fight
Hold on.
deportations.
We're
But
not
when
arguing whether it was worse off under
no, hold
Obama.
on, no, this is
We're
analogous
not
to the
arguing whether it
point.
was worse off under Clinton.
No,
We're arguing whether it
Wait,
was
no,
worse
that's
off
what we're
under
arguing over.
the
You said
Trump
net negative.
administration that is
Under Trump
currently
is a net
existing.
negative. That's arguing
Well,
that
yes,
whole
but
point. What are you talking about?
Marte, he could believe that Obama was also a net negative though. So it wouldn't really like matter. He could also think that was a net negative.
It does
too.
matter. The reason why it matters is because if we're going to be isolationists and talk about the Trump administration, it's a good model to compare this with something by saying it's not a net negative to something in comparison by demonstrating that this isn't a negative. There's worse off scenarios than this, and it's a positive. Like you have to be able to compare. We can't have a binary debate and say we're only arguing Trump without comparing this to anything else. Therefore, you can't have a good without comparing it to a bad. That doesn't make any sense.
The good we
Well,
would compare
I'm saying that
to.
if he thought
go
that
ahead.
both were bad, it wouldn't matter. And so that's the reason
Even
I'm
if
saying
he thought,
it
hold
wouldn't.
on, even if he thought both were bad, I can demonstrate why it's good and why they're not refusing by offering a demonstration that if states don't want to cooperate, they were cooperating the whole time during all previous administrations, maybe not the Trump administration before, but now they're not cooperating because this is a left or right thing. It's not because ICE is just creating a political civil war. This is what the left does, the violent left. Yeah.
Thank you for the $30 grants. But just to be clear, okay? My argument here is that if you are saying, okay, that the left is doing it, the right is doing it, whoever's doing it, that under Trump, ICE and their behavior, whether you think their behavior is justified or not, doesn't matter. ICE and their behavior has led to people refusing to work with the federal government, and that's bad. Then you have to cede the prompt.
Can you
Then you
demonstrate
have
how
to cede the
ICE
prompt that
can you
ICE
no
under
no
Trump is a
no
net negative for America. It doesn't
Can you
even have to be
demonstrate
their fault.
Wait, can you demonstrate that this is causation by ICE and not the switching of political
It
parties?
doesn't
Because
have
when
to be
ICE
caused by
hold on,
ICE
hold on, answer this question.
for the
Because when
prompt.
ICE
Do you
ramps up their
concede that at
numbers,
least? Do you understand why it doesn't
Oh,
have to be caused by ICE
Wick,
to cede
Wick,
to the
this
prompt?
doesn't make any
And to
sense
be clear,
because
this is
when
your
ICE
argument, not mine.
Oh, hold
My
on,
argument is much more
Wick,
broad.
Wick,
But even
listen for
under, I'm just
once.
demonstrating real quick.
Can
Please
you
shut up.
is the
Well,
hoodie
hold on,
covering
hold
your
on,
ears
hold
right
on,
now?
Please shut up.
wait, hold on,
Please
hold
shut
on. Wait, why doesn't it have to be caused by ICE? Why not?
So, as I understand it, the prompt is ICE under Trump is a net negative for America. Is that the prompt? Am I correctly identifying what we've agreed to talk about tonight?
Sure. Okay. So you're saying that it doesn't have to be that like they want to be a net negative or they're trying to
Yes,
be a
or
net negative, but that is just a
could just
descriptive claim.
in a
They
state.
just
Yes.
happen to be a net
Yes.
negative, even if they're just screwing
Yes.
up. Okay. So then the Marte, then do you think that these are with that in mind, whether or not it's on purpose? Do you agree that these are mistakes?
Look, there are mistakes that happen, but when you say net negative, we're talking about a totality argument here by saying overwhelmingly it's more bad than good. Would that be correct?
Yes, it's more bad than good.
Right. So this whole debate, I've been waiting for a demonstration because you've been defending that people should fight in light of ICE. the whole time under this administration, which you're because the
Hold
prompt
on.
says
During this
Trump, under
conversation, when
Trump.
have
Hold
I
on,
said
hold on.
that once?
I let you go. I let you talk, but you're being bad faith interrupting me. I'm almost done real quick.
That's not bad
So
faith.
the whole prompt says under Trump, which symbolizes the fact that under this administration, there for some reason there's a difference. When I can present you examples when ICE has had a polarizing example of increased activity of deaths, of deportations, and they don't riot, they don't fight ICE. How odd is that? You have to be able to compare this to something instead of having an isolated binary argument and just saying just Trump. That's crazy. But you still have to demonstrate it's because of ICE.
Real quick, we're gonna go for about 5 more minutes. If you guys are able to, on YouTube, if you go to fan funding in your chat, if you can just screenshot like super chats and send them to me, that would be helpful. And then again, guys, if you want to send super chats, also, we started pretty late. Are you guys able to
I can
go over a bit
until we're done.
Okay.
Whatever you need.
And then, yeah, if people want to hop on and ask quick questions, you guys can jump in the waiting room in the Discord. The link to my Discord is in the description of my video, or you can put exclamation point Discord in the chat, and that'll put it there as well. But, okay, so Wick, on the totality of ICE
Are we giving
being
closings
bad,
now, or
I was gonna
just
say
before?
that we'll go for another 5 minutes before that, and then we'll get to
and then
closings.
closings?
But
So this isn't closings. This is me just answering your question. Okay, fair enough. I just want to make sure.
yes, yeah. So on the
Didn't ask the
totality
question yet.
part, what is your? He's saying that he still hasn't heard something that says that there is more bad than there is good.
Right.
What is your best argument for there being more bad than good?
Sure. So my argument is that the degradation of our civil liberties through the abuses that ICE has done to the court system and to our civil rights, such as violating our First Amendment and Fourth Amendment, right? And as a matter of policy that they do this, to be clear, right? That this is worse and any amount of deportations. 10 million. You can push a button and deport every single illegal immigrant that has ever been in America, and it would still not overcome the harm that is done to our republic through the degradation of our civil liberties that ICE has been doing, and the degradation of our courts that ICE has been doing. And the evidence I put forth is the memo. I think I sent you that in a link. The violation of court orders, the violence and brutality that ICE has engaged with, not only with immigrants, but also with citizens, that we could go through if we like. And DHS consistently lying not only to the public, but to the court, which degrades trust in our institutions. That, again, deport all the immigrants if you want, right? All the illegal immigrants that you want. It still would not make up the harm that is done from these incidents. That's my argument.
Okay, so Marte, if we assumed everything he's saying here is true, right? Let's just pretend for a moment. I know that you disagreed with it throughout, but if we pretended that everything he said here was true, all the examples that he gave are factual and you believe in them, would you say that that does qualify ICE as a net negative?
No, I don't believe it qualifies ICE as a net negative, but let me explain why. Let's say that there's like, could I even ballpark a figure with you that you would agree with, Wick? Let's say that there's 90 killings, right? Meaning, like in
Hold
the
on,
process.
can you? It's hard to hear you. Can you repeat that number?
You are going in and out a little bit.
Let me try to fix this. So give me 1 second.
Yeah, try to reset it again real quick.
Okay, can you hear me? How am I sounding?
Yeah, that's better.
Hello?
I do have a follow-up question, so try to make it quick because I do have another question.
Okay, like even if we agree to a ballpark figure of like 70 or something, I'll be even charitable by saying this. During violent apprehensions that we've had, and we've taken people out and shot them in the order of doing our duties in apprehension, and 70 suspects and criminals died in the process of doing this. I would even say net negative. Trump arrested 400 to 600K in 1 year Biden barely managed 1K. Now, when you say that the deportations don't matter, that's also an accumulation. We're talking about net. Net is an accumulation of all the duties and responsibilities that ICE is supposed to do. Now, when you throw this out, what you're doing is very sneaky by smuggling in. No, throw out the deportations. Okay, yeah, if you do by that metric, yeah, the argument would be more. The burden would be more on my side, and you'd be winning the argument. But unfortunately, what is the duty of ICE? To have deportations happen, to get illegal criminals off the street. In line of this duty, deaths are going to happen, especially with people resisting arrest. That's going to happen. But even then, you're talking about harm to people who are either resisting or not complying with law. That's going to happen when we're amping up more arrests. That means that this is going to continue, and I fully support it. I don't think it's a net negative, and I don't see the demonstration provided in this as a whole.
Okay, so you
said you
said
had a
that, like, even
question
if
for
we
me, I
said that
would-
it was something like 90 or something like that, right? So if we say the number is somewhere around 90, and you're comparing this to deportations and the good that we get from deportations, if it turned out that illegal immigrants kill 80 people per year, but in the process of deporting illegal immigrants, ICE happened to kill 90 citizens or immigrants in the process of deporting them, would you say that ICE in that case would be a net negative? Yes or no?
I would say that if they killed 90
Or sorry.
people
That was for Marte, and then I'm gonna come to
So
you.
I'll
Sorry.
answer this. When you say 90, that's a really low number. When you talk about the criminals and doing all this, they actually do way more crime and do way more harm than just killing people. You're talking about like molestation.
Sure, I'm giving you a
minors.
hypothetical, and I'm asking you yes or no. Would you
Well,
agree
it's
that was
it's a crazy hypothetical. The reason why I think the hypothetical is crazy is because when you say this, you're using a very small number for an exacerbated.
No, I'm
issue
giving.
that's
Hold
causing
on,
more
sorry.
problems.
I'm just trying to understand where your line is. So I'm giving you a hypothetical to understand where your lines are, because you use
So you're looking for a
deportations as
threshold.
like yes, because you use
You're looking for a
deportations as like a
threshold, right?
really great good that outweighs so many things, and so I'm wanting to understand in this specific case, would you consider that to be a net negative?
In totality, let's say that there's 90, right? Which is if we can reduce down to 90, it would be a dream. Let's say that it's 90.
So do you think we're killing
I
90
think,
civilians?
Yeah, you can laugh all you want to, Wick. That's
Hold
fine.
on. Do you think that that's happening?
So
that
here's the
ICE
thing,
is
though.
killing?
Hold on.
ICE isn't killing 90
Can
civilians.
you mute
now.
this guy? This guy fucking talks when I talk, but I don't talk when he talks. So
Sure,
listen,
if you can, I did want like a yes or no. The explanation is fine as well, but I am trying to get an answer on whether or not you think that would be a net negative.
So let me go ahead and try to stillman what you just said, or you can repeat it because he interrupted me and I kind of say it again real quick. Can you be concise?
The question is, if I'm trying to get a yes or no to this. If there are 80 murders from illegal immigrants per year, and in 1 year, ICE happens to kill 90 people, citizens, immigrants, whatever, but they kill 90 people in the process of doing their jobs to deport these illegal immigrants, would you say that ICE in this case is a net negative? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay,
And I
so
can explain why.
Yeah, so what is the thing that is outweighing the proportionality of deaths being higher?
So when we look at who and why, I think that's extremely important for this stark example that we're going to bring up. So in light of the last two deaths that we've had that were non-illegal aliens, I think that the resistance and also the justification of these, because they were also let go and justified by use of force boards. When we say this, there also has to be a justification of this. So if you have people resisting arrest, and these are violent criminals or even criminal illegals, I don't see how that's a negative if they were taking crime off our streets and then people who are also threatening officers' lives in the performance of their duties, like Renee hitting the person and causing brutal injuries to a side hitting with the car. I don't think that's a bad thing because she asked for that. She literally asked for all this to happen. She didn't ask for this, but she wouldn't have been harmed if she didn't put herself present and resist directives. So that's going to happen when you resist law enforcement.
Okay, so Wick, same question. If there were 80 murders per year from illegal aliens and ICE officers happened to kill 90 people in the process of trying to deport these illegal aliens, do you think that by itself discounting court orders, rights, all those other things. Do you think that by itself would make this a net negative?
And to be clear, these would be unjustified killings, correct?
Let's say there's a mixture of like 80-20. 80 just,
80
20
which way?
unjust.
Okay, 80 just, 20 unjust. That in and of itself, I just need to know more information because the amount of people being killed does not suggest to me necessarily the policy being improper or the policy being unconstitutional. My negative here would be
Well,
if
that's why I said void, like, court
sure,
court orders being violated, rights being
not
violated, things
necessarily
like that,
is the
because
answer. Not necessarily. I'd have to know more, but
okay.
not necessarily. Not just that. Just that would be insufficient.
Okay, so for you, the fact that they are trying to deport people, this is still a necessity to you that
Yeah,
these
deporting
sorts
people is
of like
fine. I think that
negatives.
I'm not against deporting illegal immigrants. No.
Okay, and okay, so Marte, well, actually, wait. So with that said, your main thing is rights violations, correct? Like rights violations, breaking the
I
law,
don't think that
things like that.
I don't think that deporting illegal immigrants in and of itself is a bad thing. In fact, it could be a good thing. I am for deporting violent illegal immigrants. I think that's a great thing. But the question is, how are we doing that? We can all acknowledge that we can do a good thing, but if we do it in a bad way, that the harm can outweigh of how we did it can outweigh what we actually did. And that's my entire argument is that the harm of how ICE is operating is outweighing any good that they are doing.
Okay, and then Marte, for you, what earlier I asked if it was true that all of these people that they had broken all of these court orders, that ICE had broken all those court orders, if this would be enough for you to believe that this was a net negative, you still said no. So the at what point would you feel as though there are enough like unjustly breaking court orders? We don't think that like judges are lying about this or anything, but that is true that they are actually breaking court orders. You still said that you don't think that this would be a net negative, or that ICE would be a net negative. So what would it take? Give me an example of something that you would say this is an example of this is an example of evidence that would show to me that ICE is a net negative.
I'll even use something that my opponent purportedly kind of brought up. He said that people are going into people's houses without warrants. That one good example, if he had like shown me evidence and said, okay, there's probably like 150 cases in doing this and it's ramping up, and let me show you this, how it's a pattern of this happening, and that's demonstrably true. I'd say, oh shit, they're actually engaging in true lying and dishonest. But when you bring up things like a Twitter account and then semantics upon how it's perceived and there's arrest, that's crazy. It's not even lying. That's just perception, approach to determine response.
So what if instead of the examples of that actually happening, instead he had an example of like Christine Nome sending out an email to everybody saying, hey guys, we're going to start serving search warrants and going into houses without judicial warrants. Would that by itself be enough of a systemic problem there for you?
Oh, that's blatant. That's basically like, I mean, that's the smoking gun right there for sure.
Okay, so Wick, do you have an example of something of this? You sent something to me. Okay,
the link right after Politico.
Here we go. Far stretching the limits of credulity
from
here,
NBC
Wick.
News. ICE says it's
NBC
off-limits
News.
to
Okay,
forcibly enter homes during immigration operations without judicial warrants.
You're going to use a biased left-wing news organization. Let's view it. Crazy.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull up a share screen again.
Please do. Can you zoom in?
This is it
Oh,
hasn't
man.
even loaded yet. It's still on.
Oh, I see it on my end.
It's still on Politico.
Hey Tom, I gotta
Okay,
piss.
there
I'll
we
be
go.
right back.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
I'll
don't
look at this
turn
real
off
quick.
your cam,
Bye.
please. Okay, it says ICE says its officers can forcibly enter homes during immigration operations without judicial warrants. 2025 memo. The policy was revealed in May 12th memo. Whistleblowers shared with U.S. Senator.
Can you send that to me? Through X?
Yes. Okay, sent. I'll read just a little bit of this real quick.
It's got to be
An
from
internal
NBC, so
immigration.
it has to be true.
Well, we can try to see if there's like further evidence on this, or if there's something that you have that would go against this for sure. An internal immigration and customs enforcement document in May shows that ICE told officers and agents they can forcibly enter homes of people subject to deportation without warrants signed by judges. The memo dated May 12th, which reads that it is from ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons, was shared with Senator Richard Blumenthal, Democrat from Connecticut, by 2 whistleblowers. It says ICE agents are allowed to forcibly enter a person's home using an administrative warrant if a judge has issued a final order of removal. Administrative warrants permit officers and agents to make arrests and are different from judicial warrants, which judges or magistrates sign allowing entry into homes. Lyons notes in the document that detaining people in their residence based solely on an administrative warrant is a change from past procedure. Okay, so real quick, Wick, what is the difference between an administrative warrant and a judicial warrant? Because in this case, it is saying that the administrative warrant is still signed by a judge. So what
it is
they're
not
given permission by a judge? Okay, go ahead.
Just to be clear, no, you're wrong. An administrative warrant is not signed by a judge. It is signed by could be anyone. It could be a fellow ICE agent, a fellow ICE officer. A judge does not sign those administrative warrants. A judicial warrant, and it's in the name, is signed by a judge.
Oh, sorry, it did say. I'm sorry, it does say, and are different from judicial warrants, which judges or magistrates sign.
And the judicial
allowing
warrants,
entry into homes. Okay.
you need probable cause to get one, right? And they sign off. You present your probable cause. You sign off. They sign off that there is probable cause and allows agents, whether they be police agents, ICE officers, whatever, to enter a private residence without the permission of that private resident owner, right? There's a process for this. They go through it. What ICE is doing here, which is a change from the normal procedure, is they're saying we don't need a judge to sign it. We can simply sign it ourselves. And it bypasses that whole process that is meant to protect the citizen from improper searches, seizures, improper violations of your privacy, etc. It's a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
So these are like a last order of deportation. And then not to mention this, Tom, I've also debunked this. What is the matter of fact, can I get the date of the article? Let me
Yes,
look. 'Cause I'll get the date.
article.
January
the
21st,
article.
2026.
It says 2025 memo. But then if you
Yes,
look
it was
at
done
the
in
link
May.
I
They
sent,
made it.
right, correct. But I just sent a link from DHI correcting that matter, and that's post February 4th. They actually responded to that, which debunks your whole fucking dumbass claim. Matter of fact, Tom, I sent it to you through X, and all this shit debunks everything that he just said. I gotta piss
Okay,
real
so it
quick while
says
his shit's being
DHS.
debunked.
Yeah, go
Send
ahead.
it to
Go
me.
ahead.
DM it to me on Discord.
I will. Okay, so it just to be clear, this is something that is on the DHS website. So this isn't posted by somebody
while
else.
He brings
this
up
is posted.
Okay, you just
I
send
bring
me what
up
I sent you.
DHS.
Send me what he sent me.
Yeah, I'm gonna piss while his shit gets debunked right now. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm real scared to get the debunkings.
Okay,
Thank you.
let me share this screen again while I read this. Okay. So this one says, this is on, as I said, the Homeland Security website. It says DHS sets the record straight on administrative warrants and American public support of President Trump's deportation of illegal aliens. Washington Department of Homeland Security, DHS, is debunking several of the mainstream media's false narratives related to the use of administrative warrants to arrest illegal aliens, as well as the notion that most Americans do not support immigration enforcement. Administrative warrants matter for national security. In recent weeks, the media has falsely claimed that the use of administrative warrants by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, to arrest illegal aliens with final order of removal at their homes is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. DHS General Counsel James Percival explained the constitutionality and legal precedent behind the use of such warrants to arrest illegal aliens in a recent op-ed for the Wall Street Journal. One, every illegal alien who DHS serves administrative warrants, known as I-205S, has had full due process and a final order of removal from an immigration judge. The officers issuing the administrative warrants also have found probable cause.
Can we stop right there?
Yeah,
Hooked.
that seems to be where the...
Yeah, you
Okay.
just
It
got
seems-
cooked, Wick. Called the fuck out. Anyways, let's
So
move
let me
on.
hold on. Just a question. If the Supreme Court of the United States contradicts this, will you cede this debate?
This comes from the HSI directly.
Sure. Who
So even if we
has
said the
more
Supreme
authority
Court,
to interpret the law?
hold on.
It's a simple
This is
question.
Fucking stupid, Wick.
Who has
Your
more
whole
authority to
shit, just
interpret the
throw
law?
it out, bro.
DHS or the Supreme Court of the United States?
Say
Simple
it
question.
again.
Who has more authority to interpret the law? DHS or the Supreme Court of the United States? Who has final authority? If DHS
hold on.
disagrees with
Well,
the Supreme
now we're
Court of
getting
the
into
United
like
States, who wins?
this isn't a yes or no. This is a semantics thing. I have to explain this.
It's a simple, it's a binary choice.
No, it's not a binary because the Supreme
No,
Court
no,
leaves it
hold
up
on.
to
I'm
the
going to ask
states
it
for
again.
the states to
It's the
decide
Supreme
how to,
Court
how to
of the
do
United
this.
Well,
States.
wait, hold on. The problem is that number 2 says, for decades, the Supreme Court and Congress have recognized the propriety of administrative warrants in cases of immigration enforcement. So
But
this
not in
does
cases
cite...
of breaking
Yeah.
into people's homes.
Exactly.
And I can cite
Wick.
the Supreme Court cases which show that you cannot break into people's homes without a judicial warrant, except for in a couple
No.
exceptions, none of which are covered by this.
This is covered. So you're saying that
You don't even know. You don't even know.
You're saying DHS is
exceptions.
lying about this on the article. Are they lying?
Yes, DHS is
Oh,
lying.
you're saying, can you prove to me that
Yes,
they're lying?
I can prove that they are lying.
Demonstrate that they're lying on their damn site. Go ahead, Wick.
Sure.
I'd fucking love to see this shit.
Here, let me read the next
versus
couple
New York.
lines real quick.
Your
Just real
evidence
quick
just got
before
fucking cooked
before
right now.
hold
I
on,
don't
wait,
say this
before
shit.
you do. Hold on. Before you do, there's 2 more lines that I want to read real quick on this. So it says, under federal immigration law, officers may issue an administrative warrant, which means that the probable cause finding is made by an executive branch officer rather than a judicial officer. This is consistent with broad judicial recognition that illegal aliens aren't entitled to the same Fourth Amendment protections as U.S. citizens. It is also consistent with the Supreme Court's admonition that the touchstone of the Fourth Amendment is whether the search or seizure is reasonable, not whether it is supported by a judicial warrant. So, okay, go ahead.
So can I
Thank you.
debunk this
That's
now?
Such a
Fairly
good statement
clearly
to
and prove
hear.
that DHS is
Anyways.
lying. So, Supreme Court, 1980, Payton versus New York. The court held that police must obtain a warrant to search a suspect's home to make a routine felony arrest, absent consent or exigent circumstances. This established that warrantless, non-consensual entry into a home violates the Fourth Amendment. Stigald versus United States, 1981. Extending Payton, the court ruled that a warrant is required to enter a third party's home to search for a suspect, even if there is an arrest warrant for the suspect. This debunks the DHS's claim that even though they have an order of removal, that they don't need a judicial warrant. They still do. Okay? This protects the privacy interests of non-suspects.
You've conceded this.
Welsh versus Wisconsin,
You've
1984.
conceded
The
this.
court emphasized that warrants are presumptively required for home entries, limiting exigent circumstances, exceptions to serious offenses, and rejecting them for minor ones, like non-jailable traffic violations and things like that. Johnson versus United States in 1948, an early foundational case stressing that warrants must be issued by a neutral and detached magistrate rather than law enforcement to prevent improper intrusions into homes. So
Wick.
the 1948 case debunks that ICE agent who has, again, they're not neutral, they're not detached. They can't
Wick, in
issue
this
these
case,
warrants.
are they talking about police
So I
or
gave you
federal
four.
agents?
I gave you 4 Supreme Court
No,
cases
hold on.
that
I'm gonna
debunk
let's
what
No,
DHS
that's
is
not debunk.
lying
Hold
about
on.
there. And the
Let
fact
me
that they have
question your
lied to
claims that you're
you
making that are bullshit.
demonstrably, that I've shown you
Hold
in
on.
4K,
Talking over me
right, that
doesn't
they
help
are
in the debate.
lying,
Okay, yeah, Wick,
right,
let
is
him
further
respond.
evidence to my overall
Yeah,
point.
Wick's not letting. Wick is crazy. So here's
Yeah,
the thing,
right,
though.
Crazy,
let
you
him
keep trying
respond.
to interrupt
The
me while
state
I'm
that you
talking.
made, the statement
Well,
that you
wait,
made.
hold on,
in
hold
that
on, Marte.
case-
Wait, hold on, Marte. Wick, wrap it up real quick. Land quickly, please, so he can
Well,
respond.
that's the point. The fact that the DHS is lying about this is further evidence my claim that they're eroding our civil liberties and looking to violate our civil rights.
Okay,
And
Marte,
these
go ahead.
4 Supreme Court cases justify this.
Okay.
So in that case that you brought up, were they talking
Which
about
one?
police or federal agents?
Which case?
Hold on.
He
Which
brought up
case?
4 different ones.
The last one that you brought up and you cited the date. Remember you had brought a
I
date?
cited the date for all of them. You talking about the 1948 one?
The first one. Let's go with the first one.
Okay, Peyton versus New York, 1980.
Was
What about it?
that against police, local state police?
Yes.
Okay, then it doesn't apply. Throw the whole fucking shit out. Anyways,
Hold on. You understand how
next to
precedent
this,
works?
hold on. The whole shit's fucking moot. It doesn't make any sense because when we're talking about different authorities, we're talking about different jurisdiction. That doesn't even fucking apply. So you went on a whole fucking rant for no reason, Wick. Back to this. When it comes to federal authority, there's a difference in authority and jurisdiction that they have compared to regular state police. Now, federal authority can supersede state in all this. I understand that, but your case is only sided with local state police. That's it. This is asinine.
Okay. It says that an agent of the state, whether it be federal or whether it be local, needs a judicial warrant. Otherwise, right? Because the Fourth Amendment applies to federal
Oh,
agents
you're not going with the
just as much
case.
as they
I
do to
asked for the
state
case,
agents.
not the
Would
amendment.
you accede to that?
When I asked for the case, I
Well,
didn't
will you
talk about the
accede to that?
amendment.
When the
Now
Fourth
you're
Amendment,
conflating two
the
things.
Fourth
Hold
Amendment
on.
protects you from
No, this is very
unreasonable search
dishonest
and
of you to do
seizure
this.
and warrantless
I'm
entry to a
Tom.
resident from
I'm
both federal.
Tom. I'm asking him
state.
about the case, not the amendment. You see how he's conflating the two now?
Well, the case
In
is
that
about the
case,
amendment. It's
In
not
that case,
conflation,
nope. These two things can exist separately. In that case, it
but they do
applied to
not.
state and local police. Now, the amendment, I'll agree with that, but in that case, it only applies to state police.
It does
Does it
not
not?
only apply to
Hold
state.
on. Wait, let me clarify, Marte. So he's saying that the case is talking about whether or not this law applies to the Fourth Amendment, correct?
Well, they can appeal to the Fourth Amendment to address state police in this case. Yes, I can agree to that, but overwhelmingly, this doesn't mean that they're talking about federal authority in that specific case.
So, from my understanding, like the ARC case on the Fourth Amendment, where they talk about what is it, jurisdiction thereof, and they talk about whether or not like immigrants have the same rights versus citizens versus people. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, so in this case, they're making a decision on like local schools and whether or not somebody will go to the local school. But that decision, based on how they interpreted the Fourth Amendment, then literally applied to everything that concerns the Fourth Amendment. Are you saying that there's a distinction here between like state and federal as far as the Fourth Amendment is interpreted, or?
So would a third party be a non-involved party?
it needs to be a third. Like in what context?
So here's the thing, though. If we're talking about this specific case involved, and I'm going to dial this down real quick. If we're talking about the specific case, and I understand that we can appeal to this amendment for that, but that case did not involve federal authorities and doesn't apply to federal authorities because they were not involved in this case. And it's kind of a moot point when you're saying, well, just because of an issue with state police and state authorities, that's who we were dealing with in this case. Now you're saying that it applies to federal authorities too?
Yes, that's
In
how
that
the law
Okay, hold
works.
on,
specific case?
hold on,
That's
Applies
crazy.
hold
if
on,
they
hold on,
did-
hold
if
on.
they
Wait.
didn't-
You see how
Wick,
confusing
Go
this
ahead.
is?
Your
when you're
hold
trying to
on, wait,
conflate
wait,
the
wait,
two?
hold on. So Wick, your claim is that this is a decision that is
This
setting
case
precedent
applies
for
to
the
the
Fourth
government.
Amendment, correct?
The
You're saying
government's
this is a
relationship to the Fourth Amendment. Yes.
okay. So it is about the Fourth Amendment. Okay, so and he's
Yes.
just saying that this sets precedent for the Fourth Amendment. So this would literally
Mhm.
apply to anybody. It's not about the decision itself. It's
The
about the precedent
military,
that
it
it
applies
sets
to
as far as
all.
how we. It's just about how we interpret the Fourth Amendment and how these things apply as far as citizens' rights, not like whose jurisdiction it is, but as far as what
It is
our
in this
rights
case,
are as
and it is
citizens.
this. Yes, just let me explain for a moment. It is what the catalyst for this case was local police, state police, I believe. However, right, the catalyst or what they were actually asking was again, what conditions are sufficient to satisfy the Fourth Amendment's requirements? And it established that you need, again, absent exigent circumstances, that if you don't have a warrant and it's non consensual, then it violates the Fourth Amendment. A
So hold
judicial
on.
warrant, to be clear.
So Tom, you notice how he said citizens' rights? Are these citizens that ICE is really mainly dealing with?
Well, that's why we're talking. That's why I brought up the art case as well, is because well, that's not why,
Right.
but the art
That's why I
case
brought that
does
up.
say that the citizens and immigrants have the same rights. That like it uses the term people in the Fourth Amendment, and so it's in the ARC case specifically says that this immigrant child doesn't lose any rights as far as the Constitution goes
And just to be
because
clear,
the Constitution says people,
Due
not
process for
citizens.
non-citizens is
a
different from
housekeeping
citizens.
issue right here. I
Well,
have about
process
wait,
is
wait, wait.
15
Hold on,
or
wait.
no.
Just before you, I go ahead. Wait.
Yeah,
Wait,
I have 15 minutes left, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I have to go.
Okay, so I'll just respond to what it was you were saying, Marte, just as far as that goes. The fuck, I totally just lost what your
Oh, I
what
thought
your
I
last
lost
statement was.
internet. I was like,
Shit.
did you guys
No, my bad.
disconnect?
I do you
Okay.
remember what your last statement was, Marte?
Yeah, so he said citizens last time. So I want to ask a question to Wick here.
Well,
if he
wait,
can be-
we gotta wrap it up. I did just want to answer your
All right,
question.
I'll wrap it up.
But
Are we doing closing statements?
well, yes, we're gonna do closing statements real quick. We got somebody in the waiting room, and then I'll read questions as quickly as possible. So, we had Wick go first last time, and Marte you went second. So this time we will have Marte go first and Wick go last.
Wait, there was the last time that me and Wick debated with you?
He's talking
No,
about
the-
the
for
opening
intros.
statement versus the closing statement.
Yeah, for intros,
Oh,
we
you're
want to
talking
flip
about
them
this.
around for how they went. Yeah, so go ahead. 4 minutes at max. Try to do them quickly, and then we'll get to questions. Go ahead, Marte.
So here's the thing about my opponent, Wick. He agrees with me, but he also disagrees with me, which is counterproductive and counter to his argument. When I say that Trump has basically had a blistering 393,000 deportations within his second terms, his first year alone, then my opponent says, well, that's not what we're talking about here. That doesn't matter. That's not tangential. Yeah, I support it. Then all of a sudden says that no, it's an overwhelming net negative. Well, hold on. If he's setting record levels of successes and also criminal, I would say, arrests during this time, we can say that that's a success. I was looking for a net negative in this whole argument. Haven't heard a demonstration of this. He cited several incidents where I can point out bad apples and things. Even if I concede this, And even if we can concede the whole thing with the Tren Agua gang, whatever that thing that was happening, I'm not going to dive into that. But it's like, even if I do concede all this, but the success level of the arrest and the direct, I would say the targeted arrest are more successful. And there's 60 deaths. They would be deaths of people who either violently assaulted law enforcement or resisted arrest or illegal aliens. I don't see how that's even a net negative if we're eliminating crime and scum off the streets. And also, these shootings were justified by a use of force committee and use of force boards, and also cleared. Yeah, sure, the optics nightmare may be a bad thing for the public headline test. But here's the thing, though. He doesn't want me to bring up the fact that this administration with ICE was more successful in doing targeted arrest and criminal arrest and deportations than previous administrations where Obama was separating families and leaving kids here alone, and their detention centers were worse, almost like animal shelters compared to Trump's. We can overwhelmingly see videos of the kids being held in basically what looks like safe havens with basketball hoops and all this. They look like daycare centers compared to Obama's and everything else above that. He doesn't want me to talk about this because you have to compare something to something else in order to say it's bad. Bad compared to what? This isn't a binary argument. This is an argument that I can demonstrate that Trump is an overall good. He's literally conceded the whole prompt and said, yeah, it's good. I support deportations. Why is ICE here? Oh, deportations, the massive thing. The fact that these deaths have happened in the line of duty, we can look at these. There are people that have arrested. Renee Good hit the officer. These other illegals, some of them were basically PDF files that people have stopped becoming like from hampering these arrests. The fact that the liberal left is defending the arrest of PDF files is bad in itself, and traveling all the way from Missouri to do this. Yeah, you've had an 8-hour drive to think about whether or not you should refuse to do this or waste your time, but you're literally engaging in hampering the arrest of criminals and detaining from getting off the streets who are violating the 13-year-olds in our states and committing crimes and all this. It's just egregious the fact that he's defending literally PDF files from being taken off the street and saying that F ICE, F ICE. Yeah, cool. If we do this and NIS takes their place, guess what's going to happen? Because Trump's the administration, he has a beef with Trump and not the hand that's taking out these deportations. That's literally what his whole arguments is. Fight ICE, fight them, arrest them. I'll sit in the comfort of my own home and tell you to fight them, but I won't do it myself. This is just the diary of a madman that we've heard in this whole debate. Somebody who won't have the guts to even fight them himself. He'll stay in the comfort of his own home, tell other people to die on his behalf by resisting arrest and fighting law enforcement. But this is what you have on his end. There hasn't been an argument I've heard that was a net negative in ICE's behalf. Still waiting for this. And even the evidence that he brings up has been debunked by DIH's site specifically. And it's like we move forward, and it's like I haven't heard a compelling argument. I'll end it there.
All right. Thank you, Marte. Wick.
So, I think that I've made a compelling case that ICE is consistently violating not only immigrants' rights, but citizens' rights, violating the First Amendment of the Constitution, violating the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, not just a few bad apples, but by policy, by by design. In the Trump administration and their policies and how ICE is acting is destroying our civil rights and civil liberties. I've given several examples. We've shown several examples on screen. We've went through piece by piece, line by line, showing that DHS has lied. They lied about the Preddy shooting. They lied about the Good shooting. They lied in that debunking that happened. It was, again, contrary to the Supreme Court precedent. And we have shown that, and I trust that the audience can see that. I also trust that the audience can see that Marathon Marte has run from every single point I have made. He has refused to engage in a single thing that I have said, instead using deflection, dodging, not bringing up any single points, refusing to understand that while you can do a good thing by deporting people, if in the process of doing that good thing, you are destroying much more, that it makes the outcome net negative. And that is my argument. Thank you for having me, Tom. Thank you for being here, Marte. I do appreciate it. But at the end of the day, fuck ICE.
All right, appreciate it, guys, and thanks for coming on and doing the debate. Hope you guys were okay with the moderation. I am a bit more active in my moderation, especially later in the debates to try to
Your
get
house. Your room.
questions answered. So, all right, we're gonna pull in the first person, and we'll try to make this quick. We got about 2
I got
minutes.
10 minutes. So
Uh,
yeah, I get 10.
NWO, make ask your question quickly, please. Yeah, we
keep
hear
hearing
you.
civil
Go ahead.
liberty. Can you hear me? All right.
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead, ask your question.
I noticed I'll give Wick credit. I didn't hear any ad hominem attacks from him, but I want to ask him about his civil liberties. Does that go the same with Harris and Biden telling the DOJ to deplatform and censor people that went against COVID-19 official statements like they did? Do you have a problem with that one too?
Do I have problem?
All right, I'm gonna let Wick answer, but I am gonna go ahead and let you go, NW. I appreciate you coming on and asking the question, man.
Oh, okay. I wanted to hear his response. But in the case of Biden and Harris's DOJ, what happened here is that FBI agents and things would alert Twitter and alert Facebook and alert other social media organizations to possible violations of their TOS, right? I do kind of have a problem with that, and that does bring up some First Amendment issues, but it is a far cry from what he said happened, which is they directed them to deplatform them. That is not what happened. I just wanted to set the record straight. Now, it's still kind of a jawboning thing, right? And that does bring up some First Amendment issues, but it's a far cry from how it's presented. So if your question is, do I have issues with it? Some, but I don't think you presented it correctly. That's my answer.
Okay. WTF over 2 for $2 super chat said immigration judges are part of the executive branch. Thank you. The Trib for $5 said, by the way, at least 32 people have died in custody, in ICE custody in 2025 per AI overview. This doesn't involve Renee Preddy. It doesn't involve aggressive encounters. Thank you, Trib. Trib also for another $5 said, for Marte, how does ICE get held accountable if you feel not one court in America can fairly judge them? Is it up to Trump? What is the remedy? Quickly, Marte, what is the how would people be held accountable if not by courts? Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on. I muted you a minute ago because you had a bunch of background noise pop up. Go ahead.
Well, this is a tough conundrum to find out who's at fault here, especially when you have whole states agreeing that they're not going to work with the Trump administration. That's tough, but we do have internals as far as recruiting, like our DE agent, Linda, on my side, who did work use of force boards, and they have no incentive to help ICE because they're externally promoted to help suss out some of the liabilities we have on our end. Internal investigations happen all the time. That's the best we can do. But in regards to a political civil war, my best guess is as good as yours, to be honest with you. It's tough.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna pull in the next caller real quick. Flog, thank you for coming on. What was your question?
Okay, hi. My one question is for Marte. Just regarding ICE, DHS in general. Do you not find it like kind of problematic that the DHS has consistently lied, right? Like Alex Preddy, Renee Good, even regarding like kid with the bunny ears hat, like how he was detained, they've consistently lied. Don't you find it a little more difficult to trust them when they say, "Hey, totally hand wave away the fact that we've been using administrative warrants to just like kick down doors and like come after people that we think are illegal"?
All right, thank you, Flog.
Okay,
We're
when you
gonna
say
let you
kick
go,
down
and we'll
doors,
let. Well, yeah, if you want to clarify it, go ahead.
I'm using that hyperbolically, like not literally, but like they're using that to essentially enter people's homes and detain people
so
instead
when
of
you say
judicial
that
warrants.
So when you say that DHS lied, I brought up the DHS site when they set the record straight, dismantling his whole claim that he said that they lied. And then when he brought up the tweet saying that they lied, all that is just reframing of a statement. That doesn't prove that they lied. I'm still waiting on a lie, right? Haven't even
So
heard that
they
all.
can I just clarify and ask real quick?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
once
Was
you
in the
go, what give your clarification, but then I do have to move on because Wick does have to go pretty quickly. So
I got
wanna-
5 minutes.
yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely understand. Love you, by the way, Wick. But
I love you too.
specifically regarding like the
Gross.
cases of like Renee Good and Alex Preddy, they blatantly lied about the situations that led to them dying. So
Okay,
I think that kind of loses.
When you
Sure.
say that, you're expecting me to just buy this empty assertion when you say that they
No,
just
we're the-
lied. So you'll have to demonstrate.
car
This will be
stuck
a
in
whole
ice.
different debate. So Renee Good did hit the officer with a car. Was that not
I'm not
correct?
asking about that. Where the car's stuck in ice.
No, it wasn't stuck. It moved and hit him. So which proves that wasn't
No,
stuck.
I'm not talking about her car.
No,
I'm talking about their cars. Were they stuck in snow?
Christy Nome said that the DHS ICE officers' cars were stuck in ice, and that the first officer who shot, that the claim was that they were trying to get his car out of the ice.
What does that have to do with Renee Good in this whole lying
It's
That's
about?
a
whether or not
blatant
they
lie
were
about
lying
the
about
situation
the
that led.
case. I will say real quick,
Sorry, Tom.
it does seem, if you watch another angle of the video, it does seem as though before they pull up, there is another ICE vehicle that is like 3 cars down that does look like it may be stuck in ice. There's the 4-minute video that
even
comes
if
from
that
somebody's back
happened-
porch camera.
Even if that happened, and then somebody does correct their statement down the line, to me that doesn't demonstrably
didn't.
prove that they were maliciously lying. There was malice. Do you understand that people
They
can correct
didn't
their
correct
statements
it.
afterwards? No, you're just telling
Absolutely,
me
but
you
they
did.
haven't corrected it.
Hold on real quick. You're just asking me to just buy these empty assertions you're giving me right now when they say they haven't even corrected it because
Yeah,
your fists are
we don't
flying.
have a way to
I
like
can
kind
understand
of
that too.
prove this right now, but I appreciate you coming on, Fog. Thank you for
All right, no
asking the
problem. Love
question.
you guys. Bye.
Sorry that
No
we're in
idea what it was about.
a bit of a hurry here, but
Yeah, quick as you can. Quick as you can.
all
I'll try
right.
to get through all the ones you got.
Aaron M Sound, $10 if someone sends ice or they just show up at Marte's house. They force their way into the house just without a judicial warrant because he's brown and we don't know if he's a citizen. Would he be okay with that, or is that illegal because it's his house?
I would actually be fine with that because the law would be on my side, just like Renee Good. If she said, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to comply," her fight was with the court, not with the law enforcement. Then, so I'd actually be practicing my rights if I was to have this fight in court instead of fighting law enforcement and trying to be judge and jury with a 3,000-pound weapon.
All right. I'm trying to find
They got
one
2
that
minutes.
is
The lawsuit
Wick.
would be grandiose, by the way, too.
Let's see.
Hey, Wick, what is that phallic-shaped object on your shelf right there?
It doesn't look like any
Just-
of the questions are specifically
Just
for,
okay, good.
for
Okay, I'm
Wick.
just curious. Sorry.
So I was I will if Wick you need to head out, so I'll let you go ahead and go, and we'll let Marte answer some of these questions if he wants to stay and answer.
Okay.
But Wick, one more time, if you want to shout your channel out, tell everybody where they can find you.
Sure. Wick TV, you can find me at YouTube, Wick-TV. You can find me on Twitch at Wick TV. Thanks for being here. Or well, I guess thanks for hosting me. And I'll see you guys later, okay? Bye-bye.
Appreciate you coming on, man. Have a good one.
Bye.
Later. All right. Let me try to switch my screen back. Okay. All right. Let's see. The Trib for another $10 said, "For all, yes, you too, Tom. Is debate useful if both parties are honest? One of two parties are honest. Neither is honest. I think that first two can be useful. Luckily, the libs are honest, and the third rarely happens." Okay, so do you think that debate is useful if both parties are not honest?
I think debate can still be useful if both parties aren't honest, and I'll give you a reason why. Because although both parties can lie and say all these other things, the person that's at home, which is the beauty of this, like let's say me and Wick are saying certain things, the perception of this and the burden is to prove honesty on our side. And if we're unable to do that, the audience members are now entertained, and not to mention that, but more informed of the lies that we're espousing because they have keyboards at their fingertip where they can filter out all the lies themselves and do the homework at home and debunk us in real life, real time outside of this.
Yeah, I mean, you said the question was for me as well. I agree. Like, yes, I think even if somebody's being dishonest, generally, it's good to kind of demonstrate that in the debate so that it makes your side a bit, look a bit better. But thank you for the donation, Trib. We got another $20 from Aaron M. Sound. He said, does Marte recognize that the sheriff, DA, and AG all have... DA and AG have all cleared Preddy from being termed violent due to carrying a gun? Does he recognize the LE in the state doesn't agree with him? How does he rectify the law not agreeing?
Well, to me, I think that even if the law doesn't agree, I mean, that wouldn't be a law thing. I think that would just be a perception issue. I would agree that two people in the same agencies can disagree with the perception, but the outcome can be consistent. Meaning, like, let's say he's cleared. Doesn't mean that we can't perceptually agree that there was a violent altercation on one end. Doesn't change the outcome and the circumstance that somebody was cleared.
I think what he's saying is that if somebody's, like, the law says that there's violence and you can use self-defense if there is violence towards you or somebody else around you, that if in this case they say that he wasn't violent under the way that the law would define violence, would that make a difference to you?
I mean, so this would actually be a longer answer, and I don't have time to answer this, but I'm trying to give you a quick answer. I suppose that would change the subtleties, but in the end of this, there's a use of force board meeting that does happen to where they do all this internally and figure this out. And if he does get cleared, perceptually, we can still say it's a violent arrest, even though the outcome they're saying that it wasn't violent. Two things can be true, I think.
Okay. Sorry, I did see there was a question for Wick from Trib for $5. He said, for Wick in 2028 when we win, do you think that will remove MAGA from contention ever again, or do you think MAGA is here to stay in leadership on the right? Sorry, I didn't see that before he left. That's my fault, Trib. Trib had another question for Marte. He said, are you fighting this hard for MAGA because of your past? Like, why do you think these people will accept you? Stop that BS. Just be honest.
So I served my time in the department for 13 years, law enforcement. I came from nothing and poverty. And the reason why I had a lot of poverty in my neighborhood is because there was a lot of people who were being criminals, and they were offending greatly. And I wish I had more protection at the time. And I think that if I had more protection at the time, I think that I wouldn't have seen examples for why I would have had to be a protector myself. So the reason why I do this may have been anecdotal, but I think overwhelmingly deportations of criminals who are touchers of minors, we'll just call it that, and more is a good. I think that's good. That's the reason why I'm doing this. Morality as well too. I'm a Christian as well too. We should have borders and enforce them.
And I guess the last one is from Owlishness for $5 to Wick. They said, why is this guy asking for reliable sources when his standard for sources is I made it the fuck up and conspiracy theories from Facebook?
So when he says Facebook, I don't know anybody that brought up Facebook. Not my end, even Wick's end. He didn't bring up Facebook either. So that's just asserting the claim that where we got our source from was from Facebook. Nobody ever brought that up in this whole argument. So I don't understand that.
I think the original article that was talked about saying that Preddy was fired from his job and that he was like that he was I forget what the term was that they used, but that he was being erratic and things like that. That was something that came from.
I had a link, but here's the thing, though. He's asserting that it's from Facebook. The link that I had wasn't from Facebook. I think 50% of the stuff on my computer was deleted in the process of me.
From my understanding, that was where it started. I think even some of the fact checks said that it had started on Facebook, which is why even like Facebook apparently had to come out themselves to do a fact check on it as well. But all right, that's all I got. Appreciate you coming on, Marte, and let everybody know again where they can find you.
You guys can find me. I'm the host of On the Edge. We'll be live and in effect. I have another debate with First Amender that blacks should pay whites reparations this Wednesday. And then on Monday, I have 3 celebrity guests with my co-host, Cool Vic, on Woke Autopsy, where you guys can find me on YouTube and on Twitter, Mighty Marte as well too. But yeah, it's been fun. Thank you for having me on the panel, and I appreciate it a lot, Tom.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on, man. And yeah, again, the offer still stands if you want me to help you with some of your sound issues or OBS to get a stream up next time. Were you able to stream this one?
Yeah, it's streaming on my end. I was able to make this work, but I had to make it work through one of my tabs instead of like externally, like through an app on my laptop. That'll work out, but the audio issues, I've never had audio issues as bad as I've had tonight.
It is, so I think it is a StreamYard thing where I had the same issue when I would log into StreamYard. It would, for some reason, like make some of my audio options disappear. So like my mic, when I would want my mic to go to a specific place and I would want to put it in 2 or 3 different places, if I plugged it into StreamYard, it just disappeared a lot of times. And I don't know why, but it was a bit odd. StreamYard causes like a lot of issues with stuff like that for some reason. But all right, man. Appreciate you coming on.
All right. Take care, man. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Later, man. Have a good night.
You too, man.
All right. Give me a second to... It's over. All right. Sheesh, bro. I truly, like, I can understand, like, Marte's audience's frustrations there. But I don't know, like...
Just go get a little wacky, dude.
I don't know what else I can do. Like, I feel like at the end, it was... I felt like at the end it was most productive where I was able to ask each one of them like the Steelman version of the other person's question. So like starting off like, okay, where would you draw the line? Is this the line? Is this the line? No? Okay.
Thanks for ignoring my question.
Wait, did I ignore your question? Oh, the cops lie, Wick. Do you want to abolish all police? Yeah, I didn't see that before he left. Sorry about that. My bad. But yeah, I did feel like that was like, to me, the best part of the debate was like asked like each one of them like questions to kind of like get lines and everything of where they're at, and then like turn to, you know, Marte, what about this? What about this? Okay, I got that. Okay, then Wick, do you have this with this and this? Yes. Okay, let's see that. Okay, he sends that. Then we have like, I felt like that was kind of the best part, and it sucks that we were limited on time on that part because that to me was like the most important part of the debate. Like we should have been, I felt like we should have been on that thing. So but yeah, that was this audience doesn't like having facts thrown at them. They when they were flooding into the chat, they started at first. They're like, Tom, you're the moderator. Stop debating. And I was like, I'm not debating. I haven't made a single argument. And then they're like, yeah, but you're, what did they say? Like you're asking too many questions or something like that. And I was like, wait, you said a minute ago that I was debating. And now you're admitting that I'm not debating. And now you're just, it seems like you're just mad that I'm asking him to answer the questions. What the fuck? I mean, I've had a bunch of debates with Marte in the past, and we had him on the last panel as well. But on the last panel is when he said, hey, I want to debate this person. I want to debate Wick. Can you set that up for me? And so, yeah, so I went ahead and just set that up. Now, I did mean to ask Wick. I still don't have any right-wingers answering of the ones that I've messaged and tried to get to do the next panel. None of the ones that I've messaged have answered. And it's already like we're super limited on people that we can even reach out to who are capable of having this debate. And now we're just kind of stuck. We don't have anybody on the right side to do this debate. Like it's really hard to find right-wingers who engage in like foreign policy, geopolitics, and especially economics as well. And so when we're wanting to have a debate about like the World Economic Forum, countries and allies saying that they're moving away from the United States, the tariffs, that like all of that, we just can't get where there's not a lot of right-wingers that are willing to do this. And so it's hard. What about Rob? I mean, I just had Rob on like a couple of times over the last couple of weeks, and so I don't want to invite him again. And that's the same with like there's other lefties that I probably would have chosen specifically for this type of debate as well, but because we just had them on, we're choosing not to invite them back for this one. But yeah, kind of in a pickle here. We've got, it's supposed to be on Friday. So even if I invite somebody on Wednesday, it gives them like 2 days to prepare. It's kind of fucked. Yeah. Time for every lib to go on their Dean Parker arc. What does that mean? Soy out and call everybody racist, or? Oh, speaking of soying out and calling everybody racist, I don't know if you guys know this, but Dean recently dropped his inhaler, his anxiety stick, and goes, ah, shit, I dropped my vape. He goes, and the person who's debating him is like, wait, what did you just call it? And he's like, what? We're like, what did you just call it? He's like, call what? He's like, that you just called it a vape. You just said it's a vape. Bro, you just said it's a fucking vape. He's like, hold on. It like sits there for a second, just dead silent. He's like, a commercial popped up for a vape, and I had to drop the window that had the vape commercial in it. Moving on. Ain't no way, yeah. I'm very serious. This is a very real thing that happened. Let me see if I can find it. So this is the one where he freaks out about it, right? Yeah.
I've had it up to here.
Maybe not.
We saw you hit the anxiety pin. It's a vape.
Okay,
we know
this
it's a vape.
is...
No,
we know it's a vape.
No, it's not.
It's a vape. It's a vape, buddy.
No, it's not.
No, it's a... Muted.
You have...
It's a vape.
Let me...
It's a vape. It's a vape. It's a vape. It's a vape.
So it seems pretty obvious now that the whole thing is a meme. Like, the whole thing is a meme, and it's, oh, he's fully acting? Yes, he's performative about it. And so it seems like even that he said, after the crash out about it, he came out and said, he's like, guys, it's literally a fucking joke. Like, the whole thing is a joke. It's a running meme in my community. But I remember at the time, I'm like, what is the running meme? That you crash out of nowhere? Like, what is the running meme? What is the joke? But he can't say it's a joke that I vape, because then TikTok will ban him for vaping. So he says it's an anxiety pen to try to get away with it so that he doesn't get in trouble on TikTok. But then, yes, he did out himself. And so it seems as though, yes, he's being very performative with it so that people know that he's fucking around, but not to the extent to where...
Just hit it on the open, man. Don't be scared. Just prove
what
is.
You vape that.
It is, well, actually, it's not a vape, it's an anxiety pin. But
No, it's a vape. No, it's a vape. No.
Because I need it!
You sound like
Goddamn anxiety pin!
you're off the cliff.
It's an aromatherapy pin! It's lavender and chamomile! I would never smoke the nicotine! We saw you hit the anxiety pin. It's a vape. We know it's a vape. We know it's a vape.
No, it's not.
It's a vape. It's a vape, buddy.
No, it's not.
It's an anxiety pin!
No, it's not.
It is!
See, I don't know where the... I don't know where the clip is.
Anxiety pin. What flavor is my vape? I don't vape. I have an anxiety pin.
Shit. Yeah, I know at the time I went to go save it, and I guess I didn't. Fuck. But this is cool as hell, dude. Check this out. Mouth harp? Is it a mouth harp? AI? It's not AI. It's not AI. Non-nicotine vaping might be the weakest thing a person can do. Hey, I am trying to move towards that. I have lowered the milligrams of nicotine in my vape juice over the last couple of months, and I am planning on probably getting to a point where I likely do vape non-nicotine juice, because I think, well, even just like having something to hit and shit like that is a like a thing that I will probably always want. It's like a fidget for me. I've always got it in my hands. So what percentage you at right now? It's probably like 35 to 40%. I'm mixing 25 milligrams and 50 milligram juice, and so it's probably somewhere around there. Why inhale anything if it's not nicotine? I just said. She's got a bunch of different versions of this. That's so cool. Well, this, she says, a Boeing before going to the mall. So it looks like she calls it a Boeing. Or like the act is Boeing. Trying to find different ones. These are all the same. There you go. So I guess the flicking of it is making the sound, but her mouth is like an acoustic guitar that is Boeing. It says Boing. The Boing of the morning. Maybe it is Boing. Yeah. I guess you're right, yeah. But yeah, I guess it's like the acoustic guitar, like where the strings hit and then bounce out of the guitar. I guess that's what the... I knew it as a mouth harp too. Okay. Yeah, she's got a bunch of different ones. Jingle a bell, jingle all the way. Whatever it is, anyways, yeah, I was hoping I would be able to find the video, but I ain't got it. There were a number of things during the debate that like I wanted to like jump in so badly and correct. And I've left most of it alone, but there were a couple of things. I forget what they were now. Even like the point about the Fourth Amendment, I'm still kind of like upset that I don't remember the point. I don't remember like what he said, because it was important. And yeah, I can't remember. Tom, what's the verdict on the Alex's job thing? He didn't get fired. He didn't get fired. Dude, Tom, you were really fair, and yet people still saying you were helping Wick. Yeah, I think obviously when you're watching somebody and you like that person, you want them to win. Obviously, if I'm pushing that person more or correcting them more, than the other person, it's just going to seem unfair. It's fairly obvious that he was not answering the questions that were being asked, and so I was just trying to get him to answer the questions, but yeah, I don't think there was much I could do to. So Marte was appropriately fact-checked. Yeah, and even like when it comes to fact checks, most of the time I don't like fact-checking people in a debate. But when it's like a really important point to what is being made, and I give the other person a chance to correct it and they don't, I don't want that to be like just misinformation that is just like spread on my platform, and I would rather them actually be debating, you know, what is true and like have the facts and debate that, rather than me just let them argue with a misconception. So I let it go for a minute and then had to bring it back, but yeah, that's not that I know that was like part of his point, but that's the last question that he asked. I felt like was almost like a good question that should be responded to, and I just
you just got cooked, Wick. Called the fuck out. Anyways,
couldn't remember what it was.
Hold on, just a question: if the Supreme Court of the United States
is ICE here? Oh, deportations, the massive thing. Wick here.
Well, wait, we gotta wrap it up. I did just want to answer your question.
I'll wrap it up.
But
are we
not citizens.
Housekeeping.
In the ARC case specifically says that this immigrant child doesn't lose any rights as far as the Constitution goes,
and
because the Constitution says people, not citizens.
A housekeeping issue right here.
Well, that's right. Okay, yeah. So he did say. So that's right. So he said, non-citizens do have different processes. So how can the Constitution apply to them in the same way that it does a citizen? And he's correct. This is like a point that like it's actually a good question, because the point that the Fourth Amendment like brings up is that non-citizens deserve due process just as citizens deserve due process. But what that due process is, what process is due in each scenario is different. And so what I was going to say is, like, you know, if you get a speeding ticket, the process that is due is different if you get like a murder charge. Like, these are drastically different processes that you need to go through. And so when we're talking about somebody who is a non-citizen and they're being they're being charged with crossing the border illegally or something like that, it's normally not something a citizen can be charged with. But if a citizen was charged with it, they would have the same process. But as far as deportation goes, there isn't a way to deport citizens, right? We don't deport citizens. And so when it comes to immigrants, there's processes that only apply to them. Like, they don't apply to anybody else. And even on top of that, there are expedited removals that exist under certain circumstances where you're able to just get people out a lot quicker if they had just crossed the border within a certain amount of time, or they're within a certain amount of miles of the border and you catch them in time. You are able to pretty quickly just take them right back across the border. in this case, when we're talking about raids from ICE, that's not the case. But the point is that the due process is just that there is a process that is due, and that you can't just do whatever, that it has to go through a legal court, a legal process that will include courts at some point. So do I see older millennial? Yeah. Tom, do you agree there's a difference between calling out falsehoods and making a claim as far as moderating? To an extent. The problem is that if I'm saying that didn't happen, this has been debunked, that is a claim. I am making a claim here, and I even need now to get a source to back up my claim, right? So I am making a claim, but it's to reject a claim that somebody else made in furtherance of the conversation being had. It's like in order for them to have the conversation, they have to have the details. They have to have the information. They have to know what it is that they're debating. And so your claim is negative, kind of. So my claim is not negative. If I say you're wrong, that's not a negative claim. If I say, like, you're wrong, this is right, that I am now making a positive claim. So if I say Alex Preddy did not get fired from his job, he was still working at the VA at the time of his death, I am making a positive claim there. And so even being able to go get like and even saying like this has been fact checked, we know that this is incorrect, like all these things, these are all positive claims. So a negative claim isn't saying you're wrong. A negative claim is saying you don't have enough evidence to make the claim that you're making, and so we don't know if that's true. That's a negative claim. So you don't have enough evidence, you can't prove that. That's a negative claim. Whereas a positive claim is you're wrong, that's incorrect, and this thing is correct as well. Like those are all positive claims. You can just say something is not without saying what it is. Well, I'm saying that wasn't the case. I did say what it was. But that would also still be a positive claim. Saying that's not true is a positive claim. Negative just means that I'm saying, like, if you take a positive position, you're saying this is true, and I'm saying you can't know that. Tom, do you think Wick's claim that DHS lied was debatable? Because we have to have like intent behind it, that would be the part that is debatable, is like whether or not they had the information at the time that they made the statement. But I think that it is incumbent to claim that it is a lie at this point when we have the information, we know they're wrong, yet they have not corrected themselves, right? So if at this point they had come out and said, oh, we made a mistake, here's our correction, blah, 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 that, like, sure, we would be able to say at that point, we don't know if they lied or not. Like, we have no idea. We don't know if there was intent there. But when like newspapers everywhere and social media and everybody's debunked this. Everybody has put out the information and said, no, this is untrue. This is totally false. This is not correct. Here's the proof, blah, blah, blah. And DHS does not come out and correct that. Somehow all of us as citizens have more information than DHS. Nah, bruh. Even if they got it at the same time as the rest of us, even if they got the information at the same time as the rest of us, it would still be on them to come out and make a correction. And if they don't, now at this point they're lying, right? At this point they know that what they said is untrue and it's still there. They haven't corrected it. That is still their current statement in that moment. And so yes, at that point we know they're lying. We know what we have intent from them. Like we have enough to know that they have the information and they are choosing not to give it to us. But do we expect these institutions to have that level of humility? Well, I mean, just to be clear, whether or not they have humility, whether or not we expect them to, whether or not they ought to have the humility, wouldn't change whether or not it is a lie, right? It would still be a lie, even if we think, well, I mean, it makes sense that they don't want to come out and like show that they're fucking stupid and that they made a huge mistake. Like, even if we understand why they would lie, it would still be a lie. But yes, I think that we have a history of like other administrations admitting when they were wrong about things many times over, and that's not something that I think is not something that the Trump administration ever does. What claims has the DHS not corrected? Well, we just went over the one about the fact that they're allowed to serve just judicial warrants, administrative warrants and not judicial warrants. The fact that, Preddy approached them with a gun, the fact that he was there to do maximal damage, the fact that, like, there's tons of things. But I did, like, I corrected even things that Wick said as well, like when Wick brought up, or not even, maybe it wasn't Wick. It was a caller. A caller called in and said, like, this is one of the things that DHS lied about. Was there a car stuck in ice? And he's like, I don't know. Nobody's cars was stuck in ice. And I did jump in. I'm like, hold on. There is video that shows there is a car stuck in ice that looks like it could be an ICE officer that is like 3 or 4 cars down from where Renee Good was parked. So there is a possibility that like ICE was stuck in ice, and you can watch the camera from the person's back porch that shows like a lot that happened beforehand. So ice stuck in ice is epic. Oh yeah. Fucking epic. I am super tired. I'm very tired. At least we were able to do the debate. I mean, for those of you who weren't here at the beginning, Marte had tech issues to where he kept disappearing, and like his mic wasn't working, his camera kept freezing, like everything. I went live maybe 15 minutes late because of his tech issues, and then I even after 15 minutes I was like, okay, I gotta go live, dude. I can't wait forever. So I'm just gonna go ahead and go live, and then everybody will see why I'm not live yet and why we're so late. But okay.
Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football.
Are the right in America becoming the very wokies that we thought we'd got rid of?
In a lot of ways, yes. I'm kind of tired of getting outraged by the same thing every year. I think it's really
Okay, I thought this was gonna be a debate. I think I've got other stuff to get into. But I was gonna say, I've said this a bunch of times. Okay, I've said this a bunch of times, and I was trying to find the fucking video, but I've said a bunch of times that, like, MAGA is different from Republicans. And a lot of times we'll hear progressives and people like that say, like, this isn't, Trump isn't any different. The Republicans have always been these, like, you know, overtly racist and fascist people, and you guys just decided to wake up to it all of a sudden when Trump came around. But, like, Bush was always horribly racist and was always saying the same types of things, just a little bit more, like, with a little bit more plausible deniability and blah, blah, blah. And there, for a time, I started to think maybe that was the case. Is that, like, I grew up a Republican, and I never felt like these are things that I ever would have found acceptable. Like, we never would have allowed this sort of shit to be said or to exist. Like, this is stuff that just is unimaginable even back then. Like, it just, this would never have stood. And I really have to, like, you know, think, like, is it that I was just unaware, or I was just, like, too ignorant to all of this at the time? Like, it really like made me wonder for a while. But I did eventually find clips of George Bush in speeches that he gave. Are you about to get off? No, I'll probably be on for a while longer. It's probably going to be a fairly chill stream. I might play video games or something in a little bit while we review something. But yeah, George Bush, like, I've quoted that he was very clear even after 9/11 that, like, Muslims are not our enemy. Like, this is because this was, like, a thing in America, like, especially with Republicans, but even with Democrats, like, Muslims are the enemy. Muslims are the bad guys. Muslims are all extremists and terrorists. And, like, everybody became, like, it was kind of a welcomed notion to just be racist as fuck. Like, it was just a normal thing. And there's a bunch of clips of George Bush saying, like, Muslims are not our enemy. Like, they are not the problem here. And we're going after like a very small and specific group of people who happen to be Muslim, but they are not even welcomed by other Muslims, and they are not representative of all Muslims. And I remember seeing that being like, oh my goodness, that is something that Trump would never fucking say. Like, this today would be considered woke. Like, this today would be considered like just a, just like a race, like a, what do you call it? Critical race theory or something like that. Like, this is DEI. This is, the Republicans would freak out over this, or MAGA would freak out over this. And so I found a clip that kind of reminded me of some of these things that George Bush would say.
My view is that we are a land of immigrants, and we ought to recognize that. As a matter of fact, I believe America's soul is rejuvenated when people come to our country and work hard to realize dreams, to recognize people are coming here to do jobs Americans aren't doing, or are not capable of doing, or unwilling to do. And we ought to have a process that enables people to come and do those jobs. It's good for our economy, and I think it prevents people from having to sneak in. There are laborers who do jobs people won't do, but there are also incredibly bright students who come. And I think it is a foolhardy policy to limit the number of workers that could contribute, for example, to the productivity of the United States in the internet world. I do believe there will be a rational immigration policy eventually passed. I think there's going to have to be some time. There are some isms that occasionally pop up. One is isolationism, and its evil twin protectionism, and its evil triplet nativism. So if you study the 20s, for example, there was an American First policy that said, who cares what happens in Europe? What happened in Europe mattered eventually because of World War II. And there was an immigration policy that I think during this period argued we had too many Jews and too many Italians, therefore we should have no immigrants. And my point to you is we've been through this kind of period of isolationism, protectionism, nativism. I'm a little concerned that we may be going through the same period. I hope that these isms pass. Look, I was raised in Texas. If you're raised in Texas, you understand what it means to interface with Mexican Americans who are Texan. And you realize that we share the same values: faith, family, hard work, commitment to service, and I think we ought to welcome people from different cultures to America. The great thing about America is we ought to be confident in knowing that everybody becomes an American, and we share the same value system. In other words, there's a great capacity for our society to assimilate people.
Nah, this is AI. Bruh, dude. Bruh. Like, bro was not raised in Texas. Bush? Yeah, he was. To an extent, but I think for most of his life he spent in Texas. Can we get back to this, please? Dude. It's fucking crazy. Like, it's hard to see this. It's actually like, it's like cognitive dissonance happens. Like, my brain like splits in two, and it's like, no. He's a Republican. They don't say this. Okay? This, he even sounds woke to me. Okay? Like, I wouldn't say this shit. This just sounds pandering, okay? This is... like, you would never hear somebody in MAGA say this. You would never hear somebody in MAGA say this. You would never, ever, ever hear Donald Trump say this. Ever! Obviously, when you hear him talking about protectionism and isolationism and things like this, like, and talking about how bad it is, you see it. It's interesting. I saw Nick Fuentes recently. Okay, so Nick Fuentes has been beefing with a bunch of other like white nationalists in his movement, where he's kind of annoyed with them because they literally say, we hate Jews, right? We hate Jews. Fuck the Jews. Like, they're these like horrible, evil rat people. We don't want anything to do with them. And and he's like, yeah, dude, that's too much. I don't hate the Jews, okay? You guys sound like fucking idiots, and I know that we were friends, but I don't want anything to do with you anymore. And then he had, you know, public beef with some of these guys. And then the halftime show drama happened, and everybody was freaking out about Bad Bunny. And Nick Fuentes again was like, dude, who gives a fuck? Right? Who gives a fuck? I mean, seriously. He said, he's like, you guys are just like falling for the stupid culture war bullshit. He's like, and like, take it from me, I was out here doing this shit before anybody, okay? I was the one who was talking about this shit before anybody. But at this point, like, it's become like you guys are just programmed bots, just given marching orders, and then you go out and just repeat exactly what literally everybody else on your side is saying. You're not unique, you're not saying something special, you're not edgy, you're not thoughtful, you are just being told what to say. And he's like, somebody sent a super chat and said, like, dude, you should be upset about this. Everybody who's white should be upset about this. Like, are you even a white nationalist anymore? And he says, I don't know. I don't think so. Now, in the past, he would always answer that question by saying, I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not a white nationalist. But he obviously was, right? He obviously was a white nationalist. He just refused to ever take on the identity. And he would even debate people like, oh, I never identified as a white nationalist. Like, oh, okay, who cares? Like, we don't do that fucking self-ID around here, but bruh, all right? You can tell me you're a woman, I still will not believe you, so whatever. But, yeah, he's done this with a bunch of things too. Like, it's funny, I remember a clip from like 6 months ago where somebody in his chat was like, dude, nothing's more annoying than these adults who go to Disney World and they dance around and prance around in Mickey Mouse hats, and they even have a term for it, like, and I forget what it is, but there's like a term for adults who go to Disney World and act like they're kids. And they don't take their kids. They're not taking their kids. They're just going for themselves to act like kids. And so the super chatter sends it, and you hear the TTS just saying like, these people are so annoying and so desperate, like, this is so embarrassing, I can't imagine. And Nick's like, who cares, dude? Like, the life sucks, bro. Being an adult sucks. If these people want to be able to go have fun and that's how they have fun, who fucking cares, dude? Like, why are you trying to find some way to be upset about something that is just so benign? Like, get over it. It's like, adults want to have fun sometimes, man. And like, if this is how they have fun, then this is it. And I remember watching that thinking, is he becoming an adult? Nick Fuentes acting like he's like 18 now? I know he's like 25 or 26 or something, but is he acting like he's over 18 at this point? What the fuck is happening? Like, yeah, he's just, some of the shit that he says now is a bit different.
Then you go to Turning Point Fest and it's like, oh, we can't.
Even if you enjoyed it, I was hopeful you'd better articulate why a Latin halftime show celebrating their culture was unacceptable for an American sporting event as iconic as the Super Bowl.
I thought you were going to tell me something I already thought. I wanted to hear my opinion reinforced. The Super Bowl is in America. We mean England in America. Good point. Good point. I've heard this opinion 10,000 times this weekend, but I wanted to hear you say it harder. That's why I hate you. That's why I hate you people. I don't like ugly, stupid freaks. Here's why.
Now, just to be clear, I'm going to get to a point here, but it's not that he's growing up, and I'll explain in a minute, but it's not that he's actually growing up, just so you know. It's not that he's actually maturing and getting older. You'll see in a minute.
Don't like you people. So the Super Bowl halftime shows in Spanish. Stop the presses. Call the National Guard. Everybody is saying exactly the same thing. It should be in English. The fuck? The country speaks English. The song should be in English. And okay, so we've all heard that. We all sort of agree. Okay, we all kind of agree. We've all heard that. Everybody tune into the show because they want to hear me say it, though. We all sort of agree. We've all heard that. And you want to tune into the show to hear me say it. The show should be in English. I think the show's in Spanish. That's not English. The show should be in English. And why? Why do you want to? You want to get up on the coffee table? Yeah! Yeah! The show should be in English! I mean, like, why? I don't know. It's just so low IQ. I have been doing this for long enough in my life that I'm just sick of, I'm just tired of it. I'm sick of it. You want me to get, so everybody can get up out of their recliner chair. You can get your fat ass up off the chair. Yeah! Who gives a shit about any of it? Nigger Ball brought to you by beer and sports gambling. Here's your Goy Ball brought to you by gambling and Miller Lite. Goy Ball. Oh, my nigger just scored a point. Brought to you by Dave Portnoy and DraftKings. It should be in English. It's like, I mean, come on already. Come on already. Well, it was acceptable last year because it was Kendrick Lamar. The Ebonics was in English. I need my Ebonics to be in English. I need my bubblegum pop garbage. I need my degenerate Jewish pop garbage to be in English when I watch my black people play ball while I gamble my money away for the Jews. Like, okay, really? Like, can we all grow up? Wait a second. This country that's a quarter Mexican now has a Super Bowl in Spanish? What the heck? It's like, okay, I mean, come on. Come on, guys. I mean, can we grow up a little bit? It's actually
He's a quarter Mexican.
crazy. I'm above it all. I'm too smart for this. I'm better than this. I'm better than you. Here's my honest to God opinion. If you want to complain about the Super Bowl in Spanish, seriously, go watch Matt Walsh, okay? Go watch Goyim TV, not the based one. Go watch Goy Matt Walsh, who can never talk about the Jews, and watch him shake his fist as an angry white man about how the Super Bowl's in Spanish. You want your sweet release, okay, you cuck? Okay, you fucking white cuck? You want your release? You want an angry white man to say I'm mad as hell that the Super Bowl's in Spanish? Go watch Matt Walsh, the Goy, and get your release. That's my honest to God opinion. It's like everything, you know, you're not telling us to vote for Trump. You're not telling us that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. You're not telling us that the Super Bowl halftime show should be in English. Okay, go watch TV for Goyim then. Get mad at the Super Bowl, vote Republican, not.
Speaking of who killed Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens is saying that Turning Point USA is lying about their numbers. She got a whole new conspiracy out of this.
You guys are idiots. Hey, you know, you guys are idiots, all right? It's just a little rage bait. Hey, just jokes. Relax. Everyone's going to be okay. What do you need, a safe space? Here, we'll rent an overflow space and, you know, we'll hang up some red, white, and blue.
Bro, that's fucking genius, dude. Holy shit, that's fucking genius. That's what the TP USA halftime show was. It was a safe space for conservatives. Holy shit. That's fucking genius, bro. I'm using that. I'm totally using that. That's what it was. It was a safe space for conservatives.
Streamers, and we'll put some country music on. Okay. Say what you want about the bad bar. With that being said, we have to talk about this Super Bowl halftime show. There is so much to talk about. The greatest Super Bowl so much to talk about. The greatest Super Bowl halftime show of the 21st century. I thought it was great. I understood every word. I don't know what everybody was complaining about. People said, I can't understand a word of the Super Bowl halftime show. This is ours. This is America. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I understood every word he said. I understood it perfectly. People were saying it's un-American. I'm like, this looks exactly like the neighborhood I grew up in. I was like, this is super relatable. The sugar cane, the nail tech, the salsa dancing. I was like, that looks like where I'm from. I was like, those look like my parents. Those look like mi familia. That's like all my cousins. I think I recognized a few people there. I thought it was great. That was the kind of culture I grew up with. That was kind of the rhythm of where I grew up in Mexico City. And they look like my people.
I think he is rage baiting them. I think he's fucking with them.
People talk like my people. I was like, finally, I feel included. No, I'm joking, of course. Just rage bait. You guys are idiots. You guys are idiots, all right? It's just a little rage bait. Hey, just jokes. Relax. Everyone's going to be okay. What do you need, a safe space? Here, we'll rent an overflow space and, we'll hang up some red, white, and blue streamers and we'll put some country music on, okay? We'll do a little counter programming. Okay, would that make you feel better? Do you need a little safe space? This song is in Spanish. This isn't English, this is Spanish. Hey, it's okay. We have some counter programming. We rented an overflow room.
I'm trying to find the one where the TTS comes through.
The greatest Super Bowl halftime show. Then you go to Turning Point Fest and it's you guys are idiots.
Even if you enjoyed it, I was hopeful you'd better articulate why a Latin halftime show celebrating their culture was unacceptable for an American sporting event as iconic as the Super Bowl.
I thought you were going to tell
Shit, dude. Yeah, I can't find it.
The halftime show was in Spanish and all the performers were brown people. The message was this is what America looks like, a mosaic of Latin peoples.
There it is.
Clearly it was political. Clearly it was a middle finger to white people. Weird take. Are you even a white nationalist at this point?
Honestly, I don't feel like one anymore. I feel like, do I want America to be a white country? Yes. I'm pro-white, but the movement has just been captured by losers and idiots. And I don't really, I'm kind of just done pandering. I fucking hate these people. That's how I feel about it. When I look at what, the movement has become, like the kind of impulses that have captured it, it's just kind of depressing. And I've always been forward thinking, and I've always been heterodox, and I've always been progressive in a way. And increasingly, I don't feel like I fit in with that anymore, you know? So no, I don't think I'm like you, because now it's turned into, it used to be the case that if you were against white genocide.
See, he still doesn't say the term white nationalist. He says, no, I don't think I'm like you.
If you're pro-white, if you're against immigration, like that is what it meant to be on our side. Now it's like you have to be a Republican culture warrior. I have to be spun up about the Super Bowl halftime show. It's just so low IQ. It's so low IQ. It's so monotonous, so repetitive. You're screaming at the halftime show because it's in Spanish. Okay, I mean, am I supposed to do this performative outrage? Why? I'm supposed to get up out of my seat? Who gives a fuck? You know? So I just don't. No, I don't think I fit in anymore, because, you know, I'm telling you this, we've reached the high watermark of that stuff. I've been doing this for 10 years. I was into this before it was popular, before it was mainstream, and now it's filled with a bunch of complete fucking idiots, and it's really just turned into signaling that you're a part of an in-group, and we're all going to have the same take, and we're all going to have the same opinion, and we're all going to say the same thing, and we're all going to engage in this elaborate performance. I don't know who it's for, why. We're all going to perform outrage. We're all going to perform and do the same jokes, and we're all going to have the same talking points. And I don't know. It's no longer interesting to me. It's no longer interesting. It's not funny anymore. It's not edgy. It's really just become a drag. At one point, we were the trolls, and now we're the butthurt ones. There was a point in time when we were having fun, and we were laughing, and we were trolling, and we were making jokes. And now our side are the biggest butthurt faggots of all time. You know, the far right has become the biggest butthurt faggots ever. Everybody's mad all the time. You can't make jokes. Everyone's moral fagging about everything. Purity spiraling. And people are, at the end of the day, people don't even really have a vision for what the country should be. I mean, half the people complaining about the halftime show aren't even white nationalists. They don't even know what the fuck they are. They just have these grievances. They don't care if America... Do you think Megyn Kelly gives a shit if America's white or not? Megyn Kelly is bitching about it. Like, you think Megyn Kelly is based? Megyn Kelly's screaming, the Super Bowl should be unifying. It should be in English. You think Megyn Kelly's a white nationalist? She isn't. She's just pandering to, like, I don't know, this, like, really bitter, like, white resentment politics.
This is why I said he's not growing up. He's not maturing. This is about something else. A lot of what he's saying here is true. That, like, obviously the conservatives are the SJWs of our time. They are the whiny babies who are always offended by every little fucking thing. They're always sawing out. They're always screaming, you know, at the fucking sky, just outraged over any little thing that they can use to get some attention for how upset they are. But his reasoning for being upset with this is so childish. It's so fucking childish this is, and I've talked about this a bunch of times. Like there's always these people that I've always talked about where they need to be against things. It's almost like ODD, but it's like a cultural thing. It's like an identity thing within culture that they need to be against the things that everybody else is doing. That like they don't want to be part of a group. They don't want to be part of like a large experience, because to them, if a lot of people are all doing something together, it starts to look like people are just doing it because everybody else is doing it. And so then they say, oh, well, now they all just look like bots. I'm not a bot. I want to think for myself. So I'm not going to do that just because everybody else is doing it. And this is something that I've heard like a ton of times from people where I'll say like, hey, have you seen that TV show? And they're like, well, that TV show? No, I know. I never watched that. I'm like, why? They're like, because everybody was watching it at the time. Like, they were all just trying to be part of the crowd. I'm like, did you ever think maybe everybody was watching it because it was actually fucking good? Because it was actually fucking great? And we all wanted to watch it because of that? Like, did you ever think that maybe you were missing out on an experience that the rest of us were having because we all enjoyed it and you just couldn't because you didn't want to look... You didn't want to look like you were part of the crowd? That's him. Right now, this should be a massive W for him. He should be looking at this and reveling in it and being like, we fucking won, guys. We won. We have been fighting this culture war for a very long time, and we're winning. We've got the Republicans complaining that a brown guy is doing the fucking Super Bowl. We are winning. The America First idea is finally winning. We did it. It's happening. The Republican Party is white nationalist. We are winning. Like, that should be what he's saying right now. But because they're winning, he has to look at it and be like, wait, now the crowd's doing this. Dude, that's stupid. I've been doing this since I was in high school. That's literally what he said. He literally said that. I've been doing this since high school. I've been complaining about this stuff before any of you were complaining about it, okay? He's like, oh, wait. So are you saying you were dumb for complaining about it? No, that's not what he's saying. He's not saying he was dumb for complaining about it. He's saying he was doing it when it was contrarian, when it was edgy, when it was cool, when it was counterculture. But now that it's a norm, well, now it's not cool anymore. I don't want to do that. That's why, like, Nick, a lot of people say, like, you know, Nick will be president someday and shit like that. Nick can't be president. He can't get along with people. He cannot have people around him that he gets along with for even a short period of time. He's incapable. He's incapable. Like, look at every single, like, interaction that he's had with anybody over the last year. Candace Owens goes on her show. They have a fairly cordial conversation. Obviously, she was being somewhat of a bitch. But then he turns around and goes on to his show, completely talks shit about her. Even you want to go back to Destiny. He had a small beef with Destiny. He apologized to Destiny. That same fucking day, went back to his show, said, fuck Destiny. I'm never talking to him again, blah, blah, blah. Totally cut ties with him. Tucker Carlson goes on Tucker Carlson's show, has a nice, cordial conversation with him, goes right back to his show. Fuck Tucker Carlson. Same with Dave Smith. Like, he does this with everybody. Everybody. He cannot hold a relationship. He cannot have like a consistent relationship with somebody. He will go use their platform and then immediately come back to his platform and talk shit about them. And I think the reason is what I think it is for those relationships specifically. It's not just the counterculture thing, not just like, oh, I don't want to be. I think a lot of it is when we talk a lot about the fact that he's like got two personalities, right? He's got the one on his show where he's a bit more blunt, a bit more honest, a bit more overt with what it is that he believes and what he says. But then he goes on to other shows, and now you get the very politically correct Nick Fuentes, who's no, I don't hate women. I just have more traditional beliefs, and I'm not against them voting. I'm not against he's very he's very PC when he's on these other podcasts. He's a very different version of Nick Fuentes. And I think a lot of times his audience probably looks at that and is like, wow, he's betraying us. Like, he's throwing us under the bus. Like, this is fucked up. Like, he's supposed to be out there pushing our beliefs and like trying to get people to understand us and listen to us. But instead, he just denies what it is that we believe. And this is like a big platform where this is where he should be saying it the most. And so then he knows when he comes back to his platform, all of these people are going to be pissed at him. They're all going to be talking shit about him. They're all going to be like, whoa, but why did you do this? You're a fucking fraud. Like, what? And so instead, he comes back and talks shit about that person that he was just talking to and talks about what a horrible person they are, where it's like new drama to like make you forget about the other shit, and like to where you're like, oh, okay, so he's not like allied with them and like trying to get in good with them by throwing us under the bus. Like, oh, okay, we thought like he was like gonna change to try to like, and I think that, yeah, he just it's weird when this is his fucking reasoning for this. It's so odd. He has a middle schooler's mentality where like you're not going to do something because you don't want to look like everybody else. This is literally like what every middle schooler like goes through, is like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Everybody's doing that. I'm gotta be different. Like, this is exactly what fucking kids go through when they're younger.
And I've always said this. I want to imagine a better future. I'm actually a progressive. And this kind of like Oliver Anthony, Matt Walsh, like knuckle dragging, like bitter ass face thing. We're all going to be grumpy and mad. I've never been on board with that. I've always seen it as defeatist and fucking pathetic and basically just this big loser mentality. So, yeah, the halftime show was in Spanish. Oh, I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time. It's like, okay.
He's such a fucking liar. Like, his entire movement is built off of grievance. It's all built off of grievances against the Jews. That's their whole fucking thing. White people are being oppressed by the Jews. It's their whole thing. It's their whole thing. He's, oh, I've always been against this. I've always been against this sort of defeatist mentality. No, you have not. That's been your whole career, bro. Your entire career has been whining and complaining about how hard it is to be a white kid.
The message was America is full of Latin people. Well, it is. So, I mean, are we gonna, or do we live in reality? The message is America's full of Mexicans. Okay, America is like a quarter Hispanic. So, like, I don't know, like, get real. It was clearly a middle finger to white people. I didn't really feel like that at all. It just, that message wasn't really there. But you see what you want to see, and you can go on fucking Oliver Anthony Island and be, I don't know, seething about it. But yeah, this whole halftime show, all these various events over the past 6 months, it's just like, get me out of here. I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here. Charlie Kirk was a time traveler. Hands off Venezuela.
Jews are white. Some of them. Depending. like the majority in America are Ashkenazi, but the majority of Jews in Israel are not white. The majority of them are like Mizrahi or Sephardic, or the Jews being categorized as white has always been controversial, even for Jewish people, because it's obviously a Middle Eastern ethnicity, but the religion isn't an ethnicity, so.
Hands off Greenland. I support ICE, but they're being too mean. The Super Bowl's in Spanish. It's like, excuse me, this is not something that I fuck with at all. Lunatics are running the asylum. People that 9 months ago were woke are now telling us what's based. I don't know. I'm not a part of it.
Anon 83.
Yep. Oh.
Ryan, you think it's interesting? Ryan, you think it's interesting that the Clintons are testifying here, but not Donald Trump, who also is in the Epstein files?
Absolutely. I mean, look, I am fully in favor of the Clintons coming and testifying. I'm in favor of them doing it in public so that we can all see with our own eyes what they say. I'm in favor of anybody, Democrat, Republican, Independent. If you are implicated in the Epstein files, you need to be held to account for what you've done. You need to put this stuff out in the light of day. And in the same way that I'm fully supportive of the Clintons coming and testifying, just as I'm supportive of anybody coming and testifying, I think that Donald Trump should do the absolute same thing. Will he do that while he's president? No. But you know what? If Republicans want to set a precedent where former presidents and their family members who have some involvement with Jeffrey Epstein have to come before Congress and can't defy any subpoenas to do so, then I'm fully in support of that precedent.
Ryan, you think it's interesting that the Clintons are
Yeah, I don't. I think it's pretty obvious that Trump would not. I think it's pretty obvious Trump would not show up if he was actually subpoenaed. I think that he would just continuously break court orders to avoid showing up if he was required to. Hasn't he avoided subpoenas in the past with like Russiagate and shit like that?
I voted once for Donald Trump in 2016. I fell for the propaganda. I watched Fox News. I've learned that the right-wing media is nothing but a propaganda machine. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me every damn day, it's a cult.
And for just like the Republican vote.
It's okay. Oh. That's not how that saying goes. I'll give it to him. He can have it, but he kind of flipped those around. He said, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. It's the saying is literally the other way around. That like, if you fool me once, all right, that's fucked up. I've learned my lesson. I won't talk to you again. But then, if you fool me twice, well, that's my fault for talking to you again. Like, that's my fault for continuing to engage with you. That's my fault for continuing. I already know you're a fucking liar. I already know this. So I shouldn't even give you the opportunity to do it. Like, that's, you know, so now it's shame on me. But yes, he literally flipped it around. So.
Media is nothing but a propaganda machine. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me every damn day, it's a cult.
And for just like the Republican voters, right, across
That's the saying. Fool me every damn day, that's a cult.
America, who maybe feel like I've always voted Republican, what would you want to say to those?
There's an old clip we used to put on at the beginning of stream every day that said something like, fool me once, shame on me, or sorry, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, fool me 3 times, now we're best friends. And he used to say that at the beginning of stream. And I remember, I think it was Allie. She's like, that's an interesting quote. Where did that come from? It didn't come from anywhere. I just fucking made it up because we're called the fools. Like, I just made it up. It's not an interesting saying. It's stupid.
Folks, step over to your nearest mirror, look yourself in the eye, and ask yourself if the principles, the words, the actions, the behaviors of this administration are actually in line with the teachings of Jesus Christ. Jesus would have stood with the vulnerable and marginalized. He would not have deported them. He would not have persecuted them. He literally stood with the prostitutes and the lepers and the poor, and he wasn't out there selling, saying, Peter, I'm not going to do any more miracles unless you invest in my Jesus meme coin. He was literally serving the poor. These people in Washington, D.C. associated with this MAGA GOP, all they're doing is exploiting the poor at the benefit of the billionaires. All of them got to go. Every single sitting Republican in the United States needs to be primaried. What we've seen is an increase of, white supremacy. That's all it is. Point blank, hatred, white supremacy. We got to get these people out of here if we're going to survive this country intact.
Based? Based?
Listen, bitch, you use language I don't like,
Brutus?
and I didn't
Can I
get on
just
your
please
ass
get through
about
this?
it, so I would appreciate if you shut the fuck up and don't get on my ass about it. Would that be nice? I'd appreciate that. If there is someone here...
Bro, she is so unprofessional. She really is. She is so unprofessional. It's insane. Like, how does she get away with this shit, dude? She's so unprofessional. She's so fucking... She has never been capable of being professional. It is so weird, dude. It's so fucking weird.
Here who is an undocumented immigrant and they are raping
Undocumented
committing
or illegal?
Yeah.
Undocumented or illegal?
I use undocumented. That's the
Why?
language I like to use. You like to use illegal. That is your right, and I'm not getting on your ass
But it's
about
also
it. So
the
I would
law.
really
It's
appreciate
in
if you
US
don't get on my
code-
ass
in
about the
US
wording
code
that I like to
1325.
use. Okay, moving on.
No, not moving on.
No
I think
one in government
that's important.
right
so they're
now,
undocumented or are they
literally,
illegal?
no one in government right now, literally,
That
no one
sounds
in...
a lot like
Listen,
nobody's undocumented
listen,
on stolen land.
Caroline,
Anna. That's a lot what that sounds like.
Caroline, I know you think this is a gotcha, but it's literally a retarded point, and I'd like to move on
think
to an
it's the
actual
law.
substantive
I think
point.
it's black letter
Okay,
law.
I get it. You like to use the word illegal and alien. Good job.
I don't like to. I just
Congratulations.
like to follow
Let's
the
move
law.
on to other things that are actually relevant to...
I like to follow the law. Does the law say that you have to use that term? What are you talking about? You like to follow the law. I do think I've talked about this a bunch of and obviously even other people who have come on the show have drawn these distinctions as well. Undocumented is kind of different than illegal. And I've gone over this a bunch of times. People don't like the term illegal, fine, whatever, but it is accurate. It just is an accurate term. The person is illegal. Them and their being is illegal. Their body is illegal. And it just is an accurate term. I understand how people can use these things to be dehumanizing, but there are people who come into the country who are not illegal, but are undocumented. That is a real thing. There's a large group of people, but lots of people who claim asylum. When they come in, they are undocumented while they are waiting on asylum hearings. There is not a status that they have in the country while they wait. They do not have a status while they're waiting. They can't be documented. There is no way for them to be documented when they don't even have a status for this period of time. So they should have one, but the point is they are undocumented, but they're not illegal. They were told to wait inside the country for their court date. So they're not illegal. They're here legally, but they are undocumented. And so there is a distinction there, and I generally don't like the term undocumented.
To the story, including the fact that no one in the government right now, with the exception, no one in the government right now, with the exception of Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey, get to lecture us about rape and sexual predators when our government is literally littered with them.
Well, here's the question I had too. Okay, we care about using politically correct terms like undocumented and illegal, which the correct term is still illegal.
You use language I don't like, and I didn't get on your ass about it. So I would appreciate if you shut the fuck up and don't get on my ass about it. Would that be nice? I'd appreciate that.
I'll let the audience decide what they think about this.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to keep presenting this, guys.
Homo politics? What the fuck? Okay, well, the person who posted it has a lot of flags. They got the trans flag and then the rainbow flag. Wait, is that the Mexican flag? So yeah, they got a lot of flags, so maybe homo politics is actually just gay people doing gay shit. Bunch of fucking gayfers. I like how they all hate each other. There's no way this show lasts much longer. Is that like a new person on her take? Or is that just a guest? Is that her? So yeah, it looks like she's on consistently. Is that her? I can't tell if that's her. Okay, yeah, that is her. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's her again. Okay, shit. Yeah, they got some chick, some right-wing chick to be one of the hosts. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. I didn't know that they got a new person. We're back. We are so back. She's about to make another one quit, dude. She is fucking wild, bro. Somebody needs to put that bitch on a leash. There was there was some debate that I wanted to cover.
You
I don't remember
cannot
what it
tell
was.
me in one breath that Donald Trump.
I'm I want to watch this, but I thought there was something else that came out that I wanted to watch as well, and I can't remember what it was, so I guess we'll just watch this. I can't remember. I feel like there was something. I feel like there's something else. Does anybody know what I want to watch? Does anybody know what I want to cover?
Is a fascist, and then in the next breath tell me, but I'm gonna stop short of endorsing the only person that could beat her.
Tell me what I think.
There have been multiple independent organizations that have done their own estimates about the projected death toll from USAID cuts globally over the. You can Jesus Christ. Don't moralize to me about Gaza and imply that I don't give a fuck about like people dying or whatever. If you're gonna poo-poo and hand wave the current protection. You, dude. You, all right? You guys need to stop treating these elections like it's a fucking game. The outcome of the election is so
oh my God, shut
enormous.
He has made too many points for me to effectively hit, okay?
Go ahead. Is the idea supposed to be that as long as the party...
Shut the fuck up, dude.
I made 2 points.
He did more to educate about the dangers of Trump than your bald ass did.
You're bald, bro. Take your hat off. Take your hat off. Take your hat off.
I was just about to say, dude, he's got to take his fucking hat off if he's gonna do that shit. The motherfucker has to take his hat off if he's gonna say it. If he's gonna be throwing that out, dude. I was just about to say the same thing. I'm like, fuck that, dude. Like, I don't know if I would let the motherfucker stay on the show unless he takes his fucking hat off, dude. Fuck that shit.
Take your hat off.
Let's not do it. Hang on.
No.
Oh, he's frozen.
Come on, take your hat off, bro. Take it off, bro.
Call Hutch bald. I think you have to take the hat off.
Take the hat off.
No, I'm good.
This Epstein stuff. Let me.
Oof. Oof. That's rough, dude. That hurts. Okay.
Tell you, some of the files are really fucking suspicious. And oh wait, is that one of our topics, by the way?
Sure. The Epstein
Get in
files
there.
are always.
Get in there.
Because I do want to have a couple. I have a couple little thoughts here. I think that people are perhaps drawing the wrong conclusions from these different files.
I like Vadim. I like Vadim. I like his videos. He is a really good video essayist and makes great content. He's funny. He's a really interesting character. Obviously, disagree with his politics. But I like Vadim. I guess recently he left my Discord, so I don't know if I did something, but probably not. Just haven't talked to him in a long time, so. Ofgreboy gotta put that name up there.
I don't really know what I'm talking about in terms of what conclusions those are, but it feels like everyone who's saying that Pizzagate has been corroborated, they're like probably the farthest away from correct. I think that there's some fucked up shit that happened, but I just don't trust. I think that there's a wide scale manipulation happening from everyone right now. And so I'm just on.
Bro, I've been talking about this a lot. If you guys have been here, I've been talking about this a lot. It is driving me fucking crazy, the amount of fucking lefties who are pretending that Pizzagate, so there's the right wing that's saying Pizzagate was corroborated. It was proven. We were proven right. And then the left is saying it's proven that Jeffrey Epstein is the one who psyoped Pizzagate. And there's these like two just completely insane fucking narratives from both sides just pushing these stupid fucking conspiracy theories. But both sides, from what I could tell, are saying that the elites were eating babies. Both sides are saying that the elites were eating babies. And now like that there's nothing there about it, but they're all saying that they were eating babies, and they're just reading so far into shit. It's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying. I got into huge fights with people about this on Twitter. Just like, why? Stop saying this. Stop. And they're like, oh, you dumb MAGA idiot. I'm like, I'm not MAGA. I'm a fucking liberal. I'm a Democrat. What is wrong with you? They're like, why are you protecting Jeffrey Epstein then? What? This isn't protecting him. I'm just telling you, you're fucking crazy. You don't have any evidence. What is wrong with you?
Guard right now for a lot of these narratives, and particularly the administration right now, their posture on some of these files has been completely contradictory. And we just had, I don't know, Guy, if you saw this.
Listen, if I was going to have my woman abort, I would request the fetus for dinner. It's your own blood. Anyways, right? Like, it makes sense when it is, blood of my blood.
Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie come out after them having access to some of these redacted files, that they're straight up like redacting the names of people who are prominent, people who are accused.
Epstein did push this story. Sleepy, please tell me you're kidding. Please tell me you're joking. That's a joke, right? You don't actually think that. You don't actually think that is not real. There's no evidence that Epstein had anything to do with QAnon or Pizzagate, and everybody, or Slash Poll. No evidence that he had anything to do with Slash Poll. None. The only evidence that anybody's using is that he talked to the leader of 4chan one time. That's it. That's it. That's their evidence. He talked to the leader of 4chan one time, and a couple weeks later, they created Slash Poll. That's their evidence. Correlation equals causation, a very slight correlation, but it's not. I don't even think it was a couple weeks. A couple weeks would have made even more sense, but it was like the next day. It's like the next day. Like, okay, so they just had a conversation, and the next day they were ready to just run with it and have it. They were already done. They're just boom, finished. No other conversations. No, just boom. Slash Poll, done.
Even though that's not one of the bases of redaction. So I think it's unfortunate, and Democrats should bounce.
They said there's 6 guys who had their photos redacted or something for no reason with no explanation. So clearly something has gone wrong here.
Well, it's funny you talk about the Pizzagate corroborated, and it's like you read, it's like, see, look, they ordered pizza.
They said
see,
pizza.
Look, they ordered walnuts and almonds, and this is.
Well, just to be clear, Epstein did seemingly use the term pizza as like a stand-in for girls. He did seemingly do that, but it was in 2018, long after Pizzagate had already happened and become prominent in 2015 and 2016. Like, this is long after it's like been public and people know about it, and so it seems as though Epstein saw that supposedly Hillary used the term pizza, according to the conspiracy theory, that she used the term pizza in place of children. And so he thought, oh, that's cute, I'm going to start doing that. But it's all after 2018. So, like, he couldn't have started this. He couldn't have been Pizzagate. He just copied the meme.
Code for like children of this like flavor or whatever. And to be fair, it could be the case. But then you read the emails and it's like, hi, I really like that 10-year-old you sent me. And it's like, well, okay, like they're not talking in code. Like they just had sex with children. Like,
but I mean, also Kash Patel came out, I think the story hit AP today, basically saying like, no, we looked into it and there's no evidence of any kind of sex ring. So it's fine. Like everybody can go home. It's fine. There's nothing to see here. Move along.
He said there was no evidence that he trafficked minors to other individuals. That's, I think, what Kash Patel said, like basically on the information that he knew. And a lot of people are looking at that and saying, well, did he couch it in enough qualifiers to be free from any kind of perjury charge in the future, saying, well, I didn't see that information. But at a bare minimum, the sort of optics and the PR shit has been disastrous. And yeah, there's blood in the water here. And there's something fucked up about it. I don't know that everything inculpatory is being said on email, but it doesn't seem like everyone has the same level of OPSEC, given some of the the suspicious shit that's being sent.
I mean,
well, and then
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, how can we? I'm not necessarily. No, I am very skeptical of what Kash Patel is saying. I'm basically just asking how on earth can we trust, of all people, that guy and his word is like. Are there? Did you say something about how Ro Khanna actually saw unredacted files?
Yeah,
okay,
they saw.
That's news to me. So what has he said, and what exact? I mean, obviously, there's way too many things to go over. He's only
yes.
Redact.
He's only been there for correct. Yeah, so there's only limited ways in which they can access it. And someone, I don't know if this is really good pencil math, but someone's it would take 7 years to comb through all these based on the systems that they've given us to do. I don't know if that's true or accurate, but it is true that the system, according to them, is archaic and odd. And so they're dropping some innuendos that one of the redacted persons is a very prominent person, but we don't have a ton yet. It's taken a lot of time. These are millions of files. People don't understand that it is a shit ton of work to consistently redact even 8 to 10,000 files. That's a huge fucking job. We are talking about millions of files, and a lot of the redactions are inconsistent. And people are drawing the wrong conclusions from certain documents. So it's going to take people, if they want to go to the redacted files and find some shit, it's going to be a huge fucking job to do that. And in the meantime, the unredacted files, people are drawing wild conclusions. For example, the email that came out, or the draft document that announced his death or whatever. It was a day before. Well, sorry. If you work in a law office, if you ever worked in law, whatever, you work off of templates, and it's totally plausible that the person used a template from the day before, or the template didn't update. And so, yeah, it's going to take a lot of work to get through all this shit. And they're not sending their best.
Guys, Pisco, to that note, for any conspiracy, ask yourself, are they this fucking stupid? Right? Yeah, we killed Epstein, we orchestrated it all, and we had months to redact all the files, but we really forgot about the one that said when he died, the one where we that completely shows that we killed him. Come on, please. The conspiracies happen, but if you can ask a question that just completely blows it up in 10 seconds, you obviously are stretching, and that one is one of the dumbest ones I've seen.
What do you guys think of the what I would call flowchart bullshit from Mehdi Hassan and the I've Had It podcast lady, who complained that Biden and Merrick Garland had this for 4 years and didn't do anything about it? Pisco, I'm curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, that's so fucking dumb. I hate it because on the one hand, you have some evidence that they were actively looking into it during that time period, and on the other hand, I think that this is not a matter for the Department of Justice to handle in the main course of things. This is a political decision that needed to be made, and I don't agree that the Biden administration should have tactically deployed the Department of Justice to, I don't know, get 500 attorneys to do this kind of work, to release documents for a particularly political message. I think it's a disgrace. That would be political interference with the Department of Justice. And it's exactly why I respect Biden's decision to appoint Merrick Garland. And so anyone who's talking about that shit, oh, they had the files the whole time, I think they just don't have a respect for the rule of law that I do, or they don't think it matters. And I, of course, think it matters.
Well, they don't appreciate the president keeping a distance from the DOJ and letting the DOJ speak through indictments only, which is how the public trusts them in the first place. They're completely ignoring what we talked about at the end of the last podcast, that the public needs to trust what the DOJ is saying in the first place.
And also, I'm sorry, and I know I'm speaking a lot. I'll let you guys talk. There just isn't a smoking gun proof that shows Trump's criminality in all this. There isn't. And the stuff about his connections to Epstein, we knew about right before the election. It was known that he was genuinely aware. He gave that comment to the New York Post or New York Magazine or whatever, which, come on, what did that comment mean? We all knew he was best friends with Epstein. And so there's just no smoking gun here in terms of the inculpability of specifically Donald Trump. And so I think it's a gross departure from the standards of the DOJ to do this.
I have to like just interject here because just so much is redacted. How can you really make that determination from what we haven't seen?
Well, no. So that's no. Sorry. Wait. I just want to address that. So the claim is, look at all this shit that Biden had. The claim is being made from these people. We've seen all this stuff. They had it, and the fact that Merrick Garland didn't release it shows their incompetence. But of course, I'm judging that claim, the claim that there was something advantageous for them to drop in that moment and that it wouldn't have been a breach of norms. I'm not speculating as to what's not revealed. I'm speculating on the actual comment made by people on the basis of what has been revealed.
I mean, at a certain point, though, aren't you also talking about a matter of priorities or prioritizing? Yeah. It seems like if you did have a guerrillion documents and the potential there to stop like truly bad people, you would think, even if it was just at the DOJ level, there would be something there that you would want to shift into that and persecute it like just a little bit further. Like, I haven't heard what I've had it podcast said about this. I understand the general theme of, you know, why didn't they move on it more? It does seem like any leader, you can still essentially be hands off in trying to insist that someone takes that kind of a direction, but at the same time, you know, you can make sure that people are actually looking into criminality, right?
Well, I don't know that we know that people were trafficked between one person and another. Like, I haven't seen evidence of criminality here. And so where they're kind of implying that the Biden administration and Garland could have done more to actually prosecute the other people who were around. And even they said before, like, oh, Kash Patel said before that there was no evidence that these people were, that like Epstein was trafficking two other men, trafficking children to other men. I don't know that there is evidence of that. Have I missed this? Is there? Have other people actually been implicated, or was it all just like tangential connections?
Wait, so what does Biden do? Biden says, "Hey, Merrick, go release all the documents that are bad about Trump." Like, what did you want him to do?
Well, it's not. No. It's not a matter of like make sure you're looking specifically into the thing about Trump, but like if the inverse of that would be to basically say like, you know, don't touch it at all or something to that extent. I'm just saying.
Well, you don't have evidence that happened. That's the problem, right? Like,
no. Wait.
It's still it's not a matter of no evidence at all. It's still one of the most like notorious international sex criminals, you know, trafficking rings in the history of the modern era. Why wouldn't
we're losing the thread here? Hold on. Their complaint was not that Biden refused to investigate Donald Trump or Merrick Garland refused to investigate Donald Trump.
It's they didn't tell him to release stuff.
Yes, their complaint was that he didn't just release it to the public for political reasons to tank Donald Trump's chances of winning.
Yeah, they're saying. Oh wait.
And the question is, what does that look like? Hey, can you tell people to go release documents that are bad about Trump? Like, that is what your people, not you specifically, we're commenting on other people.
Yeah, I guess. Are they saying the left is saying this? Because I know that the right has been saying if there was stuff that was bad about Donald Trump, we know it would have been released by the Biden administration. We know, like, while Biden was in office, the Democrats would have released it already. So we don't have to worry about there being anything incriminating about Trump in there. And are they saying that the left has now turned around and been like, yo, what the fuck? Why didn't the Biden administration release incriminating shit about Trump? Why didn't they do this? Is that what they're saying?
I don't know if you guys have this opinion, but like, what does that communication from Biden look like? I want an answer to that question. What does that communication from White House to DOJ look like?
I think just
the perception. Oh, can I just add? Because like the perception is like, why was Trump impeached for the first time, right? It's like, oh, hey, give me specific documents that specifically implicate my political opponent, and I want to release these, and also I'm using my position of power to levy that, right?
Yes, that is the basis for the first impeachment.
Yes.
Right.
You can't do that during an investigation. It wasn't even just during an investigation. It was during fucking hearings. Like Ghislaine Maxwell was still going through her court proceedings at the time. Her shit just finished up. just finished up at the beginning of the Trump administration. So yeah, the Biden administration did not really have much of a chance to release stuff, even if they wanted to, or even if they were going to, because they're making a good point. Like the idea that Biden is Trump, because that is the argument, to be clear. Literally, I had a bunch of progressives in chat last night saying like, yeah, but Trump has proven that Biden could have gotten so much done if he wanted to, and he just didn't want to because Trump is just doing whatever he wants, and Biden should have done that. It's like, okay, first off, like, this is literally why we don't like Trump, is because he's doing those things. Secondly, Biden got like an insane amount of shit done. Like, he got so much done. And so I don't know where you were, but the idea is like, yeah, that they want Biden to be more like Trump and just be like, hey, I want you to go find incriminating things on my political opponents and just release those for me, please. Like, that's what Trump did with Ukraine. And it was a whole fucking scandal over it, because he was trying to get Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden and Hunter Biden for him so that he could have some political shit to put out on him. Like, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. And so the fact that they think that like this is what Biden should have done, is he should be more like Trump. It's so fucking gross, dude.
So that's like not quite how that went, though.
I think just by
was a phone call to an. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Vadim, go ahead.
I know it's not the same.
I think that just by whipping up more and more discussion of the situation, there's still such a close proximity that there's a lot that he clearly was.
Glenn was sentenced July 22nd. Oh, was it? I thought it was 2023. Okay, my bad. Trump will probably have court cases than the last 5 presidents besides Trump for what? Oh, more court cases than last 5 presidents besides Trump's first term. I'm so lost. Court cases like you mean like people who are suing the presidency, or like Trump's like criminal cases?
Was in on. I think that at the very least it would have just generated a lot more like terrible word of mouth and just like
maybe he was trying to investigate Hunter because there was shadiness. I don't know. No. Also, on top of that, yes, obviously, there was the quid pro quo aspect of it that was even more. That was even worse, but yeah.
Shat on his reputation all the more in the lead up to the election. So maybe it would not have had that desired consequence of like, just providing a, what's the like catching him red-handed, but still, like, I think it could have done a lot.
But what's the communication, Vadim?
And then lastly, I think that like I find it really hard to believe, maybe I'm wrong, that he could not have found a way to cut through a significant amount of that red tape. And even if you take Donald Trump out of it, it's still this matter that involves so many other people of consequence that deserve to
cut through red tape. Go trying to release incriminating information about your opponent when, as you're saying, there's a bunch of other people that you would have to release information about as well, but instead we're just going to release it about Trump, when even the majority of shit that's been released, none of it's new. Most of it's stuff that we already knew about. There hasn't been much released in the Epstein files about Trump that is new. It's just old stuff coming back to light.
That's not the no video. I grant that this is important. I think there should be a fucking special counsel or whatever. Yeah, if you want to grant that, but there's some reports that they were still investigating, and that in fact Trump shut down aspects of the investigation in one of their memos. But that's not the claim that I think people are pointing to, that I've had it, even though I haven't heard that statement or the Mehdi one. But I have heard this style of thing, which is they fucked over the election. They didn't really think that Trump was a fascist threat, because if they did, they would have released this information, that which presupposes that there's like insanely inculpatory information here about Trump, which there isn't yet so far that we've seen, other than what's already been known about the nature of their friendship and connection. And then two, that there ought to have been some sort of communication between Biden and the Department of Justice on this area. So I'm going to ask for the second time, what would you guys, if you agree with this position, what does that communication from the White House to the DOJ look like?
I don't think you have to actually even mention Trump's name at all. That's the point, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with the way that Garland did his job. Like I'm upset with the outcome, but based on the circumstances and like the position that he was put in, I totally understand where he's coming from, and I don't fault him for it. Like I'm gonna put the screens back to the way that they were before for this one. Yeah, the fact that like the Trump administration had just left office, right? The Trump administration had just left office and had been just breaking laws and doing illegal shit left and right. The idea of like what Biden ran on was like, you know, bringing normalcy back, bringing our norms back, bringing back like respect to the presidency. And this is a large part of like what people were voting for, was they were voting for somebody who was going to be presidential again. So we can't like we can't expect them to just come in and immediately start going after Trump when one of the biggest criticisms of Trump was the fact that he continuously used the DOJ to go after his political opponents. Now, obviously, Trump, like Biden and Garland, wouldn't actually be going after their political opponents here, but that would have been the perception. And so the fact that they're trying to like bring, you know, they're trying to set an example for moving forward, saying what Trump did during his presidency is not the new norm. That is not the new norm, and we are not following Trump's lead. We are bringing things back to the way that they were before and doing things right. And we're going to set an example on doing things right again. That's what we wanted. And so obviously, if they just went in and immediately started going after Trump, yeah, it would have looked really bad. I wish they had, because I feel like the convictions would have happened and we would be in a very different circumstance right now. But that's all hindsight. Like, we couldn't have known, like, all of these different states were all coming out with all of these different charges all at the same time, and that everything was going to get so complicated so quickly. We couldn't have known this. And so, yeah, based on the circumstances at the time, I don't blame Garland.
I'm asking what it looks like. Can you give an example of like what you would say if you were in charge? Like, hey, Mr. Merrick Garland, now we heard about this Epstein stuff. Release stuff. What does it look like?
You can simply just ask for an update on the progress of processing that information and pursuing any related any found criminality. I mean,
yeah, there's nothing major like in the Epstein files. Like, there's interesting things that, like, again, that we already knew. There's stuff that like is just being brought to light again, like, you know, the case where Trump and Epstein rape a 13-year-old girl was released with these things. The you know, stuff about their friendship, there's a bunch of stuff like that that's like, it's just kind of stuff that people like me in my audience, we all already knew. And then there's a lot of emails that are showing that like a lot of people lied about their relationships with Epstein. So people like Elon Musk, people like Steve Bannon, people like I can never remember the other guy's name, but there's another guy who's part of Trump's administration who was next door neighbors with Epstein for a long time and said that like after Epstein got caught and everything, he like did this whole virtue signal about how he met Epstein and was disgusted by him immediately, and him and his wife decided they would never talk to him again and never be in the same room as him again. And it turns out that was a complete lie. That he continued to spend time with Epstein and talking to Epstein, and so yeah, there was just stuff like that.
It literally can be that simple.
Wait,
you don't have to go. You don't have to turn around. Well, no, hold on. You don't have to turn around and basically say like, find the Trump dirt and process it and get it to me now. Everybody basically knew that he was friends for a long time. The idea that it has to be some sort of very illicit, get my political enemies taken care of thing. That's not. I don't think that's.
But that is what you're asking for, right? Like with a wink, wink, nod, nod. You want them to.
No, I want every last one of the Epstein billionaire class, regardless of whoever they're friends with. I want all those motherfuckers behind bars.
Well, first of all, these documents were sealed by the courts, is my understanding, through September 2024. Correct?
No, that's just a small clutch of them. I mean, the department.
Really?
It is yes, yeah. I mean, it is a case that the DOJ could have released a lot of this information, but the truth is, like, that's not what they do. The Department of Justice is not just supposed to dig up embarrassing information, bad information, and release it generally. This is a matter of public.
Well, but stuff like normally court records are public in the first place, and so that was one of the like odd parts about this. Is that a lot of it was sealed in the first place? Like if they wanted to protect the victims, they could have given them like Jane Doe names from the beginning and just left it at that, but they didn't. And so, yeah, like the circumstances are already odd that this was all sealed up. Then when we talk about like the files, and we're talking about just like tons and tons and tons of just like random shit that isn't even corroborated, and yeah, I don't know, man. It's the whole circumstance is just really weird.
Like interest, and now it's
Howard Lutnick. Yeah, Howard Lutnick is one of them. So Elon Musk, Howard Lutnick both lied about their relationship with Trump or with Epstein. Bill Gates, they even went to the island. Apparently, Lutnick and Elon both said they never went. Apparently, they did. Bill Gates apparently Epstein sent emails to himself to take notes about Bill Gates, and there's no evidence that any of those things are true, but he said some wild and damning things about Bill Gates in those notes to himself. So there was a lot of weird shit that came out that just wasn't nothing serious, just proving that liars are liars once again.
It's a political matter. I do want disclosure, and yes, Biden could have ordered his Department of Justice to like disclose a bunch of stuff. That is true, but the implication is he should have for purposes of damaging Trump politically, and that is improper.
What are the odds? What are the odds that Biden was even vaguely aware of the contents of like any of these Epstein files? Like, what are the odds that he was
well, yeah, not even Biden, but like obviously Garland,
calling Merrick Garland and asking him for updates on individual prosecution? Zero, like literally zero. So the idea that
can I jump in? Hutch?
That's, again, that's not really.
Wait. Well, Ofgreboy, I want to say this because this is, I think, supporting maybe a little bit of your side of the argument. Sure, I'm not saying that they need to talk specifically to the DOJ and say, "Hey, do a hit piece on Donald Trump, a la impeachment 1." However, with how much Trump and the campaign is hyping this up as I'm going to release Epstein files, Democrats are coming for your children, I think it's kind of weird that they didn't press this just as a talking point more, just to say, hey, you were best friends with this guy. Hey, like, you're not.
Impeachment 1 is the Trump calling Ukraine with the quid pro quo.
Press rate, like you clearly stepped back and said. This is a different claim, but I am saying like if we're going to criticize the Dems a little bit, which I'm always open to doing, I do think they should have pressed this issue a little harder, given how big of a platform it is for the Trump QAnon base to say, oh, we're coming after the pedos. The fact that you clearly this is like the one thing that really has seemed to distance people from Trump. I think if you ever could divide MAGA, this is the closest we got. I think Democrats failed to capitalize on that during the election.
I mean,
I don't even agree
if
with
Trump
that.
if Trump was able to hint and make innuendos about it in like the 2016 election, then it was very obvious that everybody else also knew about his connections to Epstein. It doesn't, like I said, it doesn't have to be a matter of political targeting or political assassination or whatever, but it could have been something to take away the fuel that Trump would have had going into 2024, like exactly what Soy is saying.
The only reason these files are released now is because Trump himself and his surrogates made this #1 issue in the minds of voters. This is a monster of their own creation.
Again, I don't think Trump ever did. Obviously, when he says his surrogates, I agree with that. But the problem is that like, to an extent, Trump did because he hired those people. He brought them onto his team. He made them part of his administration. So sure, to an extent, he did do this, but I don't think Trump himself ever talked about the Epstein files. And while I understand why people want to use that argument as like a dunk on Trump for not fulfilling his promises, the issue is that it's actually even more damning that he never brought it up whatsoever. Meanwhile, you have JD Vance talking about it. You've got everybody, like all of the FBI people talking about it. You've got almost every single person who was brought into his administration talking about this and saying that they want to get the Epstein files out, and Trump never mentioning it once. That's even more damning. That like when now we hear from people like Marjorie Taylor Greene that he's like calling and threatening her and telling her to stop talking about this shit because it's going to hurt his friends. Like that's actually better to turn around and be like, yeah, see, he never even talked about this, dude. He never even mentioned it.
And we're kind of diving.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but that's the point.
Just let me, hold on.
That could have been something that the Dems pushed.
Okay, hold on. So we touched on this last.
Like, I think the only time that they ever talked about it with Trump, or Trump ever said anything about it, was when he when he was asked if he would release the MLK files. He said yes. Will you release the JFK files? He said yes. And then they said, will you release the Epstein files? And he goes, I mean, that one, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Well, I mean, there's a lot of lies. People can lie about a lot of things. And so we all have to think about that one. That one's not so sure. And so that's the only time I ever remember him ever addressing Epstein files or Epstein lists or anything like that. That is the only time I remember that ever happening.
Last week, but I think that if you are interested in upholding what I believe to be like really important principles of this democracy, then I think it's a good thing that it probably didn't even occur to Biden or Merrick Garland to act in a way that would have been explicitly, overtly corrupt. The idea that we would selectively release documents pertaining to some kind of investigation that did not result in criminal charges. You say what you want about like everybody that was involved in that case, but I think it's a good thing that in this country, if the DOJ investigates you and they don't find enough evidence sufficient to charge you with a crime, they don't make it a habit of going out there and saying, well, we're going to release this information to the public anyways for like political gain. As soon as you start advocating for this to be the standard moving forward, you're just like, I just feel like you're hastening the demise of the republic by doing this kind of shit.
Not to mention, I don't think it is this political benefit that Soypil is really talking about there. I don't really believe that this was a major campaign issue. It was a major campaign promise to stir up the crazies in the MAGA sphere, but I don't think that a focus on Epstein was, or a lack of focus on Epstein was a significant reason why Kamala lost the election. And two, you have to imagine, right? You have to think about it. These people don't trust the Department of Justice in any respect. They are now in control of the Department of Justice. They have their people, Kash Patel, etc., who was at least in the helm of one of the major investigatory units, and they have, their president in, occupying the Oval Office, and they don't trust half of these disclosures coming out of the Department of Justice. So to the extent that anyone's major issue is Jeffrey Epstein, you are not going to capitalize on that by putting out releases of documents which are going to necessarily be taken as incomplete from the perspective of those people.
Real quick, Pisco, wait, Pisco, I need to address Pisco because I think you misconstrued what I said. I'm not saying this was a major platform that the Democrats should have run on. I'm saying rhetorically, you could have used this to divide and have less turnout for the MAGA base by pointing out this and like making this a talking point and making them focus on it. Like, hey, you're calling me a groomer? Like, you're best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, that's it. I'm not talking about that.
I almost think the vulnerability arrived like recently with like the way Ossoff is talking, which I agree is very good, is the debacle of how they've promised and now fucked up that promise. I'm not so sure that the vulnerability existed as in 2024, but you guys could probably disagree.
Also, there's a distinct possibility that
when they say like you call me a pedophile, the thing is that Trump didn't ever use the there was stuff in Ashley Biden's diary about the fact that Joe took showers with her into her like preteens, and that like for her it's like a very uncomfortable memory. And this is stuff that was written in her diary that was released and has been like confirmed that was hers. And it's stuff that Trump never really used against Biden. And Trump will use anything and everything against everyone, but he never went that direction, and I would assume it's because he didn't want Biden to go in that direction. And so both of them kind of had these like big fucking dunks on each other, and it was almost like a Cold War happening where they both have these fucking missiles pointed at each other, and just what's it called, like a self-assured destruction, or whatever it's called. I can't remember the term for the Cold War, but pretty much like, yeah, one of them fires on the other one's gonna fire too, and so it was just kind of mutually assured destruction. That's what it is. And so yeah, it seemed like both of them had these massive fucking nukes just pointed at each other.
Jennifer Welsh, slash Mehdi
mutually
Hassan
assured
Strat
destruction. Yeah,
could have easily blown up in their faces and made Trump a martyr to normies, because they would have come out and they would have correctly said, the FBI, or the DOJ, who has a strict policy of keeping this kind of information private, decided right before an election to release a bunch of evidence that all it is just hearsay and there's no and the blah blah blah, and they could have easily capitalized on that and correctly pointed out, I might add, that this would have been insanely corrupt for them to do.
You don't have to look at it exclusively through the lens of like, well, lefty you don't like had this particular take on it. There's ways to take their existing. Well, that's why you brought it up. Flowchart shit that I've had it in Mehdi Hassan are doing. The idea being is that you could take somebody else's idea and figure out a way to make it a little bit better. You don't have to make it a targeted thing, like I said.
Make it better. Make it better.
It could be just purely from the perspective of wanting to see abject criminality be pursued.
That's why we have a DOJ. That's why we have a DOJ. You don't release it to the public to establish criminality. You have a DOJ investigation.
Do you think there would have been any merit?
I think it is weird that nobody's bringing up that, like, yeah, normally cases are public in the first place, so, like, when they keep saying, like, yeah, but you don't release stuff, like, well, we do release it. We do release stuff. We always release stuff, like, not selectively like they're talking about, but we do release stuff.
or interest to the public good to finally maybe say one day release the information related to the JFK assassination.
Do you really think that
there is
figured out? Do you think that do you really think that people would not have figured out that you were doing it for political reasons? You really don't think they would have connected those dots?
So
they would have
absolutely
like, oh, we're just trying to help solve crime.
It would be political.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry that I'm pausing so much, but I really just have like an insane amount of disagreements with what's being said right now. Like the fact that they're saying this when like that's kind of the problem with like a lot of the Trump charges is that everybody thinks that it's all being done for political reasons. And yeah, when they say like, you really don't think people are going to figure out that it was for political reasons? It's like, well, figure out is one thing. They're going to think it's political one way or the other.
Yeah. But Ogre's saying, isn't there a public interest sometimes in releasing investigations? Yes, sometimes there is. Yes, sometimes there's an interest in public releases of information. No doubt about that. But part of that public interest now is in correcting a lot of misinformation that occurred. And again, you're speaking about the context of an election season. What's the rush in that respect? What's the rush in that respect? You talk about abject criminality.
It could have been something done in year one.
Abject criminality. Where is your evidence that the Department of Justice under Biden, A, wasn't investigating this as crimes? You are undermining the possibility of criminal charges by doing document dumps to the general public.
Yes.
Do you understand that? This is undermining the potentiality for good criminal investigations. Witnesses are going to go stale. They're going to be able to corroborate their stories. And so all of this shit, if your goal is maximal criminal punishment, this does not accomplish that. The reason this is happening is because nobody trusts the people making those decisions. It presupposes lack of trust in those very institutions. And that is just by consequence of the fact that everyone has already made up their mind that there is the maximalist version of the Epstein story that corroborates, the wide sweeping criminality that they all
But you're talking about like
happened.
Schrodinger's box of Epstein files, right? The idea that the evidence isn't there until we see it, but if it's not released, we'll never know if it's there or not. That sort of shit. And again, like I said, there's an element there of basically it's always going to be the thing that can be used against the Democrats until it's proven that the people involved aren't Democratic elites and things of that nature, right? So there could have been an element there that basically clears the party's
Ogre,
name
some of them
all
are
time to
Democratic
come.
elites. I'll list them. Some of them are Democratic elites. Some of them have close connections to Obama, worked in Obama's White House. Bill Clinton, obviously, to say nothing
Some of them are
Democratic fundraisers.
Friends, but some of them still want to make sure that you know that these people come to light, right?
All I'm trying to say is we have a wealthy criminal person, a sick person, who absolutely has connections with a bunch of different individuals. What I'm not seeing, and that should be investigated, and that should absolutely be pursued to the furthest extent that the law allows for. What I'm not seeing is evidence of Democratic negligence in failing to use the fact of these connections and all these open questions for their political advantage in 2024. And that, crucially, is the claim being made by so many. It's like, look at how fucking incompetent they were. They couldn't even use the Epstein story in 2024. It's post hoc, and frankly, it is corruption. Any way you want to slice it, if it was a wink, wink, nod, nod, what people are asking for is for the Democrats to wield politically this, and cynically, the existence of these questions to crush Trump in the polls when there's no evidence that would have happened.
Couldn't it have imperiled the case against Ghislaine Maxwell? Couldn't it have harmed their case against her if they would have released this kind of information?
That was done and dusted. I think in 2022 they had a conviction there. They were appealing some issues.
No, but he's saying do it year one. I mean, wasn't part of that evidence overlap? Wouldn't that have hurt their case against her if they would have?
The trial I think happened in December 2021. So there was an ongoing trial happening with Ghislaine Maxwell at the time.
Yeah.
It's only recently that her appeals to the Supreme Court have been exhausted.
Right. I'm saying, wouldn't it releasing this information in the way that Jennifer Welsh and Mehdi Hassan are advocating for, couldn't that have hurt the DOJ's case against?
I don't really think it would have. To be honest, I don't really think it would have. But it just more of the interference aspect of that. I do find that as corrupt, and there's not a real good, even the way you crafted the communication over, because you didn't really. It's like, hey guys, can you just give me an update on stuff? Like, what the fuck do you think is going to happen after that communication? I'd be like, all right, sir. Well, this is a case against Ghislaine Maxwell, and this is the evidence we have, and these are our conclusions. It's not going to give you what the Mehdi Hassans, if he said that, are asking for.
They were asking for a document dump. They were asking for like to release the files, just like what they did, what Congress mandated that they do.
At the end of the day, the idea of at least sticking to the norm that the fucking, I'm blanking on his name at the moment, the 7 foot tall former attorney general, at least that
Comey,
yeah, Comey doing what he did to Hillary. As much as I didn't like her ass, basically was like, I don't want to see anything like that. I'll give you that easily, right?
Yeah.
Like that sort of shit, that's not what I'm speaking to. I'm talking about just in general during that 4 years, I can at least sympathize with a little bit of the frustration of not coming out with this information.
I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it does feel like they're strawmanning them a little bit, because it feels like a lot of what they're saying is like we're not saying actually release all of the files. We're not saying like you have to do all of the stuff that like the Republicans are doing and like do this whole big show about it. Like, but we are saying you could have talked about this stuff. You could have brought it up. You could have mentioned that, like, you know, Trump was best friends with Epstein. You could have said a lot of things, and you didn't. You didn't say shit. And they used anything and everything they could against Democrats, and then Democrats didn't really use anything against them. And they could have. Like, there was so much there to work with, and they didn't work with it. I think that's what they're saying.
Say something crazy. This is going to cancel me, all right? This is going to cancel me. I think it would have been more justified for Comey to release his statement than for the various different innuendo leaks relating to Trump. And I'll tell you why. At a bare minimum, with the Clinton case, there was a closer approximation in case for criminality in the context of the email dump and when they received it relative to when they announced the end of the investigation, which was a ripe investigation. At least there was a closer connection there and a genuine concern for James Comey, which I disagreed with and I thought was completely bullshit. Here, it would be the pure exercise of a cynical political interference by the president to the Department of Justice, which is exactly what we accuse Trump of doing.
Pisco, but the Comey thing was like a week before the election, reopening it, knowing that they were not going to convict. That's purely political.
No. Hang on. He didn't know that they weren't going to convict. So first of all, he did break from norms by doing that. His logic was he was trying to, and I disagree with his actions.
Yes.
But according to him, he was trying to protect the reputation of the FBI, because his logic was if it came out after the election, the Republicans would discover that this tranche of emails would have been found on Anthony Weiner's laptop. And if the Republicans that were in Congress at the time had discovered that Comey didn't come forward, he was concerned that they were going to spin that into Comey did that specifically to help Hillary Clinton.
Hide it, yeah.
So like that was his thinking. I still totally disagree with his decision to do that. He completely broke with norms, DOJ policy. I think it's within, is it 60 days or 90 days? It's either 2 or 3 months before an election.
The number I remember is 90.
They don't do any kind of announcements like that for fear of the perception of them trying to be politically influential.
But here it's like, what crime are we accusing Trump of doing? I mean, like, seriously, what has been released from these documents that closer establishes a crime from Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton with respect to the classified document statutes in the National Defense Act or the national security? Like, really, like, yes. Is there innuendo? Is there shit that looks bad? Is there shit that makes Trump look like he obviously knew the reputation of Epstein? And is the cover-up right now from Trump look really awful? I totally grant that there's fucked up shit, and they knew that they were underage people. So I totally grant that. But specifically, what criminality relating to Trump are people accusing him of doing?
I don't think it even needs to be that granular. I mean, at the end of the day, in the interest of the public good, wouldn't it benefit the American normie populace to know that the person they're potentially considering voting for is a fucking
that's political.
That's
the political interference.
You know,
You're trying to dress it up in flowery language and be like, well, actually, it's about the public good. But really, what you're talking about is selectively releasing information that should be private.
No, hold on. We're arguing past each other. I'm not saying selective. I'm saying fucking everybody, like the whole thing.
No, but the point is, No.
You're trying to drive it back down to be like, once again, the radical leftist.
I'm talking about Jennifer Welsh and Mehdi Hassan's. They were not talking about like justice for the victims. They were talking about.
I'm saying the argument should 100% be dumping the whole thing. The whole thing. You're wanting to argue with someone that's not me after you guys have been talking
you're
about
the
this.
one that. Yeah, see, that's why I said that they are kind of strawmanning them a bit, because their argument hasn't been just releasing stuff about Trump and doing it for political reasons and X, Y, and Z. They're saying release everything about everybody.
Defended their position, bro. You're the one that defended their position.
I would defend their position a little bit more, actually, if I can. And this isn't to fully defend their position, because I haven't heard what Mehdi Hassan has said. I think that he in particular is someone with a good head on his shoulders and usually comes from an informed place. Maybe it's not in this case. And I also, to what Pisco is saying, I think it's important in the face of conspiracies,
you gotta be kidding.
and situations that are rife for speculation, to have a degree of keeping your head on your shoulders and whatnot. But at the same fucking time, I mean, if any situation is a situation in which I think people should be expressing these sorts of things, whether or not they're even correct at a moment like this, I just feel like we know that this shit was not properly prosecuted by a long shot. We know that so many people are still being protected. We know that so much injustice that will more than likely never be what's the word? Just adjudicated or taken. And it won't. Yeah, adjudicated. I'll just say that because I can't think of.
What up, bro? Sure. If you wanna, let's do it. I'll get him on the other side.
The other word, it's probably not going to happen. We hope it does, but it probably won't. So I don't know. I kind of give them more grace inside the situation. That's not to say
we like Mehdi.
What?
We like Mehdi. I mean, I like Mehdi Hassan, and I grant that there's bad steps that the prosecution has taken with respect to Epstein. I have a problem with the deal that Acosta offered Epstein,
GG's.
And as well with the Florida federal non-prosecution agreement. I have problems.
Yeah, no, you seriously, you can have it. I'm good. Any chance you got another bandage? These guys, I've literally been getting chased around for 10 minutes now. Getting hit with every fucking lightning strike and everything.
Come in here first.
Okay.
Problems that they didn't follow up on needs there, but that is a problem.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
I think principally addressed to the U.S. Attorney's Office under the leadership of Acosta. That's number one. And I think the agreement happened while Bush was in office. That's a problem, perhaps, with the Department of Justice allowing for these sort of investigatory leads to fester or whatever. It's not a democratic criticism. It is not a democratic criticism. It's important, I think, to maintain the political independence of the Department of Justice. And that's one of the things that I'm proud of supporting Joe Biden for, is not interfering. Now, I criticize him for his pardon, but at a bare minimum, he did not order, for example, this special counsel that was looking into his son to not look into his son. If he had done so for political reasons, none of us would have any problem calling that corrupt. This is just the inverse of that. Saying that we would hope our democratic political leaders to selectively release this document, it's like saying we should act like Nixon. It's saying we should act like Trump. And that's the ground on which I disagree with it. And I do think it's an example of the Democrat, what would you call it, Hutch? I always forget your term for it. The funnel chart. The flow chart. Because here we have a perfect example of Trump malfeasance, of populist rhetoric that people can achieve to build, and instead we're attacking Joe Biden for doing something honorable, which is not interfering in the Department of Justice.
I just rewatched the clip, and Jennifer Welsh, she talks at the front about, like, not only is it the right thing to do to, like, get all these pedophiles, but she does stress the point, and I think this was her primary point, that democracy was on the line, and they should have taken extraordinary steps to, release this information to selectively release this information to harm Donald Trump politically, to help Kamala win that election. And I'm sorry, like, you can't say in one breath that you understand that kind of logic, and then in the next breath.
Oh, bro, I forgot. Do you want? I think it's an extended shotgun mag blueprint.
Sure, I guess. Let me see if I have it. You want to drop it, and I'll pick it up.
It's extended shotgun mag 3. This is something I've been looking for a long time, and I found 2 of them today. So I got. Oh, watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
That's perfect. I don't have that one.
Yeah, that's.
You want anything in exchange?
No. I'm good. I'm trying to find husks. Not having bad luck, but yeah.
Okay, have a good one.
You too. Is there? Bro, I'm having the fucking worst luck in this game. Holy shnikes. Okay, well that one, okay, that was actually good luck. That one was actually good luck. The lightning just hit them, so that was really good luck. Okay, that was fucking awesome.
And I'm talking to you, Vadim. Tell me that you're not going to judge people who didn't vote for Kamala. It's fucking ridiculous. It's inconsistent.
That's true.
Well, I mean, I have a lot to say about matters having to do with that, but I kind of will get into that at the appropriate time.
Before we go into that, I have one last question. Just because in general, like I really would like to hear the thought process on it. Would you still give Democrats credit for how much they've fought to get the files released now versus that you think it's a good idea in general that they didn't press to get any of this released during Biden's administration? Because that was one of the things last year. That was one of the things last year specifically and leading in the last like 6 months or so. I know, especially from this podcast, overall, the entire thing was look how much of a fighter and how much backbone they're showing in trying to get these files released. Why wasn't that something that was even remotely touched on during Biden's administration?
Because this came from
Trump
Congress.
Changed the ground. Trump changed what's going on. His behavior changed. There was everybody's acting like there was an appetite for the Epstein files to be released in 2024. Nobody gave a shit about the Epstein files. In fact, there were 150 names released due to the civil cases in January of 2024, and nobody cared at all. So the idea that would have even impacted the election, I find ridiculous. People wouldn't have believed it. They would have said it's partisan. Trump would have been a martyr. Anyways, we had 3 other cases against him that were way more serious.
Lots of people were talking about it.
Hold on, I was still talking.
I just have to.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Throw that in. I'm sorry, but like a lot of people were talking about it, and there's an argument to be made that that the the media kind of purposely did not go into it as much as they could have for all kinds of reasons. But anyway, go ahead.
Nobody
that's
cared
not,
about
that's
the
not
Epstein
true.
files.
Hold on.
I got cut off. Fuck that. Nobody gave a shit about the Epstein files until Pam Bondi screwed it up with her influencer drop that went nowhere. And then the real catalyst was Elon Musk.
That's just, I'm sorry. I totally disagree with IRI here. I think he's completely wrong on this one. I think he is completely wrong on this one. That is, that's just not true. Like, we saw Kash Patel talking about Epstein for a long time. We saw Pam Bondi talking about it. We saw Trump getting asked about it. We saw, Joe Rogan and a lot of these podcast bros talking about they always called it the Epstein list back then, right? They always called it the list at the time. Now it's the files, but back then it was the list. Yeah, that was something that all of these people talked about pretty consistently.
Tweeting that Trump is in the Epstein files. Until then, nobody cared about the Epstein files.
So as long as
I will say
conservatives set the tone,
people
it's okay
cared.
for us to react reflexively to it?
No, it's their behavior in hiding it that has changed the tone and caused the public to give a damn. And Democrats have led the charge in representing the public, and a lot of conservatives too, saying it's...
When he says nobody, is he just talking about like Democrats, or is that what he means? I don't know what he's talking about. Like, I have no idea what he... I'm so confused. Like, there's no way he's unaware of like everything that's gone on with the Epstein files, right? Like, there's no way he just doesn't know.
It's time to release them now. Now you really can't mess around.
Because the way you're selling it is...
Wait, can I respond? I want to respond to the guy, because I don't think that nobody cared. I think there was this kind of apathy of no one's going to do anything about it, because there was this thing since 2019 where it seemed like no matter what happens, no one's actually going to prosecute. We're not going to see what happens. This guy already got his like plea agreement. They killed him. They're going to get away with it. So I think already there was an appetite from the right, which I think that's why I was saying the Democrats, even just rhetorically, could have capitalized on that.
I think he's being hyperbolic when he says nobody cared about it. I think what he's saying is that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi and the Trump administration pulled off maybe the biggest example of like a Streisand effect of all time. Like with their
I completely agree with this. Yes,
their actions that thrust it into the mainstream, and then all of a sudden everyone was talking about the Epstein files because they were just making the situation worse for them.
I don't know. I like... That's a much better version of things, but I don't think that's what IRI was saying. He doubled down on that nobody like a couple of times there. Fuck! Oh, fuck. No, I'm gonna fucking die. I'm dead. Holy shit. This has been fucking rough, dude.
Don't shoot. Hey, hello. All right. Okay. Hey.
Hello? Anybody got a defib? Hello, hello, hello. Defib. I'm down.
Themselves at every step of the way, much like Hassan Piker with his shot caller.
One additional thing too, I want to address Vadim's. You're castigating the media a little bit here, and I don't agree with that. I mean, the second indictment of Epstein was itself part of a reaction to the Miami Herald reporting in 2018. I mean, there has been a great deal of media coverage over this, and even into the lead up to the 2024 election, there was like Daily Beast articles, release of an Epstein conversation with who's this guy who writes all the Trump books. So there has been a great deal of media coverage on Epstein related matters. There just has been. There was an entire trial of Ghislaine Maxwell that happened during Biden's administration. The truth is, and unfortunately, like I agree with Hutch, I agree with Soypill, that the spotlight this has had, the corruption of the current administration has now generated an inflection point where people are like, oh, look, this looks fucking fucked up. It has generated new attention for it. The Democrats are capitalizing on it. But let's be honest here. This is not the deciding factor in the election. This is not the issue that most Americans care about in terms of who they're going to elect for president. It just is the case. And so selling this as a big sort of either active decision that Democrats are taking to hide the file.
That guy that I was fighting with earlier, he's just going to come running by and find my fucking body just laying there, dude.
Or to not take advantage of a wellspring of political opportunity, I think is running into the lack of importance that this issue had in the 2024 election. And also, I think the fact that it would run up into the norms that we tend to respect in this country between, interference in the White House and the Department of Justice, or at least I hope we would respect.
Okay, fair enough, but just...
I'm glad I never think to put stuff in my pocket, in my safe pocket. And I'm glad this time I actually did. I actually put it in my safe pocket this time. I never do that. I always forget to even use that thing. And lots of people literally choose their like augments just based on how many safe pockets it has. I never give a fuck about the safe pocket, but I'm glad I actually thought to use it that time because I needed that.
Real quick, I just want to say that like I sort of feel like a little inadequate inside this conversation because there's so many aspects of this that I that you're speaking to that I would want to kind of look into before having like a real conversation like this. So I'm not going to like, sit here and heavily dispute anything that you're saying. However, I will recommend if you guys are up for it, there is a really wonderful creator who's a good friend of mine, Chill Goblin. He's a leftist, but he's done a lot of videos on Epstein and whatnot. And I'd be interested in seeing you guys have a conversation like that because he is someone who could definitely kind of not only come in with a very informed perspective about like all of the history and whatnot. He knows like crazy shit about it, but then also he would be able to come in with an informed leftist perspective on this, which I don't have. And I think that probably Ogre has a little bit more than I do. So I'll let him say what he was right about to go in.
Fuck yeah, and all the stuff that I had is what I need to make that thing. All the stuff that I had in my inventory is exactly what I need to make that. So that sucks.
Right now,
I was just curious why it has to be the binary of attacking it from the purpose of like, yeah, I agree. If you think it's going to be like a October surprise type thing, that's dumb.
Vadim is Mega 2.0. I've never heard of that. Look, okay. I don't like the whole like I've never heard of that thing as like a meme of like of MAGA. I don't really agree with this so much. I feel like there's obviously if somebody doesn't know about something, they shouldn't be talking about it, right? It is a responsible thing to do. And I feel like it is, in my experience, more common that MAGA will pretend they know about something in a conversation rather than even say that they don't know about it. They'll talk as though they know about it when it's obvious they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They have no idea what they're talking about. And they'll just sit there and talk out their fucking ass as though they know what they're talking about. That's my experience with MAGA. And so this whole like meme of like, oh, they always, oh, I don't know, I have no idea. That isn't my experience that they actually do that very often. It seems like it's way more common that they just pretend they know and just move forward doing that instead. So yeah, I don't know. I think, and then on top of that, like, if somebody says they don't know about something, like, normally I would be like, okay, I'll give you a source. Here. I'll give you 2 sources. I'll give you 3 sources. I'll give you 4 sources. Like, I'll just give them a source. Like, if somebody says they don't know about something. But there's lots of things that, like, in conversations with Rob Noor, he kept bringing, and this is something he always does, where he brings up these fucking, like, random as hell cases that I have never heard of. And every time I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that. And every time he's like, bullshit, dude. Bullshit, you don't know about that. You just don't want to talk about it because you know that you guys look horrible in this case. And I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna look horrible either way, apparently, because I don't know anything about this. So I'm sorry. Like, and so yeah, like it is a thing that like they say about us, and I look and I'm like, wait, but most of the time we probably really just don't know about it because you guys' news focuses on the most random shit. Like, wait, if I go turn on like liberal news, some person on YouTube who's a liberal or on the left, they'll be talking about things like policy and this is what happened this week with tariffs and this is like, they'll be talking about that sort of shit. Whereas like MAGA, they'll be talking about like some kid at a school who like had a litter box or some shit. Like They're talking about they're talking about Somalians every day. They're talking about like some person who was brown got into a car accident and they might have been an immigrant, and if they were an immigrant then they shouldn't have had a license, and like it's just, I'm sorry, but I don't know I don't know why you guys talk about that stuff. So like when it comes to like having arguments with them, a lot of times I believe it. A lot of times they don't listen to news about stuff that we talk about. They do not pay attention to the same things. We might have something in our news cycles for like 2 weeks and it's all over mainstream media and everything. These guys, they don't watch mainstream media. They don't believe in mainstream media. So I don't know. Lots of times I kind of believe that they just have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
I'll concede that. That's not anything that I've been arguing. But the notion of, like I said, everybody thrives on conspiracy theories. Fucking Area 51, JFK, all this different shit. This was going to be something that people talked about probably for decades more to come in some capacity. Was it the thing that cost the election? No, but I don't really feel like anyone's serious, and I'll include the I've had it gals. I don't think that that's...
They only know about it if they know it's bad for them. No, it's the other way around. It's literally the other way around. They don't know about anything that's bad for them. They only know about things that are bad for Democrats because conservative media doesn't talk about things that are bad for them. They don't talk about it. They totally ignore it. They just brush it under the rug and they won't even acknowledge it. So it's literally the opposite. They don't even know about stuff that makes them look bad. They are totally unaware.
I don't think you have to look at them as like serious in this particular.
So where's the
capacity.
negligence, Ogre? Where's the negligence?
I'm not saying
Why even point at the Democrats as if they did anything wrong here? It's outrageous to me. It's that flowchart nonsense.
Why would you? Why if you had the ability to highlight a group of people that were involved in, even if it doesn't meet textbook, like we've run investigations and trials and et cetera, why not at least show that like for sake of highlighting people that are basically using the rules in their favor, flaunting their wealth to that degree, people that have that level of outreach to where if you gave a fuck, like the degree that Epstein was flaunting Palantir and shit like that to other...
But Ogre, what does that look like?
So much of this is like,
seriously.
why would that...
No, Ogre, what does that look like for the Democrats' perspective? So I want you to follow that chain of logic. Okay, they should have revealed information, not necessarily just about Trump, but about all these actors using the rules, using the fact that Epstein talked to the Palantir people, that he talked to okay, whatever you want to say there. What does that look like? A Democratic strategist gets on the phone for, Kamala for America, or whatever the fucking the PAC is, or the organization says, this is a really valuable opportunity. Now follow that communication line. I want
you're just
follow
it. Follow the same thing. I'm not saying do it as a campaign stunt.
So no. What does the Department of Justice have a meeting say? How can we get Kamala elected? Starting wherever you want to start it. How does this idea? Ogre, stop.
Why do you keep bringing that up again?
Ogre, you can start it wherever you want to.
Yeah, I do. I do think that this is kind of straw manning. I don't think that's what they're saying.
Start it. It can start in the halls of the Department of Justice. It can start in the White House. It can start at a super PAC. Where does the idea take hold? And now follow it to the action. That's what I want you to do.
He's saying that the Department of Justice should have looked at this and actually believed that this was in the public's interest and that they ought to have said, you know what, this is something that we need to release. That's his position. That's what he's saying.
You already started off earlier. You conceded. You said it was not a bad idea, or it's a very true thing that a lot of times, especially for something related to like the JFK assassination, that there can be this thing that captures the public imagination, and therefore it's something that's kind of beneficial to answer a lot of questions and put people's mind at ease.
Beneficial in what way? What do you mean beneficial?
Why do you think people want to know what happened in the JFK assassination?
I'm just asking you to put it. I'm just asking you to put it in words.
Like intellectual
I'm asking you what you mean when you say beneficial.
No. It's asking you what you mean. It could be
It's restoring faith and transparency about these things that people are curious about that are happening at that level. When there's the
one way you do that is not one way you do that is you don't interfere in what the DOJ is doing. But okay, you're saying you're not saying that. You're saying don't do that. And so your response to how does this idea take hold that you can use is you should have already been doing stuff anyway, right? That's what you're saying. Did you say that?
I mean, basically, sure.
Okay, so they were doing some stuff. They were prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell. They were undergoing an investigation which at least alleged. So,
well, hold on.
Who decides, hey, let's release information?
At a bare minimum, if the Democrats released it first, doesn't that take away something that Trump's using as his big campaign thing?
Sorry. I just want to be very clear about what I'm asking here. I'm asking the way in which the idea comes to light and how it gets channeled for the Department of Justice to do a thing. That's what I'm asking. Not would it have been helpful if X. I'm asking you to provide us with a plausible way in which the idea takes hold, it takes root, and then it gets enacted into action such that it would call into question democratic, negligence, that kind of stuff. So please tell us.
But also just to piggyback off what Ofgreboy just said, why would it even enter Merrick Garland's mind to try to take away a potential political thing from Donald Trump? That's not the Attorney General's job. He's not thinking about how do I help Democrats win elections.
Right. That's not the DOJ we
want. There could have been something more along the lines of a mass call out for the release of those files on behalf of the Democrats years ago. That's the point.
Okay, so you want the Democrats to pressure their own DOJ, right? So you want the Democrats, the politicians, to come out and say, hey, Merrick Garland, we want you to release these files and to really take ownership of that issue and to put it forward. And here's the issue with that, Ogre. What is the risk of that? And hopefully you're seeing it right now based on what's going on with the Department of Justice. For the Democrats to undermine their own Department of Justice and call for the release because you know what happens after that, Ogre? Oh my God, the Democrats themselves are calling Merrick Garland corrupt. They're hiding it to protect all the fucking Schmedophiles. Look at what they're doing. Let's say for whatever reason, Merrick Garland, I don't know, wants to take a week, 2 weeks to. No. Oh no. Good. Yeah. Awesome. Why no?
It doesn't have to be the argument doesn't have to be that he's corrupt or that he's hiding something.
Wait, it doesn't have to be. No, that's what would happen is if he doesn't get it out immediately, the longer that he takes, the more corrupt he is. And this is exactly what's happening with Pam Bondi and all of them is that the longer that they take, the more we all agree that it does take a long time to get this information out. And so the fact that they are taking time to get the information out isn't the problem, but that would still be the argument there is that they're not getting it out immediately. They're not getting it out fast enough, that they're hiding something, that they're trying, which is what's happening with Trump. It's literally what's happening with Trump is that they're redacting names of perpetrators, not victims in these cases, and making it to where they literally are hiding things for perpetrators. So that would be the narrative the entire time if we were to do the same thing.
Yeah, it's
not what it has to be, what it will be. What it will be. They'll say the Democrats themselves are acknowledging.
Okay. Why would the Congress have to compel him if he wasn't hiding it improperly?
It's not a. Why would they release it if not for some manner of demand? I don't understand why it has.
We're talking about we're talking about the political benefit to Democrats.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying because it is true that the other side has been strawmanning them this entire time, but now Ofgreboy is just totally fucking lost in the conversation. So
deciding if you're saying okay, it doesn't originate in the hall of the White House because you recognize that would be corruption, that would be like what Comey did, right? That would be interference in the political process.
I'm saying, don't make it an October surprise. It doesn't have to be anything more complicated than that.
So you would be okay with Biden, let's say at the start of the year, saying, "Hey, you want to find some files that might help me?" And this is kind of fucking tricky.
I'm just asking for
why does it have to be something that specifically helps Biden?
I think it would undermine.
That's what October surprises are generally is some sort of opposition research that you do to get the other side, and that you save it for the moment that it's going to hurt them the most, which is in October, right before the election.
The DOJ, because they would have been limited in what they can release, and it would have made people trust them even less, and it would just cause more problems for the Democrats.
DOJ wouldn't have actually gone along with the existing law that Trump's DOJ is not following. If
there wasn't a law,
there wasn't any law. The DOJ can release anything anytime.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but you skipped Peace Coast.
We're talking about norms, not laws.
You just skipped it.
Do you understand how bad it would look for Democrats to pass a law compelling their own? You realize that's a huge negative against Trump, that they had to pass a law to get the DOJ to even partially comply with what people are expecting with respect to transparency of the Epstein files. It wasn't a political benefit. This entire issue has not been beneficial to Trump. it's been negative to him. That's why I'm not understanding the people who are saying, oh, this would have been so beneficial to Biden if he just released it all. One, I think it presupposes corruption, but even if not, it looks horrible.
But it's only negative because of Trump's behavior since he took office. None of this would have happened the way it's happened if it weren't for Pam Bondi and Trump and their behavior.
Okay. I agree with that. I don't like it wouldn't be near as bad as it is for Trump because Trump was friends with Epstein. Trump has been Trump and all of the people around him have lied about this over and over. This I do agree that it just wouldn't have been nearly the same. Like all of the things that the Republicans have been trying to do with the Epstein files, where they keep pointing to like, oh yeah, well look at Bill Clinton. Like that seems to fall flat with everybody. Like it doesn't seem like anybody looks at that and they're like, wow, the Democrats are really trying to help Bill Clinton out here. Like, I don't think anybody thinks that. I don't think anybody's seeing that. I think that they're really fucking losing on those talking points.
Okay, well, I mean, that being the case, to me, then it doesn't come across like the Democrats should be getting some kind of like brownie points for being like ferocious fighters in this particular
topic. They got the Epstein Files Transparency Act pushed to the forefront. It passed 427-1 unanimously in the Senate. Every Republican coming out. It sunk Marjorie Taylor Greene. Her career's over, and it's gonna take out more people. And you say the Democrats accomplished nothing, all from the minority.
No. It's not a matter of accomplishing or not accomplishing. I'm just not gonna go out of my way to give a huge standing ovation for something that. If the goal was to get the files released if it was ever a good idea, then it was always a good idea.
That's not true. That's just a silly
but they
thing.
would have never been.
I don't agree. Sorry.
That's crazy. Okay. If it's ever a good idea, something it's always a good idea to do it.
No, circumstances.
You don't believe that.
Make it a
obviously.
good idea.
Correct. And when Biden's in office, at that moment in time, I just think that like any kind of request or demand is gonna, unless it's funneled, like you say, from the Congress people or from like a groundswell of Democratic activists, the very Democratic activists who I think sometimes don't want to take any responsibility for their coverage, etc. But unless that happens, it's going to be corrupt. And if it does happen that way, it puts the Democratic administration in the position of on the back foot, right? When they're supposed to be concentrating, I think, on making the American people's lives better, etc., they're now dedicating hundreds of people to redact all these files. Like it's crazy to me. We have like 500 plus U.S. Or assistant U.S. attorneys and staff reviewing all these files under the Trump administration. That is a crazy amount of capacity in this time.
By the way,
actually, wait, Pisco, I want to say something.
Thomas Massey said. Well, I just want to say real quickly. Thomas Massey said a private organization with 5% of the resources of the DOJ would have met that December 19th deadline.
I doubt it. Yeah, I want to say, Pisco, to your point, because I was a little skeptical of your guys' side of this, but what you just said kind of convinced me where, yeah, if the Democrats had decided to do this during their administration, the amount of time and effort that they would have to redact, because, guys, redactions for the Epstein files, some of them are clearly like...
Somebody down over here? Oh shit, I just realized I forgot my fucking defibs. You got a Survivor on?
Can you help me?
Are you good?
No.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot my defib, so I don't, I'm not able to pick you up, but that should make it to where you last longer. Here, one more. Good luck. Ah, she died. No, 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 no.
all right, why did you do this? But a lot of them are very legitimate, like protections of certain things and private information. That would, I think, probably have been used against them in the same way it's being used against Trump now, to say like, hey, sure, the Democrats are releasing the files, but they're just hiding all the stuff that makes them look bad, right? And I can kind of see how that would have hurt during the election.
To piggyback off of what Ofgreboy said, I do think you should give the Democratic Party right now a lot of brownie points because they're fucking demolishing Republicans politically and electorally. Like they are annihilating the Republican Party right now.
Yeah, but Republicans are annihilating themselves. You know, like
oh wow, dude. Wow, it's literally no matter what, bro. It's no matter what, dude. There's literally nothing. We can't do anything. We cannot do anything. There's nothing we can do. Like this is proof right here. I've always said this. But this is just proof. There's literally nothing we can do. We will always be bad. It will never be enough. We will always be the ones that are just sucking everything or fucking everything up. Like this is insane, dude. This is fucking insane, dude. The fact that like they always say they're like Democrats don't fight, Democrats won't do what it takes to win, Democrats won't. Okay, well now they are fighting. Now they are doing all of the things. Now they are winning. And it's that's not the Democrats doing anything good. It's just the Republicans doing so much bad. Like that's all that is. So there's literally nothing. There's literally nothing we can ever do that will ever be good. We're incapable of doing anything that is good enough. That is wild, bro. All right.
In some cases, I think Democrats are doing active things to facilitate that, but in some ways, they're just like fucking getting out of the way and allowing.
I totally disagree. I mean, they presided over the longest shutdown in government history. They emerged from that shutdown the clear winners of that shutdown.
Are you fucking kidding me? Like,
what are you basing the idea that they lost that shutdown fight? Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. The number of Americans, the percentage of Americans that blame correctly. The number of Americans that blame politically the Trump administration and Republicans for those tax credits expiring, which now everybody is paying higher premiums, is like 50-55%. The amount of people that blame Democrats is like 20-25. They had like a 25-point lead in that respect. That is a political fight that they fought and won clearly. And right now, we're in the midst of another negotiation, a budget negotiation, where the administration themselves are signaling that they are prepared to make concessions on ice. That's because the Democratic Party are pouncing and using this moment right now to actually push it. That's not them just standing back passively. They are.
Hutch, let him respond.
He kept on trying to interrupt me, bro. I was almost done making my point.
You talk for a while. Go ahead.
What? That was like 30 seconds cumulative.
Okay, go. All right, you know what? Let Ofgreboy go since I was trying
After you spent, I don't know how many weeks with your main question that you asked people was to say, well, I think they could have waited like 3 more days before they waved the white flag and showed their bellies to the Republicans. I don't understand how you turn around and have this notion of like, they're going to fucking they kicked ass last time and they're going to kick ass again.
I did this as well, where at first I said, when the shutdown first happened, I said, we only have to do this for 2 weeks. We only need this for like 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, like we're good. We don't need this anymore. But then things changed in a way to where we were winning like the fucking, because I thought like that as soon as we have the shutdown, everybody will blame Republicans. Everybody will say this is on Republicans. They will all like the Republicans are going to look fucking horrible. And we just need 2 weeks. And then we can open everything back up and we'll have gotten a massive W off of it. But the W that we ended up with was well beyond what I thought we could have had. And at that point, yeah, I was kind of like, yo, like, we need to fucking keep this momentum going, dude. We need to keep this momentum going. This is fucking sick. Like, we gotta milk this for all it's worth. And then, yeah, when they actually, like, conceded, I was kind of sitting there like, wait, what? Why are we doing that? Like, what the fuck happened? But that didn't change whether or not it was a W. It was still a W. It was still a massive W. Well, the fact that we could have gotten more out of it isn't relevant. And in hindsight, I looked back at it and thought, actually, I think this is okay. I think this is okay, and I even think that, like, the way that it was done was okay as well, because it ended up looking like some rogue Democrats did it, and some which I'm not saying that's not what happened. I have no idea. I'm just saying, like, it ended up being done in a way to where, like, there was, like, no L in sight, except for that people thought we could have gotten more out of it. No. Oh, that was skillful, bruh. That was full of skill.
That doesn't, me saying that they could have optimized a little bit more. To be clear, my podcast co-host will corroborate this. I never said, I said that they got close to having, like, maximal gain. I think maybe they could have stretched it out like 1 or 2 more weeks. But that's been my position the entire time. But that doesn't mean that they didn't clearly win that fight. That doesn't mean that they clearly didn't win that fight.
We're arguing about optimal gains. So you see me and Hutch fighting about, yeah, they should have, I think that they should have be willing to do an indefinite thing. Hutch doesn't think that. We obviously fought about that a lot. But I come out of that fight thinking Democrats are better off for it in general. It's just a question about, like, lost, opportunity cost. That's the debate. And I do think, by the way, I probably agree with you that, Ogre, that I don't like our leadership right now in either Congress. But it's not the case that, like, I would say shit on Democrats. They're not doing anything. They are doing stuff, and they're fighting, especially on the state, the state level.
I mean, sure, but at the same time, even in this moment where they're talking about concessions and everything, wasn't it? It was maybe Friday. Schumer's already making concessions on his own concessions that he's asking for. Like, he's turning around and basically, you don't know what I'm talking about. He was turning around and saying that when it came to the masking, that no masks. But unless, like, if a terrorist group put out somebody's picture, then maybe we could do them. He's already giving up on the things that he's asking for before it's even been, like, agreed upon in press conferences and shit.
And some of these things
there's rare exceptions. That's what he said.
And some of these things that are being asked for are actually, like, a decent amount of them are just not wins. Like, it's not a win to ask for for cameras to be on constantly. Like, that is
What?
Yeah,
Why?
there is. First of all, they have control over the cameras themselves. I wish that I kind of recalled more, but there was an interview on Democracy
Cameras?
Now with someone who kind of, like, was like a well versed with all this stuff, who kind of goes into the reasons why
he's the author of Propaganda, right?
What's that? Yeah, it's the
guy who
author
wrote
of Propaganda.
Propaganda,
Exactly.
yeah.
Oh, this is the actual Justice Warrior shit, right?
Yeah.
What's your argument for the cameras being useless? Who cares what someone else is saying? What is your argument?
Well, I mean, part of it is that it is used as like a means of like unfair surveillance. The like historically, the use of camera footage is always curated by the by, like, you know, in most cases by the police, because that's most of the situations in the past where we've had
and Vadim, it's not just this guy. It's like the Democrats have said this, and this is very reasonable. It's the camera is not a win unless you attach the caveat of you guys can't control what footage comes in and comes out, and you can't be using this for mass surveillance purposes. That's essentially the argument. Not that the camera's always on his
they're
back.
going to go ahead and do those things whether we like it or not. It's just not the win that
No, you could attach criminal penalties. You could attach criminal penalties if the federal law enforcement officers disable their camera right before they do a raid or something like that. You can codify that into policy, into law, right?
Well, are they doing that? I don't think they're doing that.
If everybody knows these guys are wearing cameras, then they know the footage exists. So if they try to delete it, it's going to look terrible. And the only reason
6 body cameras on when they killed Petty or Pretty, right?
Yeah, but we have other footage.
That footage is helpful.
And I was actually going to make that point. Is the official narrative, if it weren't for camera footage from those 2 incidents with Renee Good and Alex Preddy, would be these were 2 domestic terrorists who went there to kill ICE agents. In Renee Good's situation, she went there to run them over after they broke down in the street, and Alex Preddy was a would-be assassin who came to cause maximum carnage. That would be the official narrative if it weren't for video.
About people's iPhones from down the block. I mean, like there were actual body cams on some of the ICE agents, and
You don't think that if they were wearing a body cam when Renee Good was killed, that would...
What is? I don't know what deadlock is. Ooh. It sounds like there's a second leaper somewhere. Whoa, what? Ah, fuck. You gotta be kidding me. You've gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Help!
Don't shoot. All right. Hey there. Hello, Raider. Hello, Raider.
Help! I can't believe that just fucking happened, dude. I can't believe that just fucking happened. That is so fucking stupid.
Would have been really helpful, especially in the context of like, did he get hit? Did he not get hit?
Yeah,
no,
maybe
wait,
in a year
what
from
he's
now
saying,
when it finally got court
yeah.
ordered to be released, sure.
So you actually don't you don't think that we should have body cams?
Peace go. No. Oh my god.
You're missing the
what
point
he's saying,
entirely.
Wait, yeah.
I'm asking the fucking question. Answer it. Answer it.
Stop. Peace go. Stop. What he's saying is that if they have control over what body camera footage is released, to IRI's point, is that the official narrative doesn't get debunked until they release the footage. So it doesn't matter that they had body cams. We never saw the Preddy body cams.
But they respond to political.
Wait a second.
Did they respond to political pressure, bro? Why do you think they released? Why do you think they released the footage? The guy that shot. Hold on. The guy that shot Renee Good. He was filming that with his phone. They released that the next day because political pressure went through the fucking roof. And the same thing's going to apply to body cameras. I think these 2 guys are horny to not acknowledge like a clear Democratic Party like win or potential win.
That's
so you're
possible,
preemptively.
I don't want to get personal. You have to acknowledge that the Preddy thing would not have blown up the way it did if we had a delay in the release of whatever body cam footage, or if the body cam footage didn't see so clearly what we saw on that iPhone camera.
I literally went like a week without dying. Literally a week without dying. I've got like 10. I had like 10 of each gun that I normally use, the Anvil and the El Toro. I've died 3 times today. I've died 3 out of the last 4 games that I've played, and in one of them I accidentally extracted. I like totally accidentally extracted. I didn't mean to. All right, let's see. What is today is I am insanely tired, so that's probably what's doing it to me. Oh, I've seen this. This is new, right?
Yeah, and then they also add the vents in. Oh wait, we're adding in the vents. Oh, the vents are too.
I've seen this. This is this just came out like a couple weeks ago, right? This is like a. I've seen some people talking about this. And I'm really like not interested in games like this. I don't generally play these sorts of games. It's very I can't even think of the names of the games, but
which was they gunned this guy down in the back.
No, it's always better. It's better. I agree. It's better to have
people made here that you guys. I'm just kind of.
What? Hold on. Releasing the body cams is one thing, but when we're talking about like court cases, lawsuits, investigations, like you're able to subpoena the fucking body cams. You're able to use them in the lawsuits. Like it's not even about the public seeing them. The main thing is that they're there for court cases. That's the most important part of all of it. The fact that they're talking about like getting it released to the public as though that's even like a major aspect, like it's fucking insane. Like who gives a fuck about the public? I care about their lawsuits. I care about that these people are actually able to get some sort of like accountability, and they're able to you know, they're able to sue, they're able to get some comeback.
I'm amazed here that all of you guys expect the like ICE to be so forthcoming and so honest with what they volunteer and what they don't, given like their entire fucking history and what we've seen within.
You're missing the big picture. You're missing
right now.
You're missing the big picture
for the next.
Sorry, shut the fuck up, Ofgreboy. You guys are missing the big picture. One, I want an actual answer from you, Ogre, before I go on. Do you support them mandating body cameras or not? I want to answer that.
Obviously.
You do support that happening. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we're agreed on that. So then the question is,
I don't know. If I do.
Is there? You're not sure if you do. Okay, well let me.
Yeah. Because look, I might, but I would want to investigate more of the kind of arguments about mass surveillance and the way that it would be used, and you know, like that's I would.
Most police forces are already mandated to use these. The fact that we're talking about just federal officials using this as well is like if you wanted to worry about mass surveillance, that would already be the case with all other local police officers.
Want to investigate that and make sure how I feel about that before kind of signing off to it.
Well, hold on. To answer both yours and Pisco's points. First of all, they're using their own phones anyway. Like that's for starters. They're shoving phones in people's faces, saying that basically that you're now on a registry whether you like it or not. So the idea of people's rights being violated, it's already actively being done anyway. But the other aspect
you're missing the point. You're missing the point. The point is you need to bog them down.
I had one more, and it was going to speak to what you're wanting me to address.
You don't even know.
The other aspect of this is like, yes, body cams are obviously a good thing, but at the end of the day, you're talking about a delay, a dice roll as to whether or not that information that's on the body cam ever ends up being something that the public has access
to. No. You're missing the big picture. Are they going to abuse and selectively release and withhold stuff, whatever? Of course they are. They're already doing that with tax information. They're already doing that with everything they have access to. The point of this opposition, this resistance against the administration, is to bog them down in procedure and bullshit issues that they have to go into court to argue. The more little latches you have on about, did they release the footage? Did they not release the footage? Those are ripe opportunities for us to go into court, issue a fucking FOIA request, ask for an injunction, release this information. They're withholding the information. The more you can bog them down in fucking court and paperwork, the better. That's why this is obviously good. I know we're going to have people with cameras there. We already expect people, patriots, that do their First Amendment jobs and record people. So it's not like the footage is necessary to investigate.
We were just talking about them the other day, First Amendment auditors. Yeah.
I don't think that it's generally going to like dissuade conduct anymore. It's to bog them down in procedure and give opportunities for us to hold them to account, including this whole will they or won't they release the image? They're being corrupt. They're not releasing it. It's all about that.
Pisco, just to make sure we're not talking past each other, I think Ofgreboy's obviously said, and Vadim as well, for the most part, that body cameras are good, right? The problem is, to see this as a huge win, when what you just said, it's going to bog them down in some sort of bureaucratic, thing where we can attack them here in these courts, that versus having transparent body camera footage of them doing something viscerally wrong and releasing that the day or the day after is such a bigger win compared to what you're describing as like not a bad thing, but I don't think would have nearly the same amount of public outrage, the same amount of support for ICE plummeting, the same amount of pressure that allowed us to push the ICE out of Minnesota. I don't think that would have happened without the camera footage of this person recording. And if that wasn't there,
mandate because they're just going to break the law. They're just going to break the law. I mean, you can't trust them to follow the law, even if you were to pass it. Like, you're talking about administration that is completely lawless and shit. Yeah, no, I agree. Would it be better if you like mandated after every shooting all the body cam footage gets released? No doubt. Would I be okay with them arguing for that position?
Yeah, I'm a little confused what Soy Pill's argument is there, because it sounds like he's backing up Pisco and Hutch more so.
No doubt about that either. All I'm trying to say is this is good. This is what we want. And we want also the headline being Republicans bent to Democrats. Republicans saw that this was bad because guess what? That's blood in the water. That's blood in the water that invigorates us. That to know, for example, another example of this is when they left, quote unquote, left Minnesota. Even if they didn't, right? Even if they didn't, that headline by itself is fucking helpful. And so I have no problem whatsoever for us taking this W. I do think that, and you guys heard me, right? I was mad about Schumer, or it was Jeffries, about the whole citizenship thing. And so there are plenty of things I think you can fault Democrats in terms of negotiations, but not this, in my opinion.
Okay, guys, I have actually the transcript of the interview that I was talking about with, his name is Alex Karakan. I'm not going to try. Complicated last name. So I can read what he had to say here, and I think it's worth hearing. So here I go. If I have to say one thing in this moment, it is, do not become distracted by meaningless and counterproductive so-called reforms. Everybody who studies these questions understands that body cameras are not a reform to any form of police violence. There has been overwhelming research. There's so much research and overwhelming consensus on this question that even the federal government's own position for a decade or more has been that body cameras do not reduce police violence. Okay, that's a consensus. So
wait, I don't think anybody thinks that it reduces the violence, but it makes it to where, so one, it is true that like the majority of body cam footage actually like helps cops. Like the majority of it actually gets them off because it shows that they were acting correctly. But that doesn't matter as much as it does like if they do act improperly, there's a way to hold them accountable. Like that's what matters. And the fact that that's not even part of the analysis here is kind of gross.
So you have to ask yourself, in the wake of outrage over police violence, why are so many public officials, particularly Democrats, pushing body cameras? I mean, after all, the person who shot Renee Good filmed himself in that interaction. When what we know from all the data is that there was a moment when the police were so desperate to get body cameras, so were prosecutors. They badly wanted them to dramatically increase their surveillance capabilities, to link facial recognition software. There was billions of dollars at stake in cloud computing contracts for the tech industry and the surveillance policing industry. The prosecutors wanted them so they could prosecute in higher volume, low-level cases against the most vulnerable people in our society. There were all these reasons that they wanted them. They wanted them for crowd control. You're seeing now with ICE, when they go out on the streets, they have these cameras. They scan the crowd. They're mapping people's faces. The policing industry wanted body cameras. They wanted them so badly that before they got public funding for them, they were getting private donations from people like Steven Spielberg because they were so desperate to get these cameras. Now, there's probably a lot more here that is worth reading, but it goes on for several paragraphs, and unfortunately I haven't read through it, but I think that just from that alone, we're starting to see this expert's very clear opinion that these conditions that they're holding out for are, according to him, like just meaningless. And
this is stupid. This is actually brain dead. this expert is fucking stupid. This expert is a fucking idiot. Holy shit, this expert needs to shut the fuck up.
In many cases, counterproductive. So I'm going to go with this gentleman's point of view because I think that he knows more than all of us combined.
Who is this person? Like, I don't trust this bear session. You say you trust this person on the basis of his expertise. What is this expertise? Off the top of your head, you know?
He's the author of Propaganda. He is someone who speaks very often on myths about immigration, crime, and policing.
You're not talking about his
and the last thing that I'll say also is that Democracy Now! I mean, like, I would like to be able to give you more in the moment about this particular person, but Democracy Now! Is excellent journalism. They they are very discerning with the people that they have on and the experts that they choose to speak to on topics like this.
But so, I have an even better idea. I have an even better idea, okay? This is what we'll do, okay? We'll encourage all of our protesters not to take videos either. No one will take videos. Wait a second. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
Well, okay. So no one will take videos, and because you agree, right?
Because yes, I'm also worried that people in random people in crowds could be using like facial recognition app software, and that they could like be using my face to make like AI porn afterwards, and that they could be using this as like a way to log who all is there, and like this is all the things that he's talking about are things that are already like possible with everybody all the time. Obviously the state doing it is a different scenario, but the claims that they were doing this thing where they were like scanning all of our faces and putting us into a database and everything, I don't know if that's actually true. I know that a couple of cops claimed this. It could have just been a troll, because the administration did say that this was untrue, but shut up. I was trying to figure out what the fuck was bleeped out there. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Where people are like taking videos with their cameras, all these different angles. That's going to be you know, these tech billionaires like fucking Elon Musk, they're going to be able to use all of that data to put it into their Palantir systems, right? Mm-hmm. So we should encourage all people not to record, correct?
No, because first of all,
why is the framing disingenuous, Ogre?
First of all, you're talking about average citizens versus the state, for one.
I know I'm talking about that. Why is the framing disingenuous? It's called a fucking comparison.
Well, Pisco, I think because they're not saying we shouldn't record. They're just saying this is lackluster compared to what they really want.
No. Sorry.
No. That is not what he's saying. That is not what he's saying. He is saying this is bad. He's saying allowing them to have body cams is bad. That is 100% what he just said.
Oh, sorry. I just responded to a fear regarding tech surveillance and using facial identification, you know, to identify people related to crimes in these networks. That would be true both of body-worn camera footage and freely published imagery and videos from people who are recording on the scene. Correct? Soy pill. This is the soy pill. This is the soy pill. Yeah, that is correct. That is true of both examples. Okay.
In the Democracy Now! Interview, I think that was the closest that AJW got to implying that these people don't want body cams. But I think the overall point is what he's saying is, and what the Democratic politicians in that subsequent article that he posted that also disagreed with this point, was not that body cams are bad. It's that body cams is a platitude in their opinion. This is not what I'm saying, but they say body cams are a platitude. It's a meaningless win if they can control what footage comes in and comes out, and if they're just using it to their advantage and not to your advantage.
But they can't. No. I'm speaking. So you wanted to zoom out, so I don't know why you want to zoom out. I'm talking about something specific, which is a particular fear. The particular fear being that this data actually gives a lot of weapons for the administration. And you know what? To be honest, it sometimes does give weapons to the administration. But it's overdetermined because people are freely publishing these videos because they're on the scene. Notwithstanding that, our intuition isn't that we should stop doing that because we think that there's value in that being available.
My answer to what you're saying is that, like, yes, we should absolutely be concerned about that. We should be, as a society, and also just political content creators on the internet, my opinion is that we should be speaking up about these issues so that hopefully mass surveillance doesn't get to the point where every single time that we shoot like some video, it's just going into the Palantir system. Now, we might get to that point, and even if we do get to that point, I would argue that it is still better for civilians to be shooting people because, again, we have the matter of, like, are the authorities going to actually be forthcoming with the footage that we want them to? No, of course not. So it is still a net win for people to be shooting what they can, because then they are kind of like more in a position where if shit goes pear-shaped, they can fucking do something.
What about Palantir? What about the threat?
Pisco. We got 30 minutes left, and I do want to take a step back and talk about, because Josiah actually have a perfect super chat to transition to.
We have 30 minutes left. They go for over 2 more hours. Just so you know. We have 30 minutes left. They go for 2 hours longer.
For the last half, because this is the main reason Ofgreboy and Vadim are on. He said, definitive answer from both of you. Vadim, you can go first. Would the country be better under a Kamala presidency?
Oh, absolutely. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah.
Okay, Ofgreboy, yes or no?
Both of you vote for Kamala?
Wait. Let Ogre. We'll get that after.
Yeah. I was telling people prior to the election that they should be voting for her if that was something that, if they were coming to me for advice on electoral politics specifically, I laid out the issues, and I still said ultimately that Kamala would have been better than Trump and that they should vote for Kamala.
Yeah, okay. I mean, what I wanted to kind of launch into before we kind of
hold on real quick, super quick, Vadim. Is there something wrong with your eyes, Hutch? You seem to be blinking a lot.
I just emote a lot, I think.
Okay. I'm not used to that. Go ahead, Vadim.
Wait, that's a lie, right? Wait, hang on a second. That's a lie, isn't it? Ofgreboy, you just lied? Yes or no? Wait, Ogre, did you just...
I think he was just commenting on Hutch's reaction to something.
No, I just want to be clear. Was that a lie? You just lied, right?
It was being hyperbolic and sarcastic.
But it doesn't answer. Did both of you vote for Kamala? I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just curious.
Yes, I did. But actually, I mean, there was something that I kind of wanted to launch into in the remaining time that we have. Won't be able to get to everything, but get to one conversation that I very much wanted to have with all of you, and so did Ogre, that is just basically directly connected to that. So I was told from Soy Pill that I'd have like an opportunity to kind of like read a little something that I think kind of like is a springboard into that conversation.
Keep it
is
brief.
That okay?
Not the whole manifesto, but like your introduction to like why you want to talk about it.
Brevity is the soul of wit, as they say.
Okay. Well, I think that this will. Here we go. Okay, I will just go ahead and read it. So. This was supposed to be said at the top. So, okay. So, I said a big part of what brought me here today is summed up in this Twitter exchange that recently popped off and sparked a wider conversation on Twitter in response to several centrist libs voting in favor for ICE funding. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib tweeted the following out. She said, "Shame on every single House member, including the 7 Dems who voted to fund this killing mob, cold blood killing in our streets, some even clapping and cheering. I'm so sick of fake-ass people who say they uphold our Constitution. No, you don't if you fund this madness." And that provoked political consultant Neera Tanden to quote tweet her and say, a lot of people can criticize the members here, but the last person who should do that is a person who helped Trump win when she could have supported the Democratic presidential candidate.
Let's go.
Here we go. And I just have like a few more paragraphs to read. Wanted to say that I personally think the purpose of a statement like this from Tanden is more or less akin to a thought-terminating cliche. She's falsely attributing blame for Harris's election loss here. And just to provide...
Again, why do they always say blame, bro? What is wrong with these people? They don't know how elections work. Like, they don't understand this shit. This is insane. This is like, are they bad faith? Are they all bad faith? Like, or is it that they really just don't understand this shit? Like, it's hard for me to believe that they would all purposefully be this wrong this often. Why do they keep doing this? Where they're like, why do you guys say it's our fault? You guys keep saying it's our fault that Kamala lost. What the fuck? Nobody thinks it's your fault. Yeah, it's not our fault. We didn't make Kamala lose. And it's wild too, because they'll turn around. Like, I got this one guy in chat who keeps doing this, who keeps saying, like, you guys keep blaming us for the loss. You keep blaming the left for the loss. So we're not blaming you guys. We don't think that you guys have that much fucking power, dude. Like, we don't think that there's enough of you. We don't think that there's that many. And even with the, like, amount that there is, I believe the majority of those people voted for Kamala. I believe that the majority of leftists and socialists and people voted for Kamala. I think that people like Hassan and those who actually, like, tried to counter signal Kamala, I think those people are the minority. I don't think that like the majority of leftists refuse to vote. I think they understand how elections work. I think they understand elections have consequences. I think that they all get this shit. I think it is the minority who doesn't understand this. But of the ones who say they don't understand or pretend to not understand, it's a little crazy to me that they will then also turn around and be like, you know, oh, you guys aren't giving us what we wanted. You guys aren't giving us, Medicare for all, and you guys are gonna run another moderate liberal, and we're not gonna vote, and you guys are gonna lose again. So have fun losing. It's like, wait, okay, so you do think that you affect the outcome of the election. You do think that. I don't know why you guys keep pretending you don't think you affect the outcome of the election. You do. You guys always whine and cry. They're like, we didn't affect, Kamala wouldn't have won regardless. Like, we couldn't have changed anything. It's not like there's enough of us to make that big of a difference. I don't know why you guys always blame us. We don't blame you guys. But then you guys turn around and say that you are outcome determinative, that you are capable of changing the outcome of the election, that there is enough of you, that you, like, what the fuck? Which one is it? Which one is it? Hutch blames the left, and he doesn't. Have you already seen this conversation, KTC? Have you already seen this one? I know for a fact that Hutch does not blame the left, okay? I've seen him say it like 20 times. He does not think the left is responsible for, or actually, normally he doesn't say, I don't think they are responsible. Normally he says, I don't think they are responsible, or, like, I have no reason to believe that they were responsible. Normally that's what he says. Like, he says it in a way to say, like, it's possible in some districts or in some states there's enough leftists there to where they could have changed the outcome, but I don't have the evidence that that's the case. So I'm not going to make the claim, but, you know, it's possible. Like, that's kind of the way he says it. But I promise you, you are definitely incorrect. He does not think the left or leftists stopped Kamala from winning. I have seen him as little as I've watched him. I am positive of this much, that he does not think that, or at least says he doesn't think that. So yeah, so the problem, like, you can't have it both ways. It can't both be that, like, we should be so afraid of whether or not the left votes for a Democrat, and we should all be terrified and be willing to bow down to your demands, or you're going to hold us hostage and with fascists and make the whole country deal with more fascism. Like, okay, like, I don't think you can, but the fact that you think you can is is very revealing. Like, I don't know how they can't see the contradiction in this, but the specific people, specific leftists, I keep seeing just contradicting themselves on this one little thing.
Provide necessary context for everybody out there. In regards to Tlaib, she vigorously spoke out against Trump.
Tom, did you see Discord's going to want ID soon or get a teen account? Speaking of data collection, fuck, that's a pretty big problem for me. That is a pretty big problem for me. I can't say why, but there's a small issue there. Well, a small issue that's pretty big for me.
And the threat to democracy that he represented, but due to the ongoing genocide in Gaza, she decided to refuse to explicitly endorse Kamala Harris as a matter of principle, and also in the hopes that doing so, along with others, might have provoked Harris to do more for the situation. She was holding out for concessions. Now, I want to say that personally, I and Ofgreboy as well encouraged others to vote for Kamala Harris in the lead up to the election, in spite of feeling the same way, in spite of believing that Harris was not acting on something such as in spite of believing that Harris not acting on something such as this would have inevitably helped to provoke a great disinterest and apathy amongst voters that spread far beyond that of leftists to potential voters of all stripes everywhere.
I'm sorry, but that, like, the fact that they say this is wild, because again, it is the case that we know that a lot of people who didn't vote for Kamala didn't like her because they felt like she was too far left. And to keep, like, doing this thing of, like, oh, so many people had apathy for Kamala, we all wanted her to be much farther left. Like, bruh, that is a very small portion of the people who didn't vote for her. One. Two, it's not that there were a bunch of people who stayed home. We know that the majority of people who didn't vote for Kamala, the majority of people who didn't vote, if they had voted, they would have voted for Trump. Okay? This is something that, like, has been this is something that has been, like, what is happening? It says it's closed. I go to click on it to open it, to pry it open, and it's glitching. Right. What is happening, dude? So yeah, like, the fact that they think, again, like, this is one of the reasons that nobody blames leftists, because we know that if more people had voted, if they had voted for somebody, they would have voted for Trump. And I don't think leftists would have said that. I think that, like, I think they would have said Kamala or Jill Stein. And so we know Trump would have won by a wider margin. And we know from exit polling and what it was that people didn't like about Kamala and why they voted for Trump over Kamala and all this shit. Like, we know that A lot of it was because they felt like she was too far left. So yeah, I don't get the logic on any of this. What is happening, bro? This is fucking broken. I just set my personal best on this shit. I just set my fucking personal best on this shit. Don't do this to me. Why? Hey, bro.
And again,
Hey, bro. This has like the thing for the husks for the trials. These, can you come and try to search this? For me, it's not working. So like when I try to, I'm supposed to search it, right? And when I click on it to search, it has me dig into it. Like it's like something, instead of me pulling out my tool. Yeah, see, it's doing it to you too. It's doing it to me on all of them. There's another one over here. Same fucking thing. It's like glitching out or something. I don't know what that is. But yeah, there's another one right there, and it's doing the same thing, where it's like, I don't know, we're supposed to be prying it open, and it doesn't pry open. And I don't even know if this is counting for my shit. So, I can't hear you. You're really far from your mic. Okay, well, I appreciate you looking into it. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, but thanks for testing it.
I encourage others to vote for her, but I absolutely, and I believe that Ogre did as well, but we absolutely respected those who held out for concessions because we knew their conscience, not only that their conscience would not allow them to do otherwise, but also because it was a very worthwhile tactic that was attempting to coerce Harris to take necessary action in order to ensure a victory. This is almost over here. Anyhow, in my opinion, sorry, I miswrote here. Anyhow, in my opinion, near attendance sentiments here provides an excuse to just throw out not just what she was quote tweeting from Talib, but anything and everything she would ever have to say of political value, because if she's complaining about something, she's supposedly to blame for it. So fuck her. Now, obviously, this mirrors exchanges that are had all the time between tons of people like ourselves in all sorts of ways. So I'm hoping a productive conversation could be had with all of that as a springboard.
And scene. Hutch.
There you go.
So much for the
if I can
short and sweet.
Oftentimes in online politics, people will craft analogies. Let me try to craft an analogy here. Let's say that you have.
I don't know if you needed to preface that analogy with oftentimes people craft analogies in order for you to just give an analogy. I think you could have just done it. I don't know. I say be ballsy. Just go for it, dude. Just go for it. Go for the fucking analogy. Analogy it up, bro.
Have, a village of people. It's 2,000 people. The number doesn't matter. And
Analog
they have some
that
kind of a
shit.
barricade around the village that they live in. And the barricade is somehow threatened by something. Let's say like water, like let's say like the oceans rise, right? And it's established that the people that live in this village, they have to reinforce that wall. Otherwise the ocean's going to come in and just like drown everybody and destroy the village. And let's say you have somebody that's in that village talking a lot about the threat of the ocean and the water and all that.
I was so worried about coming up with ways to say analogy that I totally didn't listen to anything he said.
There you go.
If I can, oftentimes in online politics, people will craft analogies. Let me try to craft an analogy here. Let's say that you have, You
know what? He's right. I will allow it. I will allow it. It does seem to be a norm. I never thought of it that way, so have at it. You can give an analogy now. All right. All right.
Village of people.
All right, fair enough. You know what? Fair enough, man. People, I can think of other times. I can think of other times that people have given analogies. I think he's right, guys. I think he's right. Oh, hello.
It's 2,000 people. The number doesn't matter. And they have some kind of a barricade around the village that they live in. And the barricade is somehow threatened by something. Let's say like water, you know, like let's say like the oceans rise,
Water
right?
is very
and
threatening.
it's established that the people that live in this village, they have to reinforce that.
Okay, so what are we at? 4,800. Okay, here we go. Oh. Oh, hello. Ah!
Wall. Otherwise, the ocean's going to come in and just like drown everybody and destroy the village. And let's say you have somebody that's in that village talking a lot about the threat of the ocean and the water and all that. It's just like, this is really bad. There's water coming. But then let's say that person doesn't help reinforce
Really
the
bad.
wall.
There's water coming.
And then the wall collapses. Do you think that the person who didn't help potentially, or not potentially, do you think that the person who didn't help could have helped to like stop the water coming and killing everybody?
Ogre, you want to take?
I don't think that's the way he should have said it. I think he should have said the person who didn't help was the person who didn't help made it to where it was more likely that the flood was going to come in and drown everybody. Does that person have some culpability? Do they have some culpability for their inaction?
Take that?
No. I asked you, Vadim.
I'd like to go over to Ogre because I just
can I actually jump in? I can already see. I can already see you guys. Wait. I can already see you guys talking past each other. And what's going to happen is, tell me if this is wrong. Vadim and Ofgreboy, this is my position, but tell me if this is a good steelman of what you guys are saying. The people that were holding out for concessions were not thinking that with their help, they would have stopped Trump. Their thought is, if you don't listen to me and concede to my argument on Gaza, you will lose. So it would be...
What? How can it be both of those things? They didn't think they could stop Trump. Also, if we don't vote for you, you will lose. Am I crazy here, chat? Does that make sense to you guys? I know couriers don't count. I after all the times I just died, I need more mechanical components. Mechanical components and arc alloy. But am I crazy? Like those are the same thing, right? They didn't think they were going to affect the outcome of the election. They just thought, if you don't try to get my vote, you will lose. Isn't that them affecting the outcome of the election? Isn't that what that is? Like, if you don't do X, Y will happen?
No, to be more specific, if you don't do the thing that I want you to do, I will help Donald Trump win.
No,
Sure,
what-
I understand the framing. I understand the
No.
framing, but Hutch, let me
No,
finish.
that
Like,
is
in
not.
your
That
analogy.
is not helping.
Yes.
They are already trying to do something about an apathy.
So yeah, so if you say no, you are answering the question. So he said a minute ago he didn't want to answer the question yet. He wanted Ofgreboy to go first, but he just answered the question. That is the answer. He's saying no. No, I do not think that person who didn't help is culpable at all.
That is going to be there whether.
Mantis tipped $5. What's your personal best on husks? Mine's 14,400. You suck and don't read chat when you try to play this game and stream.
I don't know what the last thing you said is. My personal best right now, I don't know. So a minute ago, it was 8,000. The other 2 times I started doing it, I died. Also, this is glitching. I'm not sure if it's helping me or hurting me. It seems like it's making it to where I'm able to break into these faster, so I think it's helping. But yeah, I wanted to kill leapers, and so in the last one, a fucking leaper killed me because I couldn't get away from it fast enough. Hey, buddy! Hey, buddy guy! Okay, buddy. I love you. I was gonna wait for the pops to come hit me, but I guess the other guy's over there, so they're hitting him instead. I didn't want to get stuck breaching and then get hit by the pops. Oh, shut up. Why are they all running over here, dude? Leave me alone. Fuck. Did I bring smokes? I didn't bring fucking smokes. I thought I brought smokes. Shit. Where the fuck is it? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, that dude's getting massively fucked up. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Come here, I got a defib. I got a defib. I got a defib. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Go, 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 go. Oh, wait, wait, wait. Hold on, hold on, hold on. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. Oh, shit. Did you just fucking shoot me? What the fuck? I say we constantly whine about the lefties and we'll see if they have a problem with it. Well, that's why they're all going and talking to Hutch, is because they're mad that Hutch complains about lefties as much as lefties complain about liberals. So that's it's the project is already happening. Did they just shoot me? Am I crazy? Somebody just shot me, right? They do. They should understand the issue. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, and even like, even the amount that they complained about, like, Hakeem Jeffries not backing Mamdani as fast as he did, right? Like, I'm sorry. I don't think any of y'all have like any right to complain at all about any of this shit after the stuff with Kamala. Yeah, so I got 8,400 there. That was fucking crazy, dude. That guy had just like a swarm of fucking shit heading towards him. That, I feel bad for that dude. I feel bad for that motherfucker. That sucked. I had a wolf pack. I could have helped him. You don't need pom-poms. You just don't need to be a whiny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, it's not... Yeah, it's... see, this is what happens every time, dude. It's like, when we talk about this shit, that the lefties become so hyperbolic with the way that they respond that it's just not good faith. Like, it seems as though they know they're wrong and they choose to just go into la la land. Like, you can see again in like a lot of my comment sections, some of these people, the shit that they say, like, they're literally proving my point with like half their arguments, and then the other half is like just arguing against straw men and ignoring my points, like ignoring what it is that I actually said. And so it's just I don't know, I feel like watching it, I'm like, okay, I feel more confident. I feel a lot more confident in my positions reading this stuff. Thank you. Thank you for that.
You like it or not. I'd very much like Ogre, because I know Ofgreboy has a lot to say about this, and I said a mouthful, and he can like talk very capably about this.
I thought Ofgreboy, I thought you changed your mind about like voting for Kamala, and you think that that would have been the right thing to do. Didn't you tell me that?
The discussion in the moment is still the same. The idea of what a lot of people were trying to do.
This is what I hate as well, is that when we talk about these people being wrong, I hate that like almost every time they turn around and they're like, but the problem is that you guys don't understand how these people felt. It's like, no, we do. We understand. We're saying they're wrong and that we don't give a fuck. We understand. Like I literally, one person, I forget his name, but there was one person who kept trying to like do this to me over and over and over. They're like, the issue is that you just don't seem to understand or take into account what it is that these people feel when they become apathetic towards voting after their concerns have been ignored for so long. And I'm like, that's not true. Like, I don't know where the fuck you got that from, but that has nothing to do with like people boycotting the election. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like this, and he kept like pushing this, like, you just don't understand. So eventually I'm like, okay, fine. I do understand. I understand that a lot of times people over time can feel like they're ignored. They don't get Medicare for all. They don't get workers' rights cared about. They have a lot of politicians, even on the Democrat side, who aren't backing what's it, not co-ops, but the other thing where they all work together to get like higher raises, like higher pay and insurance and shit like that. The mob used to be like heavily involved for a long time. Unions, yes, yeah, like they're not they're not like good at backing unions or good about backing unions, and they're even union busting a lot, and like this seems antithetical to what it is that you believe in, and so you feel like this isn't a party that represents your beliefs, and so like after a while of just feeling ignored, eventually you feel like your vote actually doesn't do anything, because when you vote, nothing that you want gets done. I get it. You're like, oh, okay, so yeah, see, you proved my point. No, I proved you wrong. I do understand it. I'm saying I don't give a fuck. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. Nobody gets like people that are exactly what they want, especially the more radical you are. But these people don't think they're radical. They are told by everyone on their side, by all of these leftist content creators, they're told that everybody in the country, 80% of the country agrees with them. 80% of the country is on their side. 80% of the country wants all the same things that they want. And it's fucking lies. They're just being lied to. They are MAGA. And that's all it is. It is simple as. They are MAGA. They are lied to by their media non-fucking stop. And then when you get down to brass tacks, then they just start coping because they refuse to admit that they are being brainwashed. And that's it. Like, it's just, that's all it is. They just do not want to admit that they're being brainwashed. And so once they actually get confronted on this shit, they have to cope their way into the dumbest fucking shit. It's impossible to have conversations with people who refuse to acknowledge reality.
In 2024, it was akin to yelling at the main character inside.
Do what left voted for Harris? KTC, we're obviously talking about the people who didn't. We're only talking about the people who didn't. Not only the ones who didn't, but the ones who actively discouraged people from voting for Kamala, or the ones who were counter signaling her the entire time. Like, these are the ones that we're talking about. We're not talking about all leftists. We're not saying all of them, but it is just the ones who did these things. Those are the ones that we're talking about. A lot of times we are going to use general language like leftists did X or leftists say Y, but it's like online leftists it seems to be the majority of them. And so that's who we're engaging with. That's who we're talking to.
Inside the movie theater while you're watching a horror movie, trying to tell somebody that the murder's right behind them.
This was a United States representative who has a tremendous amount of influence in the state that she serves, which happened to be a battleground state. And she could have, at any point, told her supporters in no uncertain terms, the threat of Donald Trump is real. He is going to probably be worse than the first term.
Oh my goodness, I have a blueprint here that oh, that's right, I just got it. Okay, I just got it from the thing. Okay.
Everything that they're threatening to do in Project 2025 sounds like it will do a lot of damage. It will kill a lot of people. We can get into the USAID cuts, but I feel like that point has been made 1,000 times. And nobody forced her. You say holding out for concessions. I don't know what that means. Like, through the election? What does that even mean?
What do you mean you don't know what that means?
What does it mean to hold out? Was she hoping for a concession the day before the election? Was she hoping for a concession?
Hey, Mantis, do you have any more matriarch cores per chance? Per maybe? I only need one more to finish this. There is a matriarch event right now. Don't want to do it because I'm super tired and I keep dying. I feel like I'm stupid. Stupid in the brain because I'm too fucking tired. It's even more stupid than normal.
On the day of the election?
Looking for her to either do a weapons embargo or to
and that didn't happen.
Or to promise a ceasefire. Hopefully,
and that didn't happen. But
that would be right. If she had done that,
10 million people are going to die from USAID cuts, and it's partly her fault. It's partly her fault. Yes.
Vadim, what he's asking is, yes, holding out for concessions, a valid. He understands the concept of, hey, I don't really want to endorse until you do this. But once it becomes clear this is not going to happen 24 hours before, because she's not going to pass that in 24 hours, why not at that point then endorse?
Because it's a fucking genocide.
Is Donald Trump is he a fascist?
What's that?
Is Donald Trump a fascist?
Donald Trump is a fascist, and that's why.
Is MAGA
as I said,
is MAGA a nascent fascist movement? Is there an emergent fascist?
Throughout her campaigning, spoke to that constantly.
You're not. You seem to be just breezing past the responsibility that people have to use their influence.
People are automatons.
To use their influence to affect the.
That's it's true that she spoke to negative
possible
aspects.
Outcome, okay?
It's true that she spoke to negative aspects of Trump, but see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I said yesterday, and a bunch of people in chat were like, "That's not. Nobody says that." But no, this is like the lefties act as though Kamala didn't actually campaign, and she just it's at 21 minutes. Shit. Yeah, they act like she didn't actually campaign. She just talked about, like, she didn't push her own policies. She didn't talk about her own stuff. They act as though all she did was just talk about how bad Trump was. And it's like, it's literal MAGA talking points. Like, they are literally just using MAGA talking points. Oh my goodness, you guys do not believe this. Last night, I had lefties in chat who were saying that that Kamala was pushing right-wing policies, and when I asked them what, they said no tax on tips. I'm not even kidding. They said no tax on tips. I was like, wait, what? How is no tax on tips a right-wing policy? They're like, Donald Trump said it first. I'm like, you guys think Donald Trump came up with this? Let's just, even if I gave you that Donald Trump said it first, how is that a right-wing policy? Like, even if I just give it to you and just pretend that's the case, how is that right-wing? Like, what the fuck? No tax on tips is a right-wing policy? Like, this is literally MAGA talking points. Like, the shit that I think, like, only MAGA is dumb enough to believe this. I end up being proven wrong by lefties coming in the chat all the time. Like, it's always, it's last night, this morning, whatever, you know, at the end of stream yesterday.
If you are a sitting representative,
the best possible
Vadim,
outcome.
You don't need to interrupt every time I speak. Vadim.
Yeah, but you're
let me speak. I am not long-winded like you. I can make my point in 10 seconds without 50,000 qualifiers.
Hutch, go ahead, and then Vadim respond. Okay.
You seem to be of the mind that people don't have a responsibility to use the influence they have to affect for the best possible outcome. You think that people get to
I'm saying that this is the way that they are using their
a couple seconds. You seem to think that people can just absolve the.
I don't know if I would say that people have a responsibility to try to get the best possible outcome. I think that's good. I think like it's something that I would encourage, but I wouldn't say that they have to. But I would say that they are bad if they are making a negative outcome more likely. Like, I would say they ought not make negative outcomes more likely, right? This is why we talk about, like, you know, irresponsible platforming. So, like, you're doing something that just makes a negative outcome more likely. This is why Hassan irresponsibly platforms himself all the fucking time, and he needs to quit it. Someone needs to teach Hassan about irresponsible platforming.
Themselves of any responsibility that they have. She's a United States representative. Okay? You cannot tell me in one breath that Donald Trump is a fascist, and then in the next breath tell me, but I'm going to stop short of endorsing the only person that could beat her.
Don't tell me what I think.
I'm telling you what you're telling me, bro. You're saying that she didn't have any responsibility.
Okay, let Vadim respond.
You know, you shaved your head, and I think maybe you have like some sort of
let's not do this.
Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there.
It's beneath you. It's beneath you.
That gives you like psychic powers now. That the lack of hair allows you to pierce.
That was a good pivot. It gives you so much confidence having a shaved head that once they're like, yeah, come on, bro. He's like, all right, I gotta make this a good thing to have a shaved head. How can I? You become so confident now that you have a shaved head. It's you think you're Brad Pitt just because you have a shaved head.
My brain and
if
know
you need a nap, just say you need a nap.
Wait, Hutch, let him respond. Let him respond.
Okay.
Let him tell you what he thinks.
Okay, let's go.
I think that they were using their influence to the best of the ability that they could by holding out in order to get something which they knew was the only thing that would win the election. Them kind of saying this scenario in which they kind of bit the bullet and did some sort of please vote for her. Like I know like it's a genocide and they've like completely ignored us. They didn't listen to us at the they kicked us out basically at the DNC, and they are just kind of like shitting on us by funding a genocide of our community. Please just go ahead and vote for her anyway. Yes, maybe in some cases that would have gotten a few more.
They kicked us out at the DNC. Is he just talking about Hassan? He's saying Hassan got kicked out of the DNC? That's just so you guys know, Hassan did not get kicked out of the DNC. He didn't get kicked out. Okay? It's a conspiracy theory. He did not get kicked out. This is along the lines of Pizzagate and other famous conspiracy theories. Hassan did not get kicked out of the DNC. He was asked to go to a different section. They accidentally gave him a nicer booth than what it was he was supposed to have. Once the other people showed up who were supposed to have that booth, they nicely asked him to move and escorted him, and then he said that they kicked him out and told him he had to leave. But it was all on camera. There were a ton of other people there. Other content creators were around. They all talked about what happened there. So we know he wasn't kicked out.
More people out to vote, but that would not have created the sort of groundswell of support that would have occurred if they were successful.
Okay, I follow you. So if they don't have influence sufficient to make any kind of meaningful impact on the election, why were they making demands?
Well, because
pause on that for a second.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
What leverage did they have?
That's what I'm saying.
You're saying, well, they couldn't have really made a difference. Doesn't that annihilate the very premise? Like, it's absurd that they would be holding out for concessions.
Yes, it does.
What leverage do...
Bro, fucking... Finally, dude. Finally! I've been getting so infuriated every time these conversations happen and nobody brings this up. Nobody ever brings this up. I feel like I'm the only one who ever brings it up. I'm taking crazy pills over here. How are you going to keep saying that you were holding this election up by withholding your vote and saying that if Democrats run another moderate, that the leftists aren't going to vote again and the Democrats are going to lose again. So you are saying that you are capable of changing the outcome of the election, and then simultaneously saying You guys are incapable of changing the outcome of the election when it comes to Kamala Harris. When it comes time for like accountability, when it comes time for like, you know, your actions having consequences, that's when you're, no, us? No, not us. No. Yeah, definitely not us. We couldn't possibly. No shot. But then before the election, you're happy to play big and bad. It's, oh yeah, you better or else. You guys better. You'll find out. Pick one.
Do they have?
What other options do they have other than trying to appeal to their
but there's also another aspect of this, which is just kind of like at a certain point, people do have certain kind of like principles that they like are going to like hold to, and that's under. I mean, is there no situation where you guys would like where you would respect someone who did the same? If like, I mean, like
no, there are some situations. No, there are some situations. Just they didn't present themselves.
Well, if there are some situations.
I can't think of a situation where I think somebody choosing not to vote for either candidate is an acceptable option. I would love to hear some hypotheticals, because unless it's like personal issues, like both candidates raped you when you were a child and you have trauma and it would be like way too, like something like that, like sure. But like without like personal issues with them, like personal vendettas or personal like trauma, yeah, I cannot think of an issue where I would ever think it's okay to not vote for either candidate.
Like Vadim, for example, I very often
why not
said,
of all things a genocide? What like?
I'll tell you why.
If you're going to have,
I'll tell you why.
If you're going to just last sentence, okay? If you're going to have the cutoff at some point, then like why is like a genocide not the point where you start doing that?
Well, I give this example a lot. Wait, I won't respond to this because Vadim, I give the example a lot of like I sympathize. I know people who have family in Gaza that were killed by Israel. Okay, like I understand their line of reasoning of like, wow, it's very hard for me to hold my nose and go say, yeah, the person who helped that happen, I'm gonna go vote for you. But it's our job as content creators and politicians as well, especially so, to say, hey, just because this thing is happening and is awful, there are more things that are going to happen. And because both of you acknowledge Trump is just demonstrably worse, we need to do everything we can to stop that. It doesn't matter if you
won the election. There's no scenario.
No, wait. I agree with that. I agree. I agree with your take that the Gaza issue didn't swing the election. That's why I think it's so ridiculous sometimes for people to claim credit that, oh, if they had just, to Hutch's point, if they had just listened to us, they would have won the election. I think that the loss had to do more with prices or whatever. But that's not what people are pointing at and why they're upset. Yeah, this quote tweet isn't directly responsive to the issue related to whatever, these 7 representatives who I condemned for their vote, including whatever, Glusen, Perez, etc. What people are upset about isn't, well, we know they would have had a statistical effect on the election. It is the priorities of these people and what they view as the existential nature of the threat or that Trump imposes. The fact that we are all on this plane together and we're all gonna fucking die.
I guess all the husks are the exact opposite direction, because last time I went left, this time I went right, and there's no husks over here, and it's all couriers. So I don't want to get, with 9 minutes left, I don't want to get too far from the extract, so.
If we don't gather forces and do what it takes for the benefit not just of ourselves, but for millions of other people in other places, including the people being slaughtered in Gaza. And on every score of that, there's a frustration not to be lectured to by these people. I'm not saying that it's directly responsive to what these people are saying, but you should at least understand where it's coming from. It's being sick of it. It's being sick of this kind of talking down to people who wouldn't even do the bare minimum.
No, you're like, Okay, go ahead.
No.
Ofgreboy has.
There's a couple different things here, and the first one is essentially one of the arguments, or at least the attempt to try to make this make sense, is that it's not a matter of what we as a group or the people sitting on Politics Nerd Island that spend all day reading and listening to commentators and public speakers and all this different shit. It was an attempt to try to like get some kind of message across to normies and have normies hear what comes out of the candidate's specific mouth to say what they were willing to do. She had the opportunity sitting across from Dana Bash to say, what are you going to do different? And she said that she wasn't going to do anything different.
But play it out, Ogre. Can I just...
That is not true. That is not what she said. They asked her, I feel like, if I remember correctly, they asked her like about, I think they asked her about something specific, or what, I forget what it was. I forget, what was the question again that they're talking about? Because it was different than the way that he's saying it right now. Oh shit. There's a fucking bombardier there, rocketeer there, or sorry, bastion there, rocketeer there, and there's a bombardier right there. And he's heading in the same fucking direction. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Okay. I gotta go all the way back to the fucking wall and all the way around. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. I don't need to run all the way around. I don't know how to use this thing. Other people are like, whoa, that's not, fuck. Okay, and now it's out of juice. Alright, never mind.
Just play it out. So let's say, for example, let's say that we're in your world of political sort of analysis. Kamala Harris says, you know what? I'm going to announce for the first time here, Jake, whoever's doing the fucking debate, what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. And I'm immediately resigning. Because that's what she would have to do, wouldn't she? That's what she would have to do if she were the vice president of an administration that is a part.
Yeah, even with what it is they're saying about the fact that, like, what it is that she would have done differently. Even if it was the case that she said, I'm not going to do anything differently from Biden across the board, right? She said this about everything. We already knew that, like, the proposals that she gave were different. We already knew that her platform was different. We already knew that she was suggesting to do things that Biden never suggested to do. So, oh, you motherfucker. Hey! So yeah, we already knew that she was going to be different in some sense, in some way. So they're like, even just the notion of this is bad faith. But then on top of that, I'm just waiting for them, like, I'm just waiting for them to say that, like, she was moving right, or she was, you know, she was rubbing, what's her name? She was rubbing Liz Cheney in their faces, or, like, I'm just waiting for that one, dude. That's the one that fucking, like, really fucking... That's the one that really fucking pisses me off every time, dude. That's the one that really drives me fucking crazy, is she rubbed her endorsement from Liz Cheney in our faces. She was reveling in the fact that she hated us, and she was showing it off by pointing to her endorsement by Liz Cheney.
Party to a genocide in that respect, the way you're saying, is she can't be a party to it, she has to resign. How the fuck can she declare it as a genocide from her position as vice president part of that administration.
I'm not.
Talk me through it, Ogre.
It's not.
What should she have done then that she didn't do?
You're picking the maximalist position in the other direction to try to turn it into
so you don't hold it. You don't hold it against
scenario.
her. You're right. So you don't hold it against her. So now let's play another.
All she had to do
let's
was
just do the
play
other
into
scenarios.
Can we fucking talk? What's happening here? Only thing that she had to do was say yes. Under my administration, if evidence comes across my desk that the Leahy Act or the Foreign Assistance Act,
that's not all she had to do,
I believe, that when and if these things are being violated, I'll look into it. That's it.
Yeah.
That would have been.
So this is.
That would have been enough to
a,
get a lot of the
you feel
grassroots
that
activists. Why would you ask me if that's what I feel is necessary when I'm telling you what I think is necessary?
Okay, so what you've just produced, right, is you're saying, I'm not asking her for the sun and moon. I just want some sort of token gesture that she would look into her boss and everyone that she works with for violations of the Leahy Act. Okay, but that's
the person that
and then
wants to
what's the ogre? Let me finish. What is the next question after she says, I think that we should look into violations of the Leahy Act? What's the next question? You produce it. What's the next question? Go.
Why hasn't Biden done that?
That's a great question.
Do you feel, or how about number two?
That,
do you feel
also,
the Leahy Act has been violated under administration?
Can you let me talk for 5 fucking seconds? This is so exhausting.
Maybe our administration is violating its obligations with respect to genocides, and so
if we go back to what I actually
that's a good
said,
political strategy.
Can I go back to what I actually said as opposed to what you tried to make me say? I said all she had to say was essentially if information comes across my desk that there's violations of the Leahy Act and the Foreign Assistance Act, I'm willing to look into it.
That would have appeased a lot of the leftover.
And also, bottom line, here, let me ask this, because this is one of the things that I wanted to get at. Do you guys even fucking continue to read articles or stay up to date on any news whatsoever to any of this shit?
Why is that relevant? Why is that? Hang on. So first of all, why did you just bring that up?
Why did I just bring that up?
Yeah.
Because
so you're like, are you studying your Gaza? Yeah. No. So and why is that relevant exactly?
Because there was 2 articles that came out in November specifically about how the Biden administration knew in December of 2023 that they were already committing war crimes in Gaza.
No. You're getting into the substance. You're getting into the substance of the argument. That's not what we're talking about.
I haven't forbid I touch on substance.
No, but you know that's not what we're talking about. Do you want us to actually have a conversation about whether or not they have violated the Leahy Act, or whether or not is that what you think we're talking about, Ogre?
I'm talking
you
about
don't think
a
that's what we're
failure
talking
on
about.
their behalf to do what's right in order to actually.
You don't think we're talking about the Leahy Act, do you?
Not only to be on the right side of history, but to also simultaneously save the potential for the fucking election. Yes.
Okay, no. Let me jump in here. There's a couple things I want to point out. Okay. There have been multiple independent organizations that have done their own estimates about the projected death toll from USAID cuts globally over the. You can
Don't moralize
to me about Gaza.
Project 2025.
No. Don't moralize to me about Gaza and imply that I don't give a fuck about people dying or whatever. If you're gonna poo-poo and hand wave the current
USAID
you, dude. You, all right? You don't even think it's a genocide.
Hold on.
Don't speak. You told him to speak. Fuck you. The current projections.
Hutch. I muted them. Start over, and then
the current projections right now, and I'm gonna make my other point. The current projections now are that 200,000 kids on the low end of the estimate have died just in the last year from USAID cuts. That number is expected to swell to over 1 million. So you have no leg to stand on. You have no leg to stand on moralizing as though your red line of Gaza was some kind of justification to allow the Trump administration to come in and do what he did. I want to make my second point that I think is much broader, which is that you guys need to stop treating these elections like it's a fucking game that don't have real consequences. Okay? These are real. People are
I don't know if that's true. If let's say Hutch doesn't think it's a genocide, or he doesn't call it a genocide, I don't think that matters much as to whether or not you care about how many people die. Whether or not you use that term doesn't mean that you don't care how many people die. And you don't have any care for the people of Gaza at all. And again, I as I've said a million times, I think literally everybody knew that Kamala was just going to be better for Gazans. And while Trump is literally running as the best president for Israel ever, we're gonna sit here and play this game as to like, oh, we don't think there's gonna be that big of a difference. There's no evidence that Trump would have been any worse than Kamala. Where Kamala could have been exactly the same. Like, this is disingenuous shit. Like, when they need to go back to the question again. Like, they need to keep going back to it and saying, like, so we're talking about whether or not Kamala, whether or not people who didn't vote for Kamala were like had some responsibility for their actions or inaction. Like, did they have some responsibility there? Like, go back to that. Hit it again.
Are living and dying because of these things. The outcome of the election is so
oh my God, shut
enormous.
The fuck up.
A week ago,
dude.
A week ago, listening to both
you don't get to tell me. You don't get to tell me that it's. Hold on. Let me.
Wait,
I wasn't quite done.
Now?
I wasn't quite done. Stop using the threat of helping Republicans win.
You are
Stop.
reversing this whole
Listen to me.
thing.
Stop using a strategy of I'm going to help Republicans win. This is pathetic.
Please, just for a moment.
Vadim, this is pathetic. Don't ask your soldier boy to jump in and take over for you and then jump in with this belligerent nonsense.
Yourself.
Do I look scared, Ofgreboy? Do you two intimidate me?
Okay, wait, Hutch, let him respond.
No, I was not. Let me make my last point.
Okay.
You guys, can you mute them for a second? Mute them for a second. I'm serious.
This
belligerent clown.
Let him respond.
Let him respond. He cut me off, bro. He's been screaming the whole time. It is
because I'm fucking disgusted by what you're saying, and I need to.
You told Ofgreboy to jump in because you don't know how to collect your thoughts, and then I start speaking, and you jump in and start yelling. No, you don't.
I know exactly what I want to say.
I'm muting all three of you. Okay, Hutch.
Wow.
I think your point was almost done. But you did make a lot of points there, and clearly Vadim wants to have a little response to this. So let's let Vadim get a word in, then Ofgreboy can respond, and then you can all scream at each other again. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. Okay. So it's my turn now. Is that what's
yeah?
happening?
Go ahead and respond.
Jesus Christ,
bro. You are far more to fucking blame for this situation. So you're someone who every step of the way has denied that there is in fact a fucking genocide.
So they're gonna go back to the that they do have the ability to change the outcome of the election. It's happening again. He's doing it again.
Going on to begin with. So like, I'm not like going to be like lectured by someone who actively helped create a status quo with the situation that is the reason why we lost the election, because fucking the Dems and principally Biden and Harris did not do not only what was a moral imperative, but what was an imperative to get people out to vote, to create a groundswell of like just like a feeling that they were going to actively be different than Biden, and you have to start from, like, in order for me to like vaguely respect anything you're fucking saying, you have to like actually acknowledge all of the experts and like the massive amount of data that we have that points to it actually being a genocide before you try and guilt trip us about this bullshit.
Go ahead, guys.
Did you see the exit polls, Vadim? Like that issue was nowhere near the top of why people voted.
Well,
I've already put in front of Hutch before, like a aggregate of 34 different polls that show that it would have meant winning in the swing states for Kamala. And the first name on that list that put the first poll was Laksha Jain, your guys' fucking polling boy. Like, the information.
Our polling boy?
Polling boy?
The guy we had on for podcast is our polling boy. So we
did you guys glaze? That's your boy. Hutch is your boy. This is your polling boy. What do you
want? It was inflation and immigration. Inflation and immigration.
I'm not talking
and
about
you're right,
nationwide. I'm talking about in the swing states, which she lost. Wait, wasn't it all? It was all of them, right? Right. So
yeah. Wait. Just pause right there. Why did you say? Oh, it was all of them, right? Are you like trying to dunk on the fact that she lost? Like, wow, like you're happy she lost? That's what it seemed like, but you can dispel that, right?
No, my name isn't Cenk.
Why did you? Wait, no, but why did you do that there, right there? You were like, all of them, right? All of them?
Because
like you're trying to twist the knife? Why are you trying to twist the knife? I'm asking, are you trying to twist the knife when you do that?
Because there's also an absolute refusal to learn any fucking lessons from this whatsoever and blindly, reflexively defend people that didn't want to win.
Okay. Can I jump?
She left. She absolutely explicitly left votes on the table. And the real bitch of this is, I actually brought like a full 2 pages of fucking notes, clips. I got shit that I was going to use to make my fucking case.
Those analyses.
I thought there was going to be something substantive that was going to happen.
I had a conversation. I had a conversation with Prime about this stuff, and those analyses, they only do like one part of it, which is like how many votes you would have gained.
I was going to say, this sounds like the. Sounds like the conversation that he had with Prime. I didn't bring a door block. Fuck.
But you don't do the calculation on how many votes you would have lost, and that's what's so insane about this entire thing. You know,
but that's my point. You guys, listen. This is actually, to me, this is actually really important. There's an element here that you guys, in Hutch specifically, which the whole point of this was like, Vadim and Ofgreboy confront Hutch. There's a whole cross-section of this information that you guys never present to your audience whatsoever. There's a half of this story that's completely missing, and then maybe they could come to the conclusion.
This is bullshit, Ogre, because you know I get a lot of shit because I am someone who thinks that like we shouldn't be doing this kind of like pivot to mansion or whatever the fuck it is. I get a lot of shit for that kind of stuff. And when I say I don't think lefties cost them that Kamala the election, I'm basically saying that by and large, the left came through for Kamala. That's my empirical conclusion based on the data that we have available. What you're suggesting is the left did cost Kamala the election.
Yes.
That is what you are suggesting.
Right.
Yes.
No. So I'll ask you now.
Yes.
I'll ask you now. Did the left cost Kamala the election?
No.
What? Why not?
That's your missing
virtue of what?
In virtue of what? The whole
virtue of what did they
loss
cost
in
in the
the
election?
swing states. It was the loss of the normies, the ones that don't pay attention to politics the way that we fucking do.
They cared about Kamala's position. So the ones who are not read in on Israel-Palestine.
Yeah, that's like the normies were really upset that she didn't condemn the genocide in Gaza. That's the position here. The normies were really upset that she didn't call it a genocide and say that she was going to stop the genocide. That's the claim that we're getting.
Palestine.
Those
are the ones she
go
lost.
off of the bare minimum information that they have the ability to even pull their heads up from their lives and take a look at on a daily basis.
And they knew enough to know that Kamala.
And then when Kamala has the opportunity to go on a national stage and say what the fuck she's going to do different, including Gaza, was basically she's not going to separate herself, which she also fucking lied about during her book tour.
You're suggesting that the least informed among us.
Guys. She could have just fucking lied. Politicians do it all the time. She could have just lied, and
she had her people
and then say what? And say what?
And say that she was going to implement an arms embargo or force a ceasefire. She could.
All right. What's the question, Vadim? First of all, I mean, that's not going to be. People are going to be upset that she lied or whatever.
I don't want her to lie, but I'm just saying to
Imagine she said this. Imagine she says this.
What do you mean you don't want her to lie? You do want her to lie. What is happening? Yes, you do. That's what you're saying. That's your whole point right now. You wanted her to lie. You felt like she should have lied. What do you mean you don't want her to lie? What the fuck? What the fuck? Yes, you do. That's your point. What is happening? Your point is that you think she should have just lied about it because this would have at least like signaled something. This is your point. What is happening? What the fuck? Yes, you do.
I believe that there should be an arms embargo on Israel.
Yeah.
What do you think is the problem with the sitting vice president coming out and saying that?
I don't know, but it was the right thing for her to do.
It undercuts Biden in the course of the negotiations that they're actually having, where he was actually trying to push for a ceasefire near the end.
Yeah, and
his vice president over there talking genocide, talking arms embargo, talking all that stuff. These are sensitive international conversations, just so you're aware.
People wanted there to be they were getting sick as fuck as Biden. And so they wanted a departure.
And number two, I just want to finish. And number two, she looks weak. It'll make her look weak. So I'm not saying that I don't agree with the policy. I don't think that we should be. I don't think we should be giving funds to Israel. But the political. No. It makes her look weak. It makes her look weak.
It does not make her look weak. Otherwise, there's nothing strong about capitulating to your boss. Just asserting yourself and doing something different, which the whole country wanted her to do would have protected.
We all wanted her to do. He says the whole country. We all wanted her. He's doing it again. They're acting like this is what the normies want. What is happening? Why do they keep going back and forth on this shit? Why can't they hold a fucking position? They keep doing this. Fuck. Sweet.
Strength.
Can I agree with you, Vadim, and just say briefly, I agree with you that Kamala did not do a good enough job separating herself from Biden and showing how she would be different. I don't think it would have mattered on the issue of Gaza. I think it had way more to do with inflation and what she would do for this country to make people's lives better.
Well, hold on.
Okay, well,
to be fair, can I play off that for just a moment?
Go for it.
So, first of all, no, that wasn't the singular thing, but it would have been an indicator that she was willing to start branching off in a different direction or a slightly different direction from Biden. That you're correct in that. It wasn't the only thing, but there would have been enough there to, I think, especially if it had happened earlier, that could have gotten a lot more grassroots attention and pushed her campaign farther than what it had. And I still.
Why are we even fucking? Wait, can I ask? Why are we even talking about this? This is a deflection because the difference is we are willing to acknowledge that there were mistakes. Let me finish. We were willing to acknowledge, and Harris herself is willing to acknowledge there were mistakes in the campaign. What you guys crucially are unable to acknowledge is that every voter who stayed home because of Gaza did a disservice to this country and should be ashamed of themselves, including you, Ogre. You tried to slide in and say, well, I told other people to vote. You did not vote for Harris, and so you have to reconcile with your own shame, which you have not done. You should have shame. You should have shame. You should have shame.
See, he just said like she won my state again, as though they're saying Kamala is to blame. They're doing it again and acting as though like anybody is saying Kamala is, or the leftists are to blame for Kamala losing. Oh fuck, why? Holy shit.
Because the other half I was going to say to IRI's point was that she lied about knowing the importance of separating herself. After the election, her people went on Pod Save America and said that they knew they needed to, but they didn't know a way. She goes on her book tour in front of the fucking View and says, I didn't understand that it was that important to even do it. All of this, so much of this shit is
I'm sorry, these are... What up, brah? I was about to offer you one. I got those. You want a Venator?
I already got that one. Thank you, my man.
Yeah, no problem, man. Have a good one. Hey, hey, hey. Dude, the fucking El Toro is bonkers. Shooting it from that far away. Holy moly! Alright. We're about to get to business. You guys ready to get the business? Oh, damn, I thought that was a Rocketeer shooting. That was just a Bombardier exploding. Well, damn.
Fucking cope. It's insane.
We have had so many conversations on this podcast about how Kamala Harris could have run a better campaign. To my knowledge, liberals do not shy away from these kinds of conversations. They happen.
I have to say this all the fucking time, dude. I gotta say this all the fucking time. Where people are like, oh, you're not allowed to criticize liberals or Democrats whatsoever. It's like, holy shit, dude. Like, the amount that we fucking criticize our own. I don't know what the fuck he's shooting at. Is he shooting at me? Ah, shit, that's what I was about to do. Ah! Where did he go? Where are you at, you fucking fascist? Fascist Rocketeer. Oh, did you get him? Ah! You got him? Oh, nice. Okay. Well done. We're gonna stop these fascists together, brother. Don't worry about it, comrade. No! Bro, I thought you were about to fucking die again.
All the time, so that's fine. We can dive into that topic if we want to. I want to dive into something different. I want to respond to something specifically that Vadim said. You said, or implied, right? And tell me if I got you wrong, that Kamala had a moral imperative, is the word that you used. A moral imperative to do everything she could to get out the vote to beat Trump, right? You said that. You just said that.
I said that she had a moral imperative to. I actually didn't say moral imperative in relation to her, but
yes, you did.
No, I didn't. But I'll go ahead and kind of say that I think she did. Yes, I think that any candidate should have a moral imperative to.
Okay, all right. So she had a So she had a moral imperative, right?
Get our funding out of a fucking genocide. Yes.
No. I'm saying she had a moral imperative to do everything she could to beat Donald Trump. Do you agree with that?
And so,
by doing the armed embargo, yes,
she would have.
I understand that. You keep going to that topic. I'm just asking you in generalities.
Yes,
you know.
He said yes. He said yes.
The moral imperative that performing this action would have won her the election. I very much believe that, and I can explain why.
No, I'm past. Okay, listen. Why did she have a moral imperative to beat Donald Trump? Specifically Donald Trump.
Dude, I don't know where you're going with this. This is
just walk with me.
You're in this moment.
You know exactly where he's going with it. That's why you're doing this, is because you do know where he's going with this. You know exactly where he's going with this. That's why you're stalling, is because you do know. You definitely know. You for sure know exactly where he's going with this. No shot. You don't know. That is plain and simple. It is obvious to anybody watching. You know exactly where he's going with this.
You're kind of acting as though.
Why won't you answer my question, bro? Come on. What are you doing here? I'm just asking a simple question. Why did she? Why did
you like fucking mind games? And you're not. You're not
playing mind
accepting
games, bro.
the simple.
You're playing mind games,
fact
dude.
That.
Okay, let me jump to the point. I just spare me, please.
I thought you didn't know where he was going
I've been
with
very
it.
patient. You guys have been speaking. You're not engaging with me in good faith. I'm asking you good faith questions.
Vadim, just let him go.
You're not engaging with my questions. You don't want to do it. Fine. I'll just arrive at the point. You did say that she had a moral imperative to do everything that she could to beat Donald Trump. Yes. I agree. I think the reason why she had a moral imperative was because Donald Trump is uniquely dangerous, and him ascending to the office of the presidency was inevitably going to lead to mass suffering. Okay. What I put to you right now is that it's not, the moral imperative does not just rest with politicians. We are a democracy. We have a vote, and people with positions of influence, like politicians or even influencers, they also have a
voters.
They also have a moral imperative, if they care about these issues and can see Trump for what he is, to do everything that they could to prevent that from happening. I put that same you only want to talk about the moral imperative of Kamala Harris.
Trying to find a Rocketeer. I'm trying to find a Rocketeer. Okay, wait, hold on. You take this if you need it, and then I'll take that if I need it, okay? I don't need it. You offered this to me earlier down in the village. Yeah, didn't you? Weren't you in the village? Ah! What? Yeah, down there in the buildings. You were down in the houses down there.
You have a very generous lobby around you is all.
Oh, well, somebody offered me a snap hook earlier. I dropped it right there for you. You can keep it.
Yeah, you want to take it to sell it?
I can. I literally have 3 of them. I'm probably,
I'm trying to give away. I only get that one.
Yeah. Okay. All right. No problem. Have a good one, man.
Peace out. Peace out. Thank you.
Good luck. Trying to find a rocketeer. A rocketeer, boy. No.
And you don't want to put any responsibility on people that are in a democracy and have a vote and have a say.
No, that's
the
not
second
it.
point that I want to make. Shut up, bro.
Wait.
Talking. Stop.
Dude, I'm speaking.
Wait. I gotta be both of you because you
I know
this is what was
we know
gonna
you're
happen.
speaking.
You're talking
That's
about
why
each
he's
other.
telling you to
Hutch, your
stop.
analogy of the thing of like they're not helping build the wall, right? Wait, Hutch, please, Hutch. I want you to listen to me, please, Hutch. The idea that tell me if this is wrong, Vadim and Ofgreboy, is that they're saying, hey, you need to build this wall out of concrete, and you stack. If I help you stack up mud, it's not going to matter. And then they didn't build it out of concrete, and then the fucking ocean destroyed the village or whatever, right? So, like, can you engage with, like, they think this is the only thing that would have won the election? I don't agree with this, but you're talking past both of them.
I don't need you to translate for them and be like an intermediary, okay? He's a big boy.
If you see a rocketeer, let me know. I'm trying to bring a rocketeer over here before I leave.
He's an adult. He's a grown-up, okay?
Are the people who
You
were
say that I was responsible, going back to what you just said, you say that I was responsible for Israel's genocide because you said that I was partly responsible for Israel's genocide because I talked about the issue on my stream and expressed skepticism about particular language. You think that I am complicit in genocide. You said directly, you said I am directly complicit in genocide, but you don't think Rashida Tlaib was directly complicit in Donald Trump winning because she refused to endorse? What is that logic? How does that make any sense, bro?
And he has
That's
made
actually-
so many points.
it's actually
for me
a
to
really good
effectively
point.
hit, okay?
Go
ahead.
Is the idea supposed to be
What?
that as long as the party?
Shut the fuck up, dude.
I made 2 points. How can you not keep that in your mind? I understand if you're tired. I made 2 points, bro. How do you not keep that in your mind?
Ofgreboy, go ahead.
Is the idea supposed to be that if the party just waits out the person that's wanting the concession, that they can go ahead and do?
No, that's not
whatever
the
thing is
point.
Anyway.
Wait, no. That's not the point. The point is on Vadim's view. If it's the case that Hutch is morally responsible for a genocide, that on that same view, right? Someone like, for example, Rashida Tlaib, or for example, Zoran Mamdani. By the way, I don't even grant this view. But if that is your view, by your own logic, they're responsible for Trump in some sense. And I even see you guys claiming responsibility in a causal sense, given that you think that it was a but-for sort of condition to her losing. And so that's the point. The point is an inconsistent standard that you only apply to like Hutch for the genocide.
Guys,
That's
no,
wild.
No. I need to explain what I am saying. That like, because I don't really like. If I'm gonna like really play the blame game, I'm gonna be talking about
again. Oh, there's Rocketeer.
The shit that both Biden and Kamala did primarily. But if we are going to do some sort of hierarchy of blame, then absolutely I am going to blame people like Hutch, who never took the idea that there even was a genocide seriously in the first place, ignored the statements of so many human rights organizations.
So it was the left's fault then, right?
And historians.
So it was the left's fault then, right? That's what you're saying?
If she would have rescinded her lack
it is you more than anybody else inside that situation.
But the left could have prevented Trump from winning, but they didn't because of the genocide. That's what you're saying, right?
No. What I'm saying is that if the wishes of okay, I need to kind of like chill.
Take a break.
To kind of
take a breath
properly.
Maybe take a walk. Ask
Ofgreboy,
jump in.
Can I just say,
he's struggling.
Can I just say, while you gather your thoughts, there's nothing Kamala could have said or done that would have been sufficient. The goalposts are on wheels.
True.
No, it doesn't matter what she said. It doesn't matter what she said. She could have said it's a genocide. To hell with Israel. I'm going to wipe them off the map if I get in there. It would have never, ever been good enough.
Did you
Let's
watch
not
Biden's
kid
farewell
ourselves.
tour?
Come on.
Did you watch Biden's farewell tour?
What does that? Some of it. Why?
One of his final comments when he talked about the secret to his success was saying that sometimes you have to know like the thing that's worth losing for. Like there's always going to be something that it's like, well, we can't do that because we might lose.
What up,
we lost anyway and still didn't do the thing that was probably worth standing on the right.
I was shooting the leaper trying to get him off of you. I want this L. I just took this thing down by myself.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
You're okay. Fuck. You can have everything else. I just want the cell. That's it.
Okay.
The rest is you, bro. There's another wing down there as well. 2 more down there.
Okay. Let's go.
I'm gonna see if I can shoot one more Rocketeer. Okay. Watch out!
I'll grant that, but what we're examining right now is the culpability, the relative culpabilities. And by this logic, I think you guys have to grant that Bernie Sanders is culpable for genocide because he didn't call it a genocide until September 2025.
He's also
I'm just gonna ask the question.
Sorry, what'd you say? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see any more Rocketeers. Oh, there's one. Ah, fuck. Yeah. Oh, damn. Okay. I got one. We gotta shoot the 2 front wings first. Then he just kind of goes down. Generally, you want to try to hit the shots, but... Oh, I'm out of ammo. Okay, this wasn't a good idea.
Going to ask the question
right now.
So I'm just going to ask the question on the view that Hutch is culpable for the genocide. Bernie Sanders is correct.
No,
Why?
This is where I disagree from Vadim, but I think his mentality is very indicative of
he can speak for
why
himself,
we're
right?
fucked as a country.
Wait, Vadim, do you think it's bad that Ofgreboy has a genocide enabler poster behind him?
It's bad, yeah. I mean, he's enabling genocide the same way Hutch is.
His refusal to use a specific piece of language, to be certain, he is still farther into the correct category of withholding arms to Israel, speaking out about what's happening over there. And he finally got on a page that not even Hutch is willing to get on. So
I think that if you are willing to use dead Palestinians in a political debate in the cynical way that you guys do, I question if you actually give a fuck about those people, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I just think that this is like.
I don't think you actually care about them.
This is just manipulation, dude. You're the one.
I don't think you care about them. I think you use them as pawns in political debates.
Wait, let him respond. Let him respond.
No, hang on. These two constantly accused me of being complicit in a genocide. It is a disgusting smear. I spent my stream talking about how Israel was very likely committing international war crimes with respect to proportionality. I never co-signed the total blanket bombing campaign that they embarked on.
Yeah, but more
Vadim, people like you, people like Vadim, people like Vadim, get on there and then smear me and lie and accuse me of supporting genocide. You couldn't possibly do that if you actually gave a fuck about this.
You do not have to.
They are pawns in your political fight. It's virtue signaling nonsense.
Here's a political fight and ending
who said
weapon
this?
support.
No, his virtue signaling. It's nonsense.
I know, but let him respond to that though.
Yeah, who said this, Hutch? You do not have to make absurd comparisons to Dachau in order to make the case that Palestinians in Gaza are suffering. Regardless, if Biden was actually wanting to genocide that population, he's currently doing a really terrible job of it.
I was speaking to the.
Okay, I'm heading out. I will be back
death
on
count
tomorrow.
compared to the
Shut the fuck up. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. Also, if you could, take a moment, leave a comment after the stream. Helps push us in the algorithm.